miscellaneous everything. So the village could do it
Thank
if
you,
they wanted
thank you.
to,
We,
if they had it for
let's
their-
take a vote on
for
that
their
right there.
water bill.
Is that a motion?
Well, I've asked them before because if we switch together,
I'll
Yeah,
pitch
they
in for the
don't-
training.
yeah.
We don't have 20 grand.
I've asked. Oh, here. It doesn't look bad. It hurts right now.
I'll bet you.
But it doesn't look bad.
There's just never enough time to look this stuff over, is there? My goodness. We
And then I was stealing maple syrup and my daughter had the heat gun.
The email. No,
And-
I haven't seen most of this. Yeah.
That's the tip of the heat gun.
Today I didn't see.
And it was one of those like,
Looked at
and she goes, I'm
Katie's reports,
sorry.
but too late.
Like, I felt that one.
I
Wow.
go,
I mean, maybe
I
got
need
it
you to go
after
over
I
there
looked
for
at
a
it.
minute.
Yeah,
I
you're
did.
like, leave mommy alone. Did you have, how many courses did you do?
We got,
Okay, saw that
we
here.
ended
Oh,
early.
that's
We
his,
have
okay.
just under, no, like 21 gallons. But I made him pull everything early because
Yeah.
the minute I hurt myself and I can't help,
You're like, I'm done.
I'm done.
I'm done.
Pull it, we're done.
Yeah.
I'm not sad either.
Did you pay the assessor? Did you? I don't know.
You didn't?
I just thought I would ask as a joke.
No, I did not pay the assessor. I didn't pay it. You're not gonna see a check from him.
I can keep looking what's not there.
You
Is
can't
it there
even
for a
look, it's
specific
not
reason,
there.
or should I move it?
$600.
Is it there for a
Just-
specific
just
reason,
thought
or
I'd
you
ask.
just get picked up?
Thanks for reminding me.
That's what I
I
figured.
need to put a note somewhere. I don't, what is it with him?
We put that on Donna's retirement.
Okay.
Did you pay the assessor?
What is it with, like,
Yes.
Because I told you that,
Do
and so
that.
now it's like a,
You wanna
it's a
talk?
thing.
yeah.
I'd be happy to give you a couple minutes. So you,
No, I didn't pay him.
if you stand kind of where you guys are at, this camera will pick you up, and then people can see it.
I could go write the check real quick. I'm gonna put a sticky note on my computer.
You what?
Put a sticky note on my computer that says pay Bob.
Yeah.
If it's not a
Make
long
it a
meeting.
screensaver.
Yes.
Pay
it's-
the assessor, pay the assessor, pay the assessor, pay the assessor.
Pay Bob.
Seriously. It feels cold.
They lost their first game. $20 to 1.
It's streaming. It says something's going on.
Did you?
The other day,
I responded to your email.
you did. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My question is this. Just a couple of days ago, I was on the website and I found the agenda for today. And now today I can't find it. Yeah. I did find it.
You did. It's under,
Didn't
it's
find
under,
it again.
so what I tried to do was put all board of trustees things is all together.
Under there.
Yeah, planning commission, so you go to board of trustees, you'll see the meeting dates, the agenda's there. You go to planning commission, you'll see the meeting dates, the agenda's there.
Okay.
So it's all,
I'll get better at it.
you'll- it's all together.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody ready?
Yes.
All right, and, call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance and then an invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here again tonight to do the work of Banks Township. We're all here together safely to work on the things that need to be done in this township. Lord, we ask for your wisdom and guidance as we do that. And Lord, we ask for safe travel home for everybody as well. And Lord, thank you for keeping Bridge Street in one piece. All these things we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, first item is to approve our agenda.
I move we add master plan, Banks Township master plan on the agenda.
Any support?
Support.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
I'd like to add, we talk about the voter registration, the postcards that have been hitting mailboxes from the county clerk. We need to talk about that.
Support? Any
Support.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anything else? If not, I take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So move.
Art moves,
Support.
Richard supports. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, the same. Motion carried. All right. Off and running. All right, we're gonna open the floor up to public comment. We've limited to 3 minutes, please. If you want to stand kind of in front of where Under Sheriff Lassiter is, the camera will pick you up if you care to be on the YouTube feed. So, yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Last week, I watched the Antrim County Board of Commissioners meeting. A concern was brought up in public comment by Tom Bearden from Elk Rapids regarding Clerk Bishop having made unauthorized or illegal changes in the voting records. There were also articles stating Clerk Bishop had canceled voter registrations illegally. I've also seen concerns online with several posts showing the actual postcard mailer. It's my understanding many threw away thinking it was a scam. Given the concern coming from Republicans and Democrats being both targeted by this move, do we have any additional information for what residents should be doing to assure their right to vote? I'm hoping that the Banks Township Election Committee, which recently met, will address this in their report tonight, and asking that the whole board address this issue on behalf of the public. For instance, what should someone do if they received a postcard or if they're concerned about their voting status? We would like to have clear direction from this board as to how a person with questions can go about assuring their right to vote has not been violated by the illegal actions of Clerk Bishop. Does the board have a stance on Clerk Bishop's initiative to have completed unauthorized or illegal actions? And what is Banks Township doing to protect their citizens' right to vote in all future elections? Thank you. Julie Wadman.
Any other public comment? All right, if not, we'll close public comment. Move on to approval of the minutes from the March 23rd regular meeting.
2 corrections in it.
Yep. There's the 2 corrections. One on line 13. Changed from debit payment to loan repayment installment. And
One just a removal.
yeah, and line 27, taking out the part about instead of the representative from Beckett.
Minutes. All last meeting minutes. Okay, thank you.
Everybody's good with it. I'll take a motion to approve them as amended.
I'll make that motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Katie moves.
I'll support.
Julie supports. Okay, any discussion?
I'm trying to remember item 27. We did talk about having the attorney there and not needing Beckett and Rader.
We talked about not having Beckett and Rader with the other items, not when we got to the training though. We talked about it with them in when we talked about in 10, where we talked about the ADU and the special, that stuff. That's the ADU, the camper, everything that we had made the motion at the March 5th meeting was supposed to go through the attorney and not Beckett and Rader. So that is,
So then are you saying that something like that should be in item 10?
It can be, it was just a discussion we had though, it
Wasn't an action.
no,
I think we actually moved on it.
no, we did not. That was just put in the wrong spot. If you want it moved up, I can move it up.
I think it should be noted that we discussed it.
Okay, I can move it to 10.
All right, thank you.
That's a motion and support to move it to 10. Any discussion on that?
Sure.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
All right,
Aye.
Opposed, the same. All right. All right, now do we have a motion? You still move to approve the minutes
Yes,
as that,
yes,
with that
yes,
amendment?
right.
And Julie support?
Yep.
Any further discussion? Then all in favor, say aye.
all right.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. All right, thank you. Okay, move on to our shortened version of regular reports and actions. We got some emailed in, this month. Jairus?
Yep. The Antrim Creek Natural Area, the Cake Sisma has finished tagging and marking hemlock trees out there to be treated. And each tree that has the woolly adelgids, they have to mark every tree within about 600 feet of that tree. So we have over 600 trees that need to be treated out there. And so it's quite an undertaking, as you can imagine. And quite a few of them are underwater right now, as far as like a foot or two. But they have them marked, they have them all tagged, and they will be giving them their first dose of insecticide probably next week. They want the weather to be in the 60s in the daytime so that they're starting to do some growth and pulling some nutrients up for the needles and stuff.
Makes
So,
sense.
but there are over 7,000 trees to treat between just south of Elk Rapids up to the natural area. So they have 2 full-time people, and they're going to have 4 to 8 part-timers. Not sure how they're running that all, but
So is that on private land as well?
they will do it on private land. Some of those 6,000 plus trees are on private land. If any private landowner in Banks Township thinks that they have woolly adelgids in their hemlock, they should call the conservation district and they will come out and look and they will treat them for free.
What's the treatment process? They inject something?
Yeah, so they measure the tree, and the bigger the tree, I call them shots.
Mhm.
They drill in through the bark just a little ways, not even as far as like you would if you were tapping a maple tree. And then, when you tap maple trees, I always drill them so that they're pointed down a little bit. In this case, they drill them the opposite way, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And based on how big around the tree is, that's how many drills
Okay.
holes they need in that tree. And then they inject into each one of those holes.
So how effective is that if there's some private, say there's 5 private landowners that have it over there and they don't treat, how effective is the public treatment?
Yeah, it's these adelgids, they cannot fly, so their main mode of transportation is either people carrying them, animals carrying them, or birds carrying them. So they haven't moved real fast so far. Pretty much every private landowner that thinks they have them is getting them treated, but there's some folks that obviously don't know. So that's why folks like me are coming to meetings and giving information out about it to keep an eye on your hemlock trees.
Is it just along the lake then?
So far, it's been within 2.5 miles of the lake.
So Jairus, nothing's free. Who's paying for it? Is it Antrim Conservation District? Is it a grant? Who's
Yeah,
paying for
so-
the abatement?
Cake Sisma
Okay,
is working in the conservation district, and most of the funding is a state grant, and there's a few other private grants as well.
okay. And you do encourage private property owners, because I know a lot in Banks would probably make a phone call and get the
Yeah.
inspection. Yeah,
And the fastest way for private folks is, and they'll ask if you call them, is please take a picture of your hemlock tree
Okay,
and please take a picture of the needles and text it to us.
okay.
And they'll have a 90% idea of whether they want to come out or
If it's
whether
worth the drive.
yeah.
Okay, good to know, good to know,
Yeah.
thanks.
And then, I mean, the big news, I guess, is the water levels and all of that fun. But at the meeting last week at Central Lake Township, they lost part of Intermediate Lake Road. One of the lanes kind of went into the lake, so I don't know if the undersheriff has been out that way or not. I didn't take it.
Missed that.
I didn't take a swing by that way. We got all kinds of roads that have either small or big washouts, and a lot of our county forest parcels are basically 2 tracks, and like Meriwether told the board that he's got a lot of work to do to make those passable again. So the Conservation District tree sale is Saturday and Sunday, April 25 and 26. He's got like 500 trees that aren't spoken for yet, so if folks want trees, there's not as many varieties as last year. He's trying to simplify it a little bit, but he picked the varieties that he thought would do the best in northern Michigan, so those are available. And they are going to be set out in a big tent in Central Lake. It's the old offices for the armor company there. Forget the name though.
Second chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where their office is, Cameron Street. And then I don't know if you guys have all seen this, the Special Assessment District steps. I'll leave it with your clerk. The county has been emailing it to a lot of. They had it at the Central Lake Township, so I don't know who's getting it, who's not. But anyways, there are 19 steps to establish this special assessment, and we're on step 3, so we got a little ways to go. And other than that, the last commissioner meeting, we approved the equalized valuations of property, and Antrim County this year has exceeded $5 billion in value of property in Antrim County. And the overall property average rate, property values went up 9% this year. It's 12% last year, and it was 22% the year before. So when I first became a commissioner, it was around the $3 billion mark, and we've almost doubled in that amount of time. So.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say about the road commission meeting that all the elected officials were invited to May 7th?
Yeah, we're all invited. I encourage somebody from each board to go for sure and report back. But I think the answer is going to be the state of Michigan has 3 lawsuits from the marijuana industry. They don't want their taxes to go up to pay for roads, so it's in limbo at this point.
It's not going up. It's probably going down, you think?
The new law that was passed was to increase the amount of marijuana tax and to
Yeah.
take that increase and put it into the road fund.
Yeah.
And the marijuana industry doesn't want that, obviously. So they filed several lawsuits. And so it's in court.
So that's impacting the road funding.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the other part of the road funding was lowered. So the amount that our road commission has to work with is less now than it was last year.
So it's not good news.
No.
That's what we need.
But we're fixing the roads.
And I haven't seen an estimate, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we have $500,000 worth of damage to fix on our roads now because of the storm.
And what's the taxable value of the
5 billion.
the taxable value is 5 billion?
No, the total. So taxable is approximately half that, right?
Yeah, if that was at your SEV or state equalized. Because I'm just thinking what a 1 mil road millage would do for Antrim County.
Total real property is 5 billion. I'm guessing it's roughly half that. I got all these pages about
Yeah.
commercial, agricultural, industrial.
I'll go online and look it up, but 1
Yeah.
mil would
I'll
be
leave this
five.
with
1
you.
million would be 5 million. But that's not the taxable. That's probably the assessed or SEV.
Yeah.
So one mill, Katie, would then do, for the whole county would do Essex Road.
It would do Essex Road. It would do the bridge first. The bridge
No,
first.
They will not touch the stuff in Ellsworth because of the way the law is written, unfortunately,
Who won't?
the county.
In
The way
the village.
The way the law is done, they cannot spend a dime inside the village, is what I've been told. Which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, there's something that villages get.
They get a portion of the monies, but it's not much, you know, when you have a small.
Right, the village of
Population.
Central Lake gets some too, and it's not much, but
Mhm.
same thing, the road commission doesn't do anything in the village of Central Lake, they talk about it there at the village meetings, so.
I think the idea was back in the 30s or something like that, when this stuff was passed, was that that way the villages would have more control over their own roads, but they had to pay for it all. And as prices go up, they can't afford it.
They don't have a tax base. There's no
Mhm.
tax base to pay for it.
Correct.
I'll leave this.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jared.
Yep.
Anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
Thank you. All right, George?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So March, we had 70 incidents here in the township. Only one car door accident. Good news for everybody.
Mhm.
We had one fraud complaint, assisted on 4 hazardous conditions, 2 lift assists, we assisted on 13 medical calls. And let's see, 3 motorist assists, I'm sure we had a lot to do with it, let us know. At one point, we had 3 personal injury accidents and 9 traffic stops, 2 warrant arrests, and 1 attempt, and 2 wellness checks. And with the water situation we had last week, we're putting out a lot of stuff about the dams and the status of the dams and water level on the RAVE network. And I was just kind of curious if everybody was able to access that or stay apprised of what was going on. You know, we actually went door to door to make sure downstream of the dam to make sure people were able to access that in case we had to give the order to evacuate. Thankfully, never got there, but yeah, that's we're looking for feedback. Make sure that is a system that is working so people stay up on emergencies and.
What's the best way for people to get added to it?
It's a rave alert. There's a QR code, or just go online and it's basically just an app.
Okay.
Yeah, it's real simple.
So they don't have to go to Antrim County to access it?
Nope.
Or, okay.
Nope, just rave alert. It's,
Just
yeah,
put in
it's
rave
probably on
alert.
the website.
Okay.
But yeah, real simple.
Okay.
And I think only one person we talked to on Genesee Street right in Bel Air didn't have the internet. Wasn't able to get on there.
Okay.
But just a quick note, and kudos to you guys. I'm not sure how it worked out, but you know, we spent a lot of time checking back roads and checking areas for problems. And Lakeshore up in Norwood, going south, was in good shape. There was one section, I think I saw that there was a creek kind of pouring across it. It looked like it'd been there before. Passable. It didn't seem to be doing much damage. I talked to a resident there so they were very happy with how the road being taken care of now. The slope, whatever was done with the slope towards the lake, it seems to be taking care of a lot of the problems, so.
Wonderful.
Yep, but there was a lot of flooded areas on the upland side, but it
Yeah.
really didn't seem to be affecting the road.
It's a swamp. I mean,
It's a swamp, yeah, exactly.
That's what it is. It collects water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it seemed to be, the road seemed to be holding up. good.
Okay. Wonderful.
Very happy with that, so. We got 2 in the academy right now, they're gonna be graduating in about a month, and we got 2 in a program to get the certification back, so we'll actually be full on the road. That was what I'd be knocking on it for a little while.
Okay.
Hopefully.
That's great. So
Yeah.
that'll put you at 100% capacity or whatever.
We'll be, yeah, on the road, we will be.
Okay.
It'll be great.
Where are you short, like in corrections still or something?
Yeah, we're short 3 corrections. One guy went to the Navy to be a pilot. Another
Cool.
guy left to go on the road. And
Alright.
the third guy left, just wasn't for him, so,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, a little
So
short.
we got,
this
there's room there if people are looking for work. Or
Absolutely.
Mm.
Any questions, anybody else?
Did you say there was one car deer accident? I thought it said 7.
Oh, excuse me, you're right, I need my reading glasses.
That sounds more realistic.
I was pretty sure there were 3 in front of my house, so.
Yeah, right,
I wasn't gonna
right.
beat you
Well,
up
that's
too
not such good news, is it?
bad.
That's what confusing. Yep.
Yeah.
Any citation road except Colton?
It doesn't say on here, we got 9 traffic stops in the township, didn't say. I mean, it doesn't break it down, at least on my sheet, so. Yep. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, George,
Thanks.
appreciate you. All right, so Jerry, at last month meeting, we were trying to go to a written report thing, but if you got anything for the village, I'm all ears. No, nothing right now? Okay. All right,
Complaint
so-
department.
what's that?
Complaint department.
The complaint department. Okay. Well, with that, anybody wanna make a motion to approve the bills, and Katie, and if you wanna put anything else out? With regard to the treasurer.
I don't know if anybody's knows here, but, McQueen, it says we bought a gas meter in case.
Mm-hmm.
Two of them, one was 2,900 and the other's 1,200.
Yeah.
Why would there be so much difference? Any
Oh,
idea?
hold on.
I don't have an answer for that right now.
Maybe one's better than the other.
I'm trying to remember when I was talking to Mark. I seem to remember him mentioning the price difference between the two.
So
Go ahead.
one is a, you know what, I'm just gonna give it to you, you can have fun reading.
Figure it out.
You figure it out. There's the one, they're actually both the same. It's not, the case is separate. Here. Is that the same invoice or a copy?
Oh, okay, yeah. Somebody's, thanks.
So. So it could just be how I put it in too.
Oh, I think this is like the, maybe the,
Oh, here.
calibration kit, maybe, cause that's the case price,
Well, then we got gloves too.
and. Oh yeah, he told me you found some gloves too.
Yep. And this was for the Jaws of Life. I called them a lot on these because
Sorry, folks.
I don't remember off the top of my head what the $1,200 charges for, Mark,
Okay.
but I'll get an answer for you.
And I thought it was worth pointing out that with all our work on, well, various things, but zoning, that we spent 2,600 for attorneys and 4,600 for Beckett and Rader. And I'm wondering what the state grants is for Beckett and Rader. They charge us $21.60
No,
for
no,
state
no.
grants.
that's no. So that is the rec.
Well, that's a rec plan.
Yes. So that's not a. It's gonna show up there, but you can look at how it came out. It came out of. It didn't. There's no check for it. It came out of revenues because the money's already sitting there.
Yeah, there was a.
$11,000 check we
Yeah.
got from
Yeah.
Rotary Charities. Was it Rotary
Yeah,
Charities?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
if you
that's
look
why
at-
you're calling it grants, because it,
Yeah.
It's a grant.
yeah.
So it came from a revenue fund. It did not go on the check to them.
And how many months is this though for Beckett and Rader? Is that 2 months?
It's 2 months.
Okay. So if you take the 2,100,
It's about $1,100 a month, roughly. I don't even see where I put them at. They're not very timely at getting me invoices. So one invoice came in today and I paid it. It's for April. Any other questions?
there were 3 ZBA meetings?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, they had to,
I gotta rewrite this one.
do that table or recess
There's
the
an
meeting.
ADU, the ADU.
For some,
Oh,
Yeah,
is that, yeah, one down on the,
oh, that's why. Okay, okay,
then they had a follow-up meeting, I think, so,
okay.
approve the minutes and I believe this is what happened there. Alright, if anybody's got any other questions,
Do I see the Charlevoix State? Okay, Charlevoix
otherwise
State Bank.
we'll, take a motion to approve. the-
Oh,
the-
and we're just gonna add the assessor. We forgot to cut a check for the assessor. We're just gonna add the
Okay,
Bob's payment to that.
I don't know. I made a
they'll be
note.
happy to hear that.
I have a hard time paying Bob for some reason.
Donna did the same thing. Do you remember that, Tina? She would always forget to pay the assessor. Just a mental thing.
I'll move we pay the bills, Steve, you always do that. so,
Yep,
right?
I'll move we'll
Otherwise
pay
I
the
will.
bills as presented.
I support.
Duly supports. All right, then, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Okay. All right, let's,
I have to rewrite this one, just so you know.
talk
I'm
about the
taking it
planning
out.
commission a
'cause
little
that
bit further
wasn't
down, if
supposed
that's
to-
all right with you guys.
Come out and it did.
Cause I know we have that written report from Richard, but we wanna be able to talk as well. But we have Joel here tonight he's the director of the ambulance authority, here to give, mostly, I think, to answer some questions about the millage proposal that's, happening in a couple weeks, so, I'll have at it, Joel.
All right, so as everybody's probably aware, we're asking for 0.75 mils in the upcoming election. And ultimately, what that does is that provides, currently right now, how we're sitting, and again, I can't answer the questions where the previous millage, how it was established, how we got to 1.25, that was long before me. So what we did for this fiscal year is we actually ran the numbers, and we were at about a $477,000 deficit with keeping 2 trucks 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We kind of pared down what we anticipate about a $300,000, $250,000 to $300,000 increase in revenue because our call volume has gone up. And then we looked at, again, what's the deficit? And the deficit was right around 350,000. So that's how we came up with the 0.75 mils.
So you just said you were 250 to 300,000 because of calls? That's what money you got from calls?
We're gonna, yes, we're gonna
Okay.
increase around 200,000, $200,000 to $250,000 is what we suspect. Now, with that said, that's still yet to be determined. We had some challenges with our billing software. We've actually upgraded our billing software. We're waiting to see where those numbers come out, but based on, our initial calculations now, there's a lot of what ifs with medical billing involved there because what we bill is not necessarily what we get, right? So there's a tremendous contractual write-off with that, and we won't know until we actually see what the revenue or the amount of money that we make versus what we build. So every insurance carrier is a little bit different. As you can imagine, Blue Cross Blue Shield is one of our best payers, but then we get into Medicare and Medicaid, and we typically, our billable rate right now for mileage, for example, is $16.50. And some of the Medicare Medicaid, we get $6 as opposed to the $16.50 that we bill. Same thing with our loading fee. Our loading fee can be anywhere from $1,020 to $700, and oftentimes we'll get 50% of that. And again, with the amount of Medicare Medicaid that we have in the area, that plays a big factor in our contractual obligations or our contractual write-offs. So we don't 100% know what that looks like until we actually start getting some of those numbers in. But again, we anticipated, or we actually estimated for our budget purposes that we would be right around that 200,000 to 250,000 over and above what we generated in 24 or 2025. So we plugged that into what the average. One of the things that we did is we looked across a 4-year average and looked at our expenses, and that's how we came up with that $477,000 deficit. Add the couple $100,000 that we anticipate, we're still net, about 300,000, and that's where we came up with the 0.75 mils. Is that kind of brings us about 353,000 into the service to kind of fill that gap for next year. Now, right now, I will tell you that since I've been here, there was a short time where we were kind of changing schedules to accommodate, times of day, days of week, busy, not busy. There were times of the day that we didn't have 2 trucks available. Lately, we have been able to do that with our current staff. And again, because our billables are up, we continue to do that today. So we are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with 2 ALS ambulances. But again, part of that is it really relies on our revenue that we're generating. So our hope is, and again, you guys have been very gracious with any, the money that was borrowed prior to me getting here, paying that back. So thank you for that. But again, with some of this additional millage, this call volume, that allows us to pay back our partners as well. So there's some other additional costs associated that we want to be able to catch up on as well. But again, that's the kind of the one pager there kind of answers some questions. We certainly plan on continuing to do the 24-hour day, 7-day a week,
Thank you.
2 ambulances around the clock to serve our area, our partners. But this just kind of solidifies that our ability to do that. We're not reliant on calls to accomplish that. I mean, we still are to a degree, but it's certainly at a much smaller degree than what we rely on right now. Questions, comments?
Yeah, realistically, what will happen if that millage doesn't pass?
If our call volume continues the way that it is, again, we'd have to watch very closely. But, there may be, periods at night that certain days of the week, if we're looking at call volume where we have to drop down to 1 truck. We would certainly try to continue the 2 trucks. Again, if we have a busy summer like we have, nothing may happen. But unfortunately, I can't guarantee that, right? We have been picking up a fair amount of transfers, which helps us. Because again, our residents from all over go to Charlevoix, and when they need definitive care, they need to go to Munson or they need to go somewhere else. We pick them up and we take them. But again, the reality is those transfers are a significant source of revenue for us. So, if we were to say, okay, we're going to cut out all the transfers together, then we certainly couldn't afford 2 24-hour trucks 7 days a week. We've been very good about, with a lot of my staff, be able to say, if 1 truck goes out of town, we have a backup truck that's available, or people come in, just depends on, we have several people that live around the station, so they may just say, hey, listen, I'll listen up and I'll come in if we need it, but, I'm not gonna charge the service, $27 an hour to come in if I could just do it from home. So we've been trying to be creative. The service, the members of the service understand where we're at, so they try to help out certainly where they can. But again, I think really to kind of solidify and be comfortable with where we're at, that millage becomes important. Can I say that we lose a truck? We're gonna try our very best not to do that, because that's certainly, it's with the geographic area we cover, it's certainly important. But again, it's really gonna be down to revenue.
What percent of your revenue comes from calls and what percent from villages?
Well, I'm gonna say probably without actually going back to the budget and looking directly, just looking at our budget, it's about 2/3 is actually right now is being generated by millage. About 1/3 is being generated by calls. Because our projected budget for this year was right around 1.9 million, and we're estimating right around 700,000 would come from call generation or call revenue, which means that we actually bill about 1.4 million, because the return on our billing is about 52% right now, and that's national average. National average is 48%. So 48% of what we bill, the national average, is what we expect to see back, and we're a little above national average.
Joel, is this 0.75 mil, is that for Banks Township?
That's across
All the townships you
all the
serve?
townships,
Okay.
which equates I think it was right around 353,000.
Okay.
I think is when if I remember the numbers correctly, it was right at 353,000 is what we would generate with 0.75 mils.
How much time, and this is probably just a guess, but how much time is the crew just waiting for a call rather than being out?
No, it varies. Honestly, it varies. I mean, we've had a really slow month the last month, so I would say that, you know, our crews spend maybe in the last month 50% of the time out. I can tell you yesterday, we had one crew in the station probably about 40% of yesterday because we ended up taking a patient to Detroit, so that took one of our crews out just about all day. And then between the day staff, me and as well as some others, so it really depends. If it's a busy day, we may go from call to call to call and have very little downtime. Today we haven't. I think we've ran one 911 call. I think they had one short transfer back to Grandview, and that's all two crews have done all day today. So, and that's the challenge, right? The challenge is, you know, it's like how there's no magic formula to say that if we staffed on Monday, we'd be good, because typically Mondays are very busy. I mean, I will tell you historically, if we look at transfers, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I mean, Monday, everybody that comes in everybody that gets admitted to the hospital goes somewhere on Monday when the hospitals come back in. Everybody on Friday, they're trying to get out of Charlevoix and the McLarens out to larger facilities to make room for the weekend. So Mondays and Fridays are traditionally two of our busiest days, and we've done little to nothing today. Now yesterday was typically our slowest day, but we had, I think, 7 calls yesterday. So there's no rhyme or reason. You know, obviously with the weather getting nice, we're gonna pick up. Obviously we were super busy with the snowstorm. The flooding, not so much. You know, we didn't do a whole lot with the flooding because everybody kind of paid attention. Their focus was somewhere else. Holidays typically are not busy. So, you know, when you get into holiday weekends like Easter, didn't do a whole lot because nobody wants to go to the hospital on a holiday weekend when their families are here. So a lot of dynamics go into calls. So it's really, again, if we really were able to really fine tune that, we'd be able to staff. But the best that we can do is just say, hey, listen, you know, we're gonna, and again, that's part of the challenge, right? When we say, you know, what's that look like if the millage doesn't pass? We're just gonna have to kind of, I hate to say shoot from the hip, but, you know, really kind of take a look at the calls and make an educated guess to say Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are days that we need to have 2 trucks on. Tuesdays and Thursdays and Sundays, we're not gonna have 2 trucks on. And then the question becomes, that's okay, but yesterday we would have missed it, right? We would have had 1 truck out and, you know, we would have been calling for, you know, other services to come in our area. Because again, remember, part of the challenge that we have is our calls are not 20 minutes long. So when when the ambulance comes over here, for example, let's say use Ellsworth for an example, by the time they're back in service in East Jordan, that's roughly about 3 hours. So by the time they get here, they take care of the patient, they load the patient, they drive to Charlevoix or McLaren, depending where the patient wants to go, and gets back. That's about 3.5 hours. So that takes them out of the system for 3 hours. So either we rely on the second ambulance that we have staffed, or if both trucks are out, then we rely on, you know, whether it's Boyne City or Charlevoix to come in and actually stage somewhere to cover East Jordan until we can get one of our trucks back, or if we can get someone to come in. Just depends on what the availability of staff is.
Just to piggyback on that, I know from sitting in meetings, Joel is riding the transfer phone all the time. I mean,
That hasn't been out of my pocket since August 21st.
yeah. And yeah, the goal is to not have those assets sitting idle. Because if we can get a transfer, we'll go take it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a huge improvement over what we were experiencing before.
It transfers, it's for us, it's one of those catch-22s, right? I mean, we hate sending people out of the area, but also we recognize that those are also community members that are sitting in those hospitals, right? Those are potential, whether they're people that are visiting for the summer that have, you know, summer homes, where they're full-time residents, you know, they are coming from our local communities and they need to be taken to Travers or All Points, anywhere, that are looking for definitive care. So transfers are big for us, right? And again, it is a pretty significant source of revenue for us as well, so. If we were to not do those, that would make a pretty big significant dent in that money that we rely on to actually, make salaries and do what we need to do. Again, so, as everybody's aware, medical supplies, medical equipment, not cheap. Our $350,000 ambulances or our $65,000 heart monitors, and that's just a couple things. $7,000 radios. It doesn't take long before you have $750,000 wrapped up every time that ambulance pulls out of the station. And, again, they're machines, they break. We've had our mechanic there for a week and a half now, and I can tell you already, he's made a dent in stuff, but he has not stopped for a week and a half fixing stuff that is needed work on, all winter. Winter's been a rough winter for us, but it's just another cost of doing business, unfortunately. And when you start going to Ford dealers and buying parts, as you can imagine, it's not cheap. So, what else can I answer? That's it.
Yeah.
All right. My information's on there. If you have any questions at all, if anybody has any questions in Banks Township, please have them reach out to me. I will tell you that there's a lot of misinformation out there. So, I hear it. So please, if there's questions out there that you hear, please have people reach out to me and get clarification on, what is being heard, and whether it's through social media, through emails that are going around that are completely, again, there's information going on around about, our billable, our insurance billables. That's why I mentioned, everybody needs to understand that even though we bill 1.2, 1.4 million, that's not revenue that we generate. Again, we're at about 51, 52% of that is what we can expect. And that's not something that we're doing wrong. You can ask any EMS provider. And you can look on the internet. You can look on the internet. National average for EMS reimbursement is right around 50%. So we are right there with national average. So again, any questions, comments, concerns, my contact information is there. If there's locations in your communities, meetings, church groups, whatever, that have questions, be happy to participate and have a conversation and get information out there and make sure everybody's kind of understands what's fact and what's fiction. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Appreciate it.
Can I answer Marv's question real quick? The McQueen, the case? It's because the one didn't come with the gas meter yet. The case is $1,200, so it was the case and the parts for the case are what shipped, and the actual gas meter wasn't shipped.
So we got more coming for it.
One more $2,500. Okay.
Alrighty. All right, moving on to the property review. Katie, you got a
Yeah, we talked about this for almost a year now, getting soil sampling done on the township's property that's owned behind the fire hall. And I had contacted first Eagle, Julie Lowe at Eagle, and she gave me a couple names, someone from Traverse City, someone from Gaylord, a vendor that she trusted. So I reached out to the first one, which was Otwell Mobby in Traverse City, and was able to connect. And the first thing he asked me was what exactly was the railroad wanted you to test for, because he said that will give me an indication of what they think might be there. So I sent Otwell Mobby, the environmental engineers, a copy of Exhibit A that we got from CSX Railway last year. And so they created a bid based on that. And $6,468 to do a complete testing and investigation of the soil and look for let's see, they'll submit to a laboratory analysis for Traverse City, Holland, Michigan within 10 to 14 days. Let's see, what are they looking for? Oh, it's 2 parcel numbers. one soil boring per 100 feet with a handheld stainless steel auger to 1.5 to 2 feet below ground level. 13 soil samples. They're going to look for PAHs, the big 10 metals: arsenic, barium, cadmium, chromium, copper, lead, mercury, selenium, silver, and zinc, and PCBs. And those are typical constituents associated with railroad grade impacts.
Does that cover the entire length of the,
It would just be.
Of what
for-
the township owns,
It would just be
of what we own. It's
the
our,
hall to Church Street.
yep, it's our, we have 2 parcels, and
Okay.
those parcel numbers are listed there. The 054401403260 and the 054401306210. So those are the 2 parcels. That's the fire hall, and there's like a little kind of weird triangle that extends up to Church Street.
And did you say that this was equivalent to what the railroad company was requiring? If
They wanted to test for the big 3, like lead, the PAHs, and one more thing. And James recommended going above and beyond and doing what he called the 10 metals. As he said, it's consistent with what you might find in an abandoned rail bed. So it's $1970 for the supplies for the technician, $3,198 for the lab analysis, and then data analysis and report preparation is $1,300. So it looks like the most expensive thing is clearly the lab work. And it's cheaper to do it now. He said if we had wanted it done in the winter, there would have been an extra cost involved for heavy equipment to come in, so.
you probably don't have any idea how much difference in cost there would have been if we only were analyzing for the 3 things that the railroad was.
I can ask him. I mean, I don't know what the lab, it's gonna probably be the same for the supplies
Right.
and the data analysis. So the only variable would probably be the lab services, and I can ask him. So it's 3,200.
I think that'd be nice to know in case it cut it down significantly. But a couple $1,000s or something, it might be worth it. Don't,
And at this point, we don't know of any risk, and we've had people using it for 50 years, and it just came up because the railroad wanted to cover their risk. Any idea from the railroad, if other areas have done this, and like how many contaminated sites, what they've found?
I think the railway would make everyone sign an NDA. So unless it's private property or public property not owned by the railroad and tested, I don't think we'd be able to get any information from the actual railroad.
But every entity that is purchased from the railroad would have supposedly had to do this.
But then,
So we'd have to
Yeah, but
contact the entity.
If I remember, this has been a year, right? So-
Right.
And
we'd have to sign an NDA.
Yeah,
We
the-
couldn't
the-
disclose that.
yeah.
Like when I talked to Eagle, they said there was a school or something they were working with, and they couldn't work with the railroad. They couldn't work with the testing and Eagle because there was an NDA, a non-disclosure that the railway required. That Eagle said, we can't abide by that. We're a public entity. We have to be FOIA'd.
Mhm.
So we cannot help you. We can't enter into that. So,
It was like Bay City or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
yeah, it's a big one.
Any other.
So I don't know if we had the testing done, what we would have been able to reveal.
Yeah, well, that's. I
So
talked to
again,
Catherine
yeah.
about that too, like that, because of FOIA, I mean, that's pretty empty, on the railroad's part. You can be FOIA'd, I mean, that's it, whether there has to be a reason to redact the, results, but more to your point, Mar, I don't know how often this even happens with municipalities. It's, when I was talking to, whatever, it's Sarah, I think is her name, I don't know, I
Yeah.
haven't talked to her in a year, so.
Yeah, Sarah from CSI.
It sounded like it was extremely rare, and that they would even do this, so, I don't know how much, empirical data is out there already. To answer your question.
But well, Mobby said they did a lot of work up in our township. I said, oh. So is that good or bad? I said,
wonder
it's
if they,
fine.
yeah,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
timing would be interesting with the, you know, the old canning factory and like when, you know,
Mhm.
have you, recently or
I
40 years, 50
yeah.
years ago, I don't know.
And all of these, or virtually all of these metals deteriorate or decrease over time. Some of them take a long time, but almost always they decrease their toxicity.
Does anyone know how long the metals stay in the ground to act as a poison?
I have no idea.
I think arsenic and lead are there forever. That's what's in the 10 metals: arsenic, barium, cadmium.
I'd be interested to see, because arsenic and lead are the ones that the railroad wanted us to test for.
And the PAHs. I would love nothing better than to do the testing and tell the public you're safe.
You're good. Yeah.
You can
And
keep walking
or-
your dog. Your kids can go in their flip flops.
And if not, then you sign it.
It's $6,000. We spend 20 grand on dump day.
So how do the rest of you feel about this? Say we did the testing and it proved pretty good and we're okay to say we have pretty clean. Would you all be confident to say that we could apply the same truth to the rest of the property? Or would the railroad company
I
then?
think the railroad company is still gonna force you to do it, but you'd at least have a
Idea.
decent idea before you went into
Okay.
it.
That's right, I forgot about
I mean,
the
flip a
railroad.
coin. It could be
Yeah.
the same for the next 20 miles. It could be
I mean,
we had a
just
perfect spot. So, yeah.
my logic, doesn't mean it's truth, but my logic would tell me that if something was going to occur, it would happen closer to the depot than,
Or where
down
it's,
the
they
ways,
said,
I
they
mean,
said a
but
depot or
these-
where there's a changeover is
Yeah.
most likely. But,
but
you know,
you
people
still
are
would have to make a
concerned.
test.
I'm concerned. People
Yeah.
have brought the concerns to me and said,
But if there's a concern, if something, I mean, 50 years, if there's something there, it seems my logic would be would have showed up by now. Somebody had some toxicity somehow.
Right. You'd have to be down there licking the dirt.
Yeah. In fact,
Who does that?
we haven't gotten a bid, but that kind of money, you could probably put 3 or so inches of gravel over the whole thing, and that would reduce the risk by 99%.
It's assuming we have good local gravel source.
Yeah, but you can find out, and maybe there's nothing there, and then you don't even have to worry about that. You just, it's done. And then, yeah, then like I said, you could sign it and walk at your own risk. I mean,
yeah, I mean, we own the property and we have been made aware of the fact that there's potential contamination. I feel that we have a responsibility to,
This is
carry
less,
that
honestly
through.
less money than I thought it would be.
yeah, I think
it'd
it's
be much higher.
20,000. No, I think it's,
And yeah, you got an answer.
And the
Anybody's
10
ever asked that question for the past 50 years? I'm sure there's people that have asked it.
well, we know more about things than we did 10, 20, 30 years. I mean, we drank out of hoses with probably lead in them. We had lead paint, we had lead cars. We didn't know that back in the 70s and 80s. And so, you know, we bought this land, I think in the 90s from the village.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It was from the village?
yeah, from the village. And the 10
Yeah,
metals
you
are
have
pretty
a-
big, you know, arsenic, copper, lead, mercury. Those are pretty big. To eliminate those, I'm not really fond of that.
So would you be comfortable if we were just testing for the 3 that the railroad was requiring, or are there still others there on that list that you think we should be concerned about?
Where's the letter
I'll
from
be
James?
shocked if there's any selenium down there, cause Michigan doesn't have much of that. But, maybe.
Very deficient.
We need that. We
Yeah.
feed our cows
Yeah, I was just saying, I
selenium.
buy salt blocks with extra of that in
Yeah,
there.
and we feed
But
them
I guess
copper,
it
so
comes
you,
down to price, you know, we're talking a couple $100.
yeah, yeah.
And do it all, if not,
I'd
I said,
be,
you know.
yeah, I'd be prepared to make the motion, but I'd like the opportunity to check and see if there's a significant
Yeah,
difference.
the price difference, I don't have a problem with that.
James recommended it in the email. He said this would be my recommendation.
Mhm.
He's an environmental engineer.
Yeah.
I kind of lean towards taking the professional opinion.
Yeah, I understand. I just,
Yeah. To save, $1,000 and find out we didn't test for mercury or silver or whatever. and-
Well, yeah, copper, selenium, silver, and zinc are all feed ingredients.
yeah, depending on that, on volume, right?
Concentration,
Concentration.
Concentration, thank you.
well, they're not gonna be,
I mean, I don't have a problem waiting one more month. We've waited a year, so, to Richard's point, please let me know if you have all the information right in front of you. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so we're waiting till, cause Katie's gonna ask if it's just the three.
Well, I'm going to make a motion that we proceed with this. I don't think
Is-
it's wise to start picking apart a professional proposal and start pulling out the metals. There's a reason why he recommended we test for the 10. So,
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
yeah, I'm going to make a motion that we accept this proposal.
Any support? Okay, hearing none. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll support it.
All right, Julie supports. All right. then.
you know, the discussion, I have no doubt that this is a very reputable company, and no doubt, you're probably right, Katie. But we haven't put out a RFP. We haven't put for anybody else, so I think,
I don't know about that. You tried.
I
Somebody
tried a
in
couple.
Gaylord
There's only
too,
a
right?
few that like Eagle said do it. There was someone in Traverse City and someone in Gaylord, and I did have a hard time connecting. So
I think we're putting enough confidence. It's not a matter of lack of confidence in that company, but if, I wouldn't be for paying for extra analyses that we may not need. If by chance that is significantly less, say it's half that or something.
So can you make the motion on the contingency of what just the three metals are?
I mean, that would be an amendment to the motion.
Or we just wait until next month?
Yeah, no, my only concern with that, Katie, is, COVID killed my lack in, just blind faith in authority or in experts. I think that you still need them, but I think we should include their ideas in with other information. So that would be my only response to that. Yeah, he's probably right. And if it's, I doubt it's gonna be a significant difference. So, but I don't have a problem waiting one more month to find out. So that's where I'm at with it.
If that's the only way to find out, by waiting another month, then I agree. If there was a way to, I don't know if we could approve up to this, but then we gotta find out what that difference is and decide if that's enough difference to change what we have it
Mm-hmm.
analyzed or not, and we probably can't do that right without doing it here.
Not really. I don't
Okay.
know how to do it.
And I think the risk, it's been used for 50 years, and the risk is almost zero. And just we're making an expenditure of all of the township from all of our taxpayers to benefit how many people use it? 5-10% maybe. Well,
Yeah, but only like 10% use cleanup day.
I was gonna say, it's probably better than the cleanup day.
Well, I'll use the same rationale for that then.
Especially
I mean,
semi and tractor tires.
I mean, cleanup day, I'm the biggest benefit for cleanup day, but I'm not afraid to say it's not it doesn't benefit enough of the township people that we don't do it. So that to me, that's not an argument. I'll go right along with that. But we got to quit spending our taxpayers' money. That people, we have a lot of people that live paycheck to paycheck and can hardly afford the taxes that are on it. And I'm all for if the people that use it want this sampling done, they can form a group and they can get the sampling done. We'll cooperate. But if someone's afraid to use it because they think there's a risk, then they don't have to use it. There's lots of other places to walk.
There's really not.
There sure is.
Not
And Marv,
not
you were the
fans.
one who didn't think that you should have to pay for a land combination. You thought all of us should have to pay for it, and that was what, like $50, $100? So your argument's a little shaky there.
Everyone is invited to use it. I think that's everyone is invited to use it, right? It's township property, everyone is invited to walk on the path. I get where you're coming from, I do. So, but it's already been discussed, it's already been brought forward that there is the possibility of something being in the soil. We owe it to people to check it out. So if you want to wait one more month to see the price difference, we wait one more month.
Any other discussion? If not, do a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Richard,
No.
Mark,
No.
Katie,
Yes.
Julie,
Yes.
I'll be a no. Next month. Okay. Appreciate you getting that, and I'm sure they'll get that back to us real quick and send it on out.
Get what back to us?
The price difference.
I didn't hear a motion for that.
Okay,
Okay, if you guys want to do it, go ahead.
okay.
You have the contact information. Do it yourself.
Oh, got it. No problem. I've talked to these guys before. No problem at all.
Do we need a motion?
Then I'll make a motion that I contact them and ask them for a itemized, quote for the laboratory analytical services.
Or just a quote for only the 3 that the railroad is acquiring.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Understood. I got you. And I make that motion with the adjustment.
support.
Richard supports. Any discussion? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed the same?
No.
No? Okay, so we got 2 no's.
I heard one aye.
All right.
Yes.
I'm an aye.
I'm writing.
Well, when it's close, you better
Yeah.
I know, but
everybody
I-
on the
You're
table.
right, Marv.
I'm trying to write the motion.
For clarity.
So
Richard?
who was no? Marvin, Katie?
Well, we're doing a roll call, I
We'll
think
do a
now.
roll
No,
call
that
vote.
was Richard and I.
You and Richard were no's?
Mhm.
No, Richard
No,
was a
no,
yes.
I'm a yes.
Oh, I thought you said I. I'm a no.
So Richard's a yes. Marv?
No.
Marv's a no. Katie
No.
is a no.
Yes.
Julie's a yes. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay,
To
and I'm a
getting it,
yes.
to getting a price, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you repeat the motion now?
Yes, the
I
motion-
can't, I have to write
That's fine,
slow.
that's fine.
Okay.
The motion is to contact Otwell Mobby and ask for an itemized quote for the analytical services, specifically asking to know what it costs to do the 3 items that the railroad company asked for.
Okay. And Richard supported it?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Oops.
Alright, Dylan's been working out at the cemetery, looking at some things, he's got a quote in here to, remove the gravel from the front yard, of the Ellsworth Cemetery, where a bunch of gravel was, displaced from the road for $750. Make a motion to approve that quote.
Support.
Julie supports. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye, opposed same. Okay, there's that. The foliage plan, Julie's been contacted by at least one family that has a tree growing right next to two headstones out at Atwood that she said was fine for us to take down. That's good. And what was the other thing you wanted me to say? I didn't write it down, I'm sorry. All my papers are up here.
I know. Dylan's going to the park on Friday. If it's dry enough, he's gonna remove the dead trees that we already voted on. He's gonna hit Essex Cemetery or Ellsworth Cemetery hopefully this week. I asked if I could meet him out there. There are some larger trees in the cemetery. I'll let you know when. Larger trees in the cemetery that are half dead. So to take a look at those and get his opinion. And then there are quite a few trees that are overtaking the headstones on the older graves. And so I talked to him about if we were to cut them and if you end up having to cut them all the way down, the difference between grinding the stumps and pulling, and he said he could grind the stumps so it doesn't disturb the headstones. There's quite a few trees that are disturbing the headstones and the headstones are lifting. So we have to look at that. And I've took pictures of quite a few headstones that just got displaced over the winter, and Mortensen's usually comes out and straightens those up for us.
Alright, what about the headstone restoration?
Can we, back on
sorry.
the other just a minute
Yeah.
more? Julie and I looked out there, was that this week or the end of last week? No, this is only Monday. It was the
This
end
was
of last
Monday.
week.
Friday.
We only went to the Ellsworth Cemetery, and I think what we were in agreement on was that, and this is what I think you're referring to, is getting Dylan out there.
Mhm.
We had already approved, well, had we already approved
The
his
trees along
quote
the
to
front.
remove the little shrubs along the front?
Yes.
But we're thinking that we shouldn't try to do anything before Memorial Day, because there's no way it can be finished up.
Cleaned up and
And,
He said the trees on the, I asked him about that today. He said the trees on the front he could.
okay. Yeah, but it'll be a real small miracle to have good grass growing there again.
He
That's
didn't
gonna
say
get
that there's
trampled
grass.
by the people. I think it'd be better, and it's likely to be pretty wet. It's pretty wet right now. I know it could dry out a lot, but I thought the timing would be better to just wait until after Memorial Day. In the meantime, we gather more information from Dylan. There would certainly be some efficiencies to be realized. I'm of the strong opinion that there's a lot more stuff that needs to be removed in there, and hopefully we could come to agreement on that. And if so, then he would do it all at one time. He could do it in the summer when it's dry and hard, and then time everything so that none of the restoration gets done till the right time to plant grass, which is about the 1st of September. And we got to get all the pricing for all that. But there would be a lot of restoration to do if we're starting with that little row of shrubs along the front. But obviously, if there's a lot more trees, including some big ones, there's going to be more soil needed and seeding and mulching and so forth. So I think we've got some time. If we agree to not try to get anything done before Memorial Day, then we've got plenty of time to get the information and I think do it under better conditions. There's no way we're going to get anything significant done there and have it restored in a way that will be user friendly for the Memorial Day
services.
festivities, services.
Mhm.
It would just be, if it was,
Yeah, I
it'll
agree.
get damaged and,
Yeah, you'd be redoing
oh,
the seeding.
while we're talking about cemeteries,
That's next.
okay,
Foliage.
yeah. Yeah, I thought,
Well,
I
no,
wanted to talk
was kinda
about
talking about
the
foliage
little
too,
building
but-
out there.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
The building at the Ellsworth Cemetery,
Mhm.
we seem to be in agreement that that's not utilized any longer.
Took that is correct to my knowledge.
So we would like to talk about the possibility of removing that. It's starting to become, I know most of it's brick, so it's kind of timeless, but the
But in
wood
a
parts
way,
are
yeah.
really deteriorating and would be expensive to fix, and what for. So I think we should talk about removing that. It probably wouldn't, again, that could be done at the same time. I don't think it would cost much to have it taken away, and it would just open that area up. Possibly a few more grave sites, or
Mhm.
And there's no projection we'll use it more?
No.
it was a morgue, right? And they don't do that anymore. They have different technologies and methods at the funeral homes.
It's a storage
They don't take,
building basically for corpses until spring came.
right.
And, yeah, they don't do it anymore.
Wonder if
What
it's
do they do
haunted.
now?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I think most people are cremated.
Well, there's a lot of that too, but
Well, I just
Well, we
went
have-
to a funeral that they weren't gonna get buried up here and they
The
weren't gonna come until summer, so I don't, they had to do
funeral
something.
homes, the funeral homes hold them.
Yeah, I think they are holding them.
They have cold,
I mean, we could
they
obviously,
have
we would
cold
double
storage.
check
The
that.
funeral homes hold them.
Oh.
I talked to Gary.
Okay.
Sounds morbid.
Is the little building in the back of the cemetery used for anything? We didn't look in there. One time years ago, I looked and there was a
Used
few
to be-
yard
It
related,
used to be yard related material, yeah.
but with our outside service, that might be the same thing. It's just,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's what the pole barn was for out in Atwood, was for all the mower and stuff,
Okay.
and that was all stored in there, but we don't do that anymore, so it's.
that pole barn's still there?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I don't know that
It
cemetery.
is, yeah,
Right in the way.
yeah, I don't know,
Makes it hard to turn
right
a
at the
corner.
end of the driveway,
Huh,
the first one on
well
the.
then,
yeah.
if we're talking about, we should look at that one too.
Yeah.
If,
That one at least isn't likely to fall apart.
yeah,
you
it's
know,
relatively new compared to
Mhm.
these others, and it's probably not an eyesore, but if we can't figure out what it would be used for.
But the pole barn, more recently built, you might be able to sell it.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, really,
possible.
they're not that hard to disassemble and move. Good.
Okay. So, anybody making a motion, or are we just saying we're gonna hold off on the foliage at the park until after Memorial Day?
I think hold off till after Memorial Day, because a lot of people come up, put flowers and
For the park and the cemetery, or just the cemeteries?
the cemeteries.
Okay, for Dylan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have the same factor with Memorial Day at the park. So the better, sooner the better for that, getting it ready for summer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll call him. Do we need a motion on that, or
Yep,
do you want to make a motion on that?
Sure.
Okay, I'll support.
this, what the motion is for what, for clarity?
I wrote Dylan hold off until after Memorial Day.
Well, what, I know, but what about, I thought you were making a motion to do stuff at the park.
We'll have Dylan look at it. Cemetery.
You said park stuff before Memorial Day.
Yes, the trees. We already made a motion.
Oh,
Already.
okay.
That's
Did a
already
big-
all,
I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah. So
Got it.
that is the cemetery, the trees, which we already approved. It's the trees across the front of the cemetery to remove.
Mhm.
We're gonna wait until after Memorial Day because of everything going on, so it's still somewhat nice.
Okay, got it. So that's the motion to wait until after Memorial Day to remove those things.
Yes.
for-
Yeah, and you'll have people
And-
coming and going
Yes.
all times.
So hold off until Memorial Day to remove
After.
trees.
And
Memorial Day.
appropriate restoration time, like Richard said, you know,
Yep.
plant grass in June 30, that's bad time. But-
yeah, we're not spending any money yet, so I don't even know if we need a motion, but we plan to meet with Dylan out there this week, and
Okay.
we'll start the process of discussing this and getting the information together.
Just gathering information.
Wonderful. All right, anything on the restoration?
Richard and I walked through, if anyone sees flags at the Ellsworth Cemetery, I don't know why I keep saying Essex. The Ellsworth Cemetery does not mean we're removing headstones. We marked headstones, a lot of them are the really old ones that need some serious attention. Some are broke, some just need to be cleaned. So we would like to move forward with that.
With Carter Restoration?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And the thing, I talked to Dave again, the thing with having Carter do it for us, which is a benefit, is we do not have to pay to house him or his employees. His parents put them up and they also feed them. So the only thing we're paying for is for them to do the work.
Actual work.
So
Which
does he repair the ones broken then?
Yes. They repair and clean.
Fortunately, there aren't very many broken ones, so they do really hold up quite well.
Yeah,
But
And
there
you can-
are a lot of them that are
they need some work.
really, you can't read them. They're pretty unsightly. The stuff grows more and more every year.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be in favor of, we just have to decide how much we're willing to spend. And we don't have, we marked every stone in that cemetery that should be done, and we were sure that we thought should be done, and we're sure that that's enough. It's gonna take up as much as we wanna spend probably.
Okay.
Kinda hopeful that, but until he gets there and gets going, we don't know if he can.
Do you know
probably
how
mark-
many you marked?
I'd say 50 or 60.
And didn't he give a minimum, like 5,000 was his
Yeah.
minimum that he would,
I thought it was 7.
for him to
I
break
think it
even to
was
come up
7.
here?
We didn't spend any money on it last year.
How many did he do the year before for 7,000?
I don't have that.
He was
number.
systematically going through Atwood and doing every one of them. And we
Did you
don't
finish
think
Atwood?
No.
we should, that's
a lot of
just way too expensive, and a lot of them don't need
Election
it.
training.
Right.
And we can only
It's a
hope
lot. And
that
Cabal
maybe
explain later that are
some of
over
the
here.
This is a,
residents would do some more.
yeah,
So we're doing the ones that are very badly in need of it.
right.
And
Yeah. Merit based rather than just broad strokes. Yeah.
And I think what we would do is say we approve 7,000, say this is the budget for it, we'd like to see you get everything done in that cemetery. If you don't, not sure that you can, start with the worst ones and work your way toward it, and if you have more time when you get done, do some more.
Mm-hmm.
That we didn't quite, he can evaluate them as easily as we can.
Right.
There were still plenty more that are far less than perfect that we didn't flag. They had to be fairly unsightly before we flagged them.
Right. I'll make the motion, we approve Carter Restoration to come up for not to exceed $7,000 to restore the headstones that have been marked by Julie and Richard.
I support.
I need you to say it one more time.
Okay, the motion is to approve a not David Carter Restoration.
Yep.
To come restore the headstones that you and Richard have marked. Up to $7,000 worth of work. It's probably the least eloquent
Or up to
motion.
7,000?
Yeah, up to 7,000.
Okay.
Any discussion further? Not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose the same.
Hey, Alex, one more
Yes, sir.
item.
Mhm.
Julie and I also noticed, we've got this issue now. We looked at those cross samples for grave markers, and there are some concerns about using a cross. So there still are a significant amount of graves there that aren't marked, or they have the little brass thing and they're falling over. The information's totally gone off them. The name is gone.
Some of them just have rocks.
So how to mark those graves? And we've had two ideas. One would be just a flat stone that could be engraved with something. Or another, we saw some that are a brass or bronze plate, like they attach to the back of some of the cemetery stones for a veteran,
Veterans,
for
yeah.
example. Those actually, but the ones we saw were all on a concrete little base.
Okay, yeah.
So we'd like to somehow I'd like to see us gather the information on the cost of a couple of those
Just
options.
to see. So the grave markers that are there that are like 2020, I would say like 19 to 20, that don't have a headstone yet. I can get a hold of those families and ask them. They need a headstone. They need something that is in our ordinance.
Mhm.
There's ones from from 1930s, 40s. A lot of them are babies. We're never gonna find. And there's some that are rocks. It's just a rock there. It's not even a marker. So without it being able to do a cross, I think any other shape would look, I don't even know how you pick a shape.
A rock,
Flat,
a beautiful,
square,
a beautiful rock. We could find like a farmer that would donate some rocks out of his field.
You're gonna pick them?
I'm not gonna pick them, but maybe you got them on a wagon
No,
already.
I
That would
don't mean
be
it that way. I mean, are you gonna
kind
pick
of-
which ones are pretty?
Oh.
You know, that's how this hall was built. All the farmers brought their rocks in.
But could you then mark the rock somehow?
Yeah, you would put a plaque on the rock
And then we could have that there.
and get
Or
sort of a,
engraved, or you could have it engraved. I mean, there's
Mhm.
ways to do that too.
it'd be easier to weed whip around.
The nice thing about if we stick with something flat, then it is a lot
Drive right
easier.
over it with
It
a mower.
easier,
Mhm.
To mow over.
right?
Is there, remind me, Julie, is this a specific area? Could we just fence it and put a sign on it that says this is the Potter's Field kind of thing?
No, it's not the Potter's Field.
Oh.
Potter's Field is in Atwood, and that's a whole new topic.
Oh, that's we're
That's-
talking separate
Yeah.
topic, I'm sorry.
Nope, this is
Okay.
just people who
They just don't have any
don't have any
marker in there
marker.
interspersed throughout. Okay.
Yes.
But you start engraving, then, I don't know, but I expect that gets expensive.
Probably
You
pricey,
you
yeah.
Start engraving,
Yeah.
and when we don't know the family or
Right,
anything.
yeah, it have to be like a bulk thing.
Well, I don't know. How do you,
unmarked grave, I don't, what else is it gonna say?
if we picked something else for a welding shop to do, how do you pick a shape?
Yeah.
Because like the cross, and I guess that's what I get. Don't I get a cross has to do with Christianity. However, they've used crosses to mark graves forever. It's a death thing, right? Look back to the Wild West.
No.
Pile rocks, stuck a cross in the ground.
Yeah,
They do it along highways when somebody gets killed.
Right. Stick a cross in the ground. So I don't know. I get why they're saying it, but what other shape would you use?
The only
Like
thing I would
a-
say
a
is we
square,
should also
I mean,
look at
circle.
simplicity and ease of maintenance
Little
long
circle.
term.
yeah.
And
To your, I
it's
think,
gonna be hard to even that cross. The anchor wasn't gonna be adequate for that to stand up nice and straight for
not
years.
for a long time, no.
And
I
get-
think you're right, I think these should be flat.
Yeah,
It speeds up the,
right.
Mowing.
mowing process and maintenance, which is good for
I can.
lots of reasons.
Do you want me to talk to Gary and get
Yeah.
some prices?
Yeah, I think, I'm good with that.
Those are two options. What was a very simple engraved concrete or
What are you gonna engrave on it?
Just do it. All I need is a number. You
Oh.
Just put a number on it. If that is the easiest, cheapest, put a number on it. We've got a computer system now.
if we can't find we can't find a name. I mean, if we can find it, it would be nice to at least a name and a date. of
And you're
birth and
convinced that
death.
they're all bold, that they're all bodies? You are convinced? Okay, so we do have burial records? Okay.
A lot of them, there is still something
There's still the
there.
cemetery marker
it's just
from the
a-
funeral homes.
Piece
Gotcha.
of little scrap of metal left,
Okay,
and it's getting
okay,
run
yeah.
over by the
It's still
mowers
the.
and-
I'm surprised there's a couple. There were
Deteriorating.
babies. There were two babies next to each other, born like 40 years apart. But the first one was from like the 30s or 40s, and I cannot believe that little cemetery marker has held up
Wow,
this long.
yeah. Well, they probably didn't have any money to buy a marker.
Probably not. Well, in some cases, yeah. That's
We'll just get
But
some
yeah,
prices
let's
so
find out
we
what
got
prices are.
something to
Yeah.
go on.
Sounds good. All right, one more thing, about, was informed this afternoon that, out at the Township Park, there's a flagpole that we had lights put on. So that, the flag would be lit up at night. Someone, in their infinite wisdom, decided to fill the solar thing with sand, unplugged it, left and broke it, basically, so we probably need to have a new light put on that pole. Not probably, we do need to put one on there.
We either need to put it on or take it down, one or the other.
Take down the flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the two, and I prefer to have the flag out there. So, we'll get quotes for that and, figure that out next month.
That lasted a few years, though. I think we got them all at the same time, didn't we? To make sure that we had illumination for all of the flags. So
Probably-
they probably don't last, they don't last 10 years, I'm guessing.
They definitely don't last when people break them intentionally. I was actually surprised that some of the apparatus was down low enough somebody could touch it.
It's one that was replaced.
Okay.
So the light that is on the poles that you guys originally did broke,
Oh,
and Brian had replaced it with one that is on the ground.
okay,
And that's why it happened.
got it.
So we just need another pole mounted one.
Mhm.
Yeah. I can have him give me a price for that.
Yep. Let's do that, and keep that fixed. Anything else with our properties? Okay, moving on, I think we talked about ambulance authority, unless somebody has a question, but I'm sure you would have asked Joel. All right, the 2026 road projects. We decide where we want to spend the money.
I think we go to that meeting and,
On May 7th?
yeah.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll have a little bit, hopefully we'll learn something.
Mhm. I will be out of town that week, so I'm not gonna be able to make it, but if two of you guys wanna go to that, up to two of you, you'll have to
I'd
post
like to
it.
go.
Do
When
either
is
of
it?
you, May
I
7th.
would plan on going.
Katie, do you
Yeah,
want?
I'm probably
you
go too.
want to
You
go?
should post it. You should post it just in case that we may be there.
Sounds good.
That there may be a quorum present, but there won't be any sitting
I-
together or discussion. I guess, do we need to post it if it's not a township?
I'm
I
sure we
can't
do.
go.
It's not a
Oh,
township
yeah,
event.
that's-
I can't go, but if the three of you are going, I can post it.
Yeah, then you probably should post it
Okay.
if we think three of us will be there.
Alex, what can we do to get price on that additional section of C-48, the village part, including the culvert? Cause I really,
Including the culvert.
yeah, I mean, I'm really for that section, but
Yeah.
I really don't wanna, I would really love to figure out some way to.
Do it all at the same time. Have you guys ever gotten a quote for that, Jerry?
What's that?
The C-48 from the village line to Dollar General?
My quote was from,
Payne and Dolan?
Cooling Road.
Oh.
Cooling.
So White Street? White
the
Street to the
village.
village line? Okay. What was how much was that?
I think 3 1/4 seems like,
Just to overlay it?
no,
Okay.
it'll all the ground. That was with Reed Riley.
Okay.
That was only replacing 2 culverts
Okay. And how long ago was that?
last year.
Okay. How fresh that was. Okay. So you're looking at 600,000 to go from the county line to White Street?
But it doesn't really need to be gone beyond the DG, really.
Yeah, I think you could probably
From
say.
there, it's been updated.
Yeah, it's,
The other stuff's 100 years old. It's not
Very
even Class A.
No, but everything else is, so they just get to do it, right?
County says theirs is Class A, so you do it.
Mhm.
Not even our county's Class A. They
Oh, it's
never
not,
upgraded
oh, it
that
never got
road.
upgraded from the county line to
They
Ellsworth?
never upgraded it when Charlotteway did.
Gotcha, okay. And that does not include,
But it needs it.
yeah, did that include that culvert?
It
By Yaddos?
included the culvert by my house and the one between me and DG.
Okay, and
And
then,
didn't include the one at Tapawingo.
right, that would be before,
That
yeah,
needed engineering and
all that.
more than what they
But the
wanted
one
to.
by, between you and Yados, it was included in that
Yeah.
300?
Yeah.
Okay. That's less than I thought it would be. I
Well-
thought that would be a lot more.
could we ask the road commission to get it?
They will not give me a quote for anything in the village.
Ah.
So I'll have to call Payne and Dolan or,
Who won't give you a quote?
the road commission. They
Oh.
won't give me a quote for anything inside the
That's good.
village. Yeah.
You don't need to deal with them. They've never give us anything yet.
No. So anyway, yeah, you're looking at probably 500 anyway. If you took away that section from White Street to Dollar General or the ball fields, you might be able to save $100,000 on that. I don't know. I might be hopeful. So, but we're only halfway there with what we've got. So I don't, and I know that when I asked before, the village is starting in the hole this year, so, they're not gonna be able to help do that, unfortunately, so.
I would think we should something out of the county.
Well, we're going to that
It's a
meeting
county
also.
road.
It is, yeah.
C-48.
And
It's a
that's,
primary
and that's the
road.
dilemma, is that these roads that we wanna fix are county roads, we
The-
should not
the
be
big ones.
fixing them, we never used to have to do millages or road tax our people to fix county roads, and now we're in the situation where they won't fix them, and here we are. Do we tax our people and try to get it done, or do we, that's the, what changed?
What about
You know,
Ellsworth East Jordan
something
Road?
changed.
Funding, I think,
Yeah.
would be one of them
If
from
they-
the state, and the price of things have gone just astronomically high. Yeah, asphalt,
Spend it on
everything.
seasonal signs.
I'm sorry?
Spend it on seasonal signs.
Yeah.
What about Ellsworth East Jordan Road?
That's what one
That's
we're
what we're
talking
talking
about.
about. C-48 from,
No, I'm not Ellsworth East. I'm sorry, the other side towards Central Lake.
so you're talking about the,
Ellsworth Central.
Ellsworth
Okay.
Road?
Yeah, Ellsworth Road.
What about it? What part?
We don't have a price on that one yet.
$329,175.
that's their, this is
Yeah.
from the County Road Commission?
Yeah.
Yep, 329.
Have you guys driven that one lately?
Which one?
Put
The
out
one
to
on the
your
road to
place.
your house.
Oh, that one bad spot, you mean? By,
That's
Randall's.
just chip sealing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I avoid that spot all the time. Unless there's a car coming. This list was kind of interesting to me. We've got 15 townships in the county, and Banks Township makes up one fifth of all of the roads that need to be fixed.
Dirt part of Peoples Road needs a new culvert too. And then on Essex Road, by the flagpole, someone put road cones up, and I was driving around, we were on the side by side, and if you went down, Dennis Road and looked, the side of the road is caving in on Essex. And then if you go by where the cones are and you kind of peek into the ditch, you'll see where it's caving in there too.
They, they rented an excavator to go fix the corner, on 6 Mile Lake Road, out, right at the county line, by Richard's home. So right where it makes that hard 90, and they were gonna take that was on Friday, it was being delivered out there to fix that issue. And they were gonna take it directly from there to that Dennis Road
On
exit,
Essex Road?
yeah, corner to fix that problem, but they were aware of it and were,
Before it caves in.
yep. Called them as soon as I knew about it. So,
We watched a snapping turtle cross Peoples Road.
okay.
Yeah, where it's flooding.
I mean, every one of those roads is a main road, right? Everything they offer there.
Where's the Ellsworth Road on there?
It's the first one that's got banks
Oh,
on it, Banks
Ellsworth.
and Central Lake, and that's chip
Oh.
sealing.
And that's just for one spot.
Well, it's 6 miles of it.
Oh,
It's the whole thing, I think, is, so you'd be looking at half of that. Well, I don't know, maybe 2/3 of it for, I don't know how far it is from here to the.
that whole
township
road
line.
doesn't need that. I mean, they got a spot or two that needs fixing. They should just fix it, but
Yeah, chip sealing, from what I've been told in the past, is kind of you have a specific window to do chip sealing, and so, what is interesting to me about that is that Rex Beach, for sure, I thought Old Dixie as well, was put down with the same, advanced chip sealing technique with rubber from tires that they had used on Peoples Road at the same time, it was the same summer. It was only 2 or 3 years ago, and the fact that they think they need to chip seal it again. I mean, I called Bert that summer. I was like, your snow plows took it all off. I'm going right down. I can see it's all gone. It's all in the ditch. That obviously did not hold up very well, and which is evidenced by it being on their list 3 or 4 years later.
A lot of that wasn't even covered.
Yeah.
Remember when they did it, you can still see the center line, they tarred and chipped it, and it did a lot of good there.
Well, that's what happened the other.
And then
plow
what they
got
did
down
do,
there.
like you said, the county pushed it in the ditch for plowing.
Mhm. I agree with you, Marv. I've said this before. We should not have to cover this with our millage, but it's the only money that is probably gonna get spent on some of these roads. So it's to your point, what do you do?
Yeah, what do you
it's,
do?
Antrim County has $55 million worth of roads that need to be fixed.
That's what this chart says right here, 51 million.
So, if they take in 6 or 7 million,
Before last week.
they fix
Yeah,
one road a
before
year.
last week, yeah. Mhm.
That's why we're in the situation we're in.
Yeah.
You can't fix one road in Antrim County and expect to keep up.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
No, the numbers do not work.
The numbers that work is the state's got an $88 billion budget and they can't give it to the counties to fix roads.
Well, that's where we need to work. We need to work on our legislators.
They're supposed to be at that
And,
meeting
and the
in
governor.
May. Right. So, I know it seems like a David and Goliath thing, but could we get a price on that?
Yeah, I'll ask.
Okay,
For
thanks.
C48, yeah, I will. I will call both of them, I guess. At least we'll know.
We
Do
still
you
have,
know, I can ask Roth or somebody, but do you know anybody that would know the history of road repair in that state and how the things have changed? Just off the top of your head?
You're not gonna like the answer.
yeah,
Bert.
Bert.
that seems to have a pretty solid grasp on.
we can ask him.
I can
May
ask him.
7th.
You
Yeah,
bet.
you can
I'm gonna
definitely ask him. I'm sure I think that's part of the agenda, if I remember right.
Yes.
Part of it is the history of.
Yeah, history of public roads.
So, I'm sure they'll give you the.
Did you say your state representatives were gonna be at this meeting?
Yes, Borton and Roth, and they're invited John DeMoose, but I haven't heard if he's coming yet.
Okay. Otherwise, I'm not in love with patching Essex Road. It's an option, but we're gonna get it all, eventually get it all done after 10 years and start over. And then they'll say, well, it doesn't need to be done. It was done in 2026 or whatever.
It's really
But
bad down by
it's
by
awful.
31. But
Yeah.
by 31, it's really bad.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, anything else we want to ask about or quotes for?
Nope, I think this will be a good meeting.
Yeah.
Hope they're prepared to answer questions.
I'm disappointed I'm gonna be out of town that week, so. Okay. All right, then, moving on to the hall rental policy.
It's from the attorney. So you'll see where stuff has to be changed, if you want it removed, filled up, from the attorney. I got him to agree to the fee schedule, which is what you guys had before. Okay, so.
Okay. Let me find that. So I saw something on there. You check a box. You're not serving alcohol.
It's from the attorney.
Oh, I was gonna say.
It's from, this is from, as I said, this is from the attorney,
Gotcha.
so anything you guys don't want on here,
Gotcha.
it can be removed. This is the one he wanted us to use. Cause there's stuff on here that I didn't think had to be on here either, but it's all before you guys. It's actually highlighted on my computer. so
Oh, gotcha.
See how it
Okay,
looks like
yep.
that? Anything that I definitely had a question on, I highlighted, it's just,
Perfect.
so. This will be what people fill out and give us for every rental. It is, I have gone round and round and round and tried to figure out a way to let certain people, certain groups, meetings, use the hall for free. We cannot, okay? It says we are violating the Constitution if we let A, use it for free and we charge B. We cannot. What we can do is we can charge a cleaning fee and say, here's the cleaning list. If you're gonna rent the hall, clean the hall, and then if it doesn't need to be cleaned after, we return your cleaning fee.
But that's gotta be
That
to
doesn't make any
everybody.
sense.
That's
Yeah.
for during the week stuff. Cause I tried to get it for free during the week. If it's tag along Tuesday or if it's meetings, like can we not charge the church groups? Can we not charge this? Can we not charge that? The answer was no. I asked every which way, the answer was no. But he liked the fee schedule. I just had to take off which it's still on here, free usage with a 4-hour limit. He wants that removed.
Yeah, and what we had before was, this was through Brian Graham, where we had a like-kind donation. So if a group was providing a service to the community, they could use the hall in exchange for that. And so Michael said no, because then you have every single group under the sun. You have to, whatever. He did not like that, so he shut that down. But that's why we had that policy in place before. Is this gonna make it more complex?
Yes. Just by the fact you have to have multiple.
You don't,
groupings. I guess you don't have to.
we don't have to do this,
Mhm.
right? We just need to come to an agreement, preferably tonight,
Mhm.
on what we're going to charge people,
Yep.
right? So you could do a Monday through Thursday, one fee. We could. What I don't want to end up happening though is if we say it's, because typically Monday through Thursday is meeting groups or the church groups, the tag, stuff like that is Monday through Thursday. It's a different cleaning up after them than it is cleaning up after a birthday party or a shower or something like that. So I hate to say it, but I don't want to get into then all of a sudden everyone's having birthday parties during the week because it's a different rate than if you have the birthday party on the weekend. What Michael wants us to do is it's just a flat residents this rate, non-residents this rate, end of story.
Okay.
So the board just needs to make a decision. And then what are we charging?
Well, and I know the thing with the property owner resident, what would happen is someone would be like, oh yeah, I own property, I'll sign it for you. And so it was really, they would do it for their friends and family, and it kind of defeated, I guess, the purpose of
The two different
giving
places.
that abatement to people who pay taxes to maintain the hall. So
Right, which is
that got kind of tricky, and you don't want to confront someone about, well, where's the person that signed the lease? You don't want to get into that situation either.
So there's still this line on here, non-fee based group.
Mhm.
I thought you just said we can't do that.
no, we can't do it for free. He said he was okay with the way that this was all worded, which is just what I took from what was before. I just
Free
removed the
usage with a
prices.
4-hour limit.
Yeah, I can't have that on there either.
Okay.
I thought I deleted it. That's a no. Nothing free. Sorry to everybody.
Can we make the fee just nominal?
Well,
I tried for $1 during the week.
Well, just even $20, $25 just to cover, for a 2-hour limit during the week. For anyone that wanted to have a meeting here, anything
would
like
do-
that, that's really reasonable.
If we vote on a wage for a cleaner, I would like say the cleaner's $30. $30. You want the hall? It's $30 for this limit because then that at least pays her. We're good to go. But that's why can you do it where you can return the cleaning fee if they leave the hall clean?
Yeah, but it's also
Probably not.
all that they're using the lights, they're using the heat,
True.
the electricity, they're using the AC.
You still gotta clean the bathrooms.
Mm-hmm. And you'll probably clean it
leave
before
that
they
to
come
the-
and after.
You know,
You do have to clean before and after.
I was thinking more along the lines of something seasonal. Or for I'm thinking of the play that,
Right.
somebody talked about doing, like, okay, so it's X number of dollars, but it covers all the times that you need to utilize it to do your rehearsals and whatnot. Tag along Tuesdays, it's this much, but it covers all your Tuesdays to do that. I don't know, it's just spitballing something.
So right now, the way it is most meeting groups are free, almost all the meeting groups are free. Tag along Tuesdays got charged for heat. Residents are $100 for the lower level, $150 for non-residents. Upper level, $300 if for the whole hall was $300 if it was a graduation party, birthday party, something smaller. And I don't know what it is for non-resident for that. A wedding is $1,000 for a resident, $1,250 for a non-resident.
So did they say the resident, non-resident thing we have to get rid of?
No, we can
Oh,
do
we
that.
can
Do that.
Yeah, we can keep the resident, non-resident.
Maybe we should get rid of that, just to simplify it, and like you said, there's gonna be so many loopholes. There's too many people, just remove that temptation to have a resident sign the contract for you. And any way we can simplify this would be great.
I don't think we gave enough up in the non-residents to even make the difference in the price.
We have more residents than the majority of the
Because
people.
people that are non-residents have somebody that lives here and that's who's their rent.
Right,
They do it all the time.
yeah,
Okay.
that's why.
They know that they're renting it. They're responsible even though they're not there.
Okay, well,
We need a price.
Let's start with something.
And
I
we
think
don't have to do
relatively
this,
concrete.
we don't have to do the fee-based, non-fee-based, we don't have, that's,
What do we think the downstairs should be rented for to a fee-based group during the week? Have we got a number?
and that is, so that's at the top.
Birthday parties, whatever. This is, private events or for-profit events.
For a fee-based group during the week,
Mm-hmm.
I'd still say $100.
Does anyone have an issue with that?
I was looking at the cleaning services agreement and thinking all the things that someone's gonna have to do every time someone walks in the door, and nothing less than $100 will cover it.
Right, so that's what I was, does that $100 sound? So one thing Michael said as we're choosing prices that we have to take into account is the person to clean the hall, wear and tear on the building, maintenance. Can't really do like heating, cooling, stuff like that, cause, well, the residents already pay for that.
It's already,
And you don't want it too cheap during the week, because this
No.
is essentially a government building. And
Right,
so if
so
it's
it's-
interfering with the work of the government
Yeah.
officers, the village and the township, that creates kind of a
That's why I
little
said, I think 100,
conflict
yeah.
too.
I think
Yeah, plus we
$100 is
shouldn't
still-
compete too hard with a place like ours that's trying to sell a party
Yeah.
room too.
it's
For
not-
$100
It's not just you, there's other places around, yeah.
Right,
So is everyone good with the $100?
well, that might be low. Is it gonna be, does it cover?
Just the downstairs, that's what we charge
What
right
does
now.
it cost to clean, you think?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
we don't wanna just break even, probably.
it definitely, $100 more than covers it. Unless they're super messy.
And that's what the deposit's for.
Deposit?
Yeah,
The only people who give a deposit's for a wedding.
well,
Weddings,
I
right?
don't think that's right. You trash the
Or
place.
alcohol, there was something extra with alcohol too, right?
I don't know, that's why I had
Yeah.
someone call today and ask if you could have alcohol at weddings. I didn't return the phone call, cause I don't know, I've never,
You keep it clean, get it for the $100, Monday through Thursday. I'm good with $100.
okay,
During the
so
week.
are we doing a deposit no matter what? That people have to do a deposit no
I
matter
think
what?
so, yeah.
Okay, so let's start there. What do you want the deposit to be?
Well, I was gonna say commensurate about with what the rental fee was, but
So 100
maybe
deposit,
it doesn't
100
matter.
rental.
Yeah, it should be the same.
Okay.
That's the
For
simplest.
the downstairs,
You're,
yeah.
you're right, it's definitely simpler.
Okay, so 100 deposit, no matter what, 100 for the downstairs, 100 rental. Got it.
Okay.
So they have to pay the full fee before the event?
We're supposed to.
Plus the deposit?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you get to chase them around.
I did that this week.
No,
Okay.
that's good.
All right. How about on the weekend?
I still, $100 for down here I think is fine. Am I,
On the weekend,
yeah,
200.
cause we're not doing resident, non-resident anymore?
Just
Right.
200, yep.
Any other thoughts?
Because if they rent this room down here, we can't rent the upstairs, so that's
True.
$1,000, so.
Would it be a $100
Point.
deposit or a $200 deposit?
It would be, are we saying the deposit's gonna be equal to what the rental is, so they gotta give you $400?
Mhm.
Well, that might get real pricey when you get
I
on
would
the
say
upstairs,
100.
but
Upstairs, 500 maybe.
The upstairs is 500 right now for a deposit.
I don't think the deposit necessarily needs to be more unless you think it's gonna be a rockier,
No.
more raucous event, on the weekend, which I guess it could be.
Well, they could do a lot of damage with $500, you can damage some railing or.
Well, isn't that why we're charging more on the weekend? Because it's
Mhm.
more
But this is-
likely to be a raucous event?
Lower level. I
Yeah.
think the $100 deposit for the lower level is fine.
You thought is stay at $100 deposit
For the lower level,
for the lower level
yes.
throughout the week.
So if somebody wants to have a birthday party down here, it's gonna be $200.
For a
Never run.
deposit.
Deposit.
Well, no,
deposit.
the
Well,
rate,
I mean,
you said,
200, you have 100 and 100, if that's what you're gonna make it. $100 deposit, $100 rental, you'll never run it.
I've been told that.
And you create yourself a whole lot of work
With the deposits?
asking for deposit. The weddings, I can see that, because they're the ones that are gonna trash the place. But
The
we all
birthday
had
parties
a problem
are pretty
before is
clean.
you charge the same amount for a $1,000 to rent it for a wedding, but you charge $300 for a graduation, have twice as many people. For less money. So people will come in and say, we're just gonna have a graduation party and get married.
well, okay, so,
I'm just telling you from experience.
yeah, no, I know you are, Jerry, yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, I don't see any reason to change the rate based on what the event is.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason would be is because one's like a for-profit private thing versus
Yeah.
a community event, community, public. That would be the only reason I would see to make a difference.
You're talking the fee, non-fee based thing?
No, I think you're talking about the difference between weekend and weekday, no?
No, I was talking about a graduation party versus a wedding.
I don't
Why
think
is there a difference?
I don't think there is, nothing on here says it would be different.
I was just trying to figure out a way to, between the meetings
Uh-huh.
and the small groups that wanna meet here, how to make it more affordable for them and not charging them $100 to use the space to host a gathering, like a women's group or, we're.
Committee meeting,
Right,
Pig roast committee, meeting
Mhm.
here.
so that's where,
ACNA.
yeah, where we can't say you can rent it for $1. I tried that. He said no. So, cause we gotta charge everybody something. So can we say, okay, we're gonna rent it to you for $30. That's your deposit. And if you leave the hall clean, I'm gonna give you your $30 back. Or we make a little note that you paid $30 and
I don't think that's gonna work.
Is that kitchen included in the hall rental down here?
yes,
There's a significant risk factor. I understand wanting to make it nice and easy for community members, but there's a risk element involved that, when you let people in, especially if they're gonna use the kitchen, there's that. It's not just sweeping the floor and emptying the trash.
Mhm.
If you took
$200
that
seems
under
heavy for the
consideration, you would
families that
never
do
pay.
They won't be
Christmas
able.
parties.
Right, Jerry's right. I talked to Jan about that. When Jan and I sat down right before she was done, and she went through with me on what she charged people and why she did it, and that was part of it. He's right. She said people who live here cannot afford the higher prices. And she's right. So, okay. If I'm doing massage and you live in Ellsworth and I'm gonna charge you for a massage, I would charge you $65. If you live in Petoskey, it's $120. But this is Ellsworth, and I know what people can afford and not afford, right? And it's the same thing with the hall rental. So then I get that, then you have people coming in and saying, well, my family lives here, and you had said before it was cheaper, but you guys upped it because then people were trashing it. So
We were like the Dollar General, the Temu of rentals. We were getting like raucous parties and getting a couple $100 wouldn't even cover the cleaning costs.
So what seems to have happened, which worked, was online it says one price, but then if people are paying a different price and the hall is being taken care of. People are leaving it clean. So maybe we have no prices listed online and we have it as a hall rental and people come in and talk and
I don't think you can do that.
No,
That
that's
is
asking.
not-
That's
no,
asking
no,
for
no, no,
trouble.
no, 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 I'm not saying we make, you misunderstood that, like, oh, well, depending on who calls, you get a certain price. I'm not saying that. I'm saying take the price just off the website and people call and ask who it is, how much it is. Because the people who are going to trash it aren't going to take the time to make that phone call. The people who want to rent it for their wedding will take the time to make the phone call because the pictures look so nice. That's what I mean by that. We still have our set price that we agree to.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there, but yeah, everybody's needs to be pay the same fee. Based on whatever our policy is.
So can we have a committee, a couple people come up with suggestions instead of spending all night hashing this out? I mean, we're all sensible. You just got to think through and Julia's done a lot of that. Think through all the ramifications and all the legalities and put a suggestion together.
Well,
I think one way we can weed out bad renters is to have an exorbitant deposit. If a deposit is $500,000, I think your odds of getting the place back the way you originally gave it to them are greater. But again, we want community engagement and involvement. This is the people's hall.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it belongs to the people, belongs to the taxpayers, the property owners. And we want to find a way that it can be utilized for everybody.
And so $100 is exorbitant for a women's group or a committee meeting, or
It is.
it's too much.
Do you remember in the email, because you had asked that too, can we do a different price Monday through Thursday?
mhm.
It just can't be $1.
What do you
And
do
it can
with
be
the
really
people that
cheap.
rent? Or what do you do with people that don't rent and store everything here?
Yeah, don't,
That can be dealt with as well.
yeah,
Good luck.
yeah.
Well, we got the keys and there's a dumpster right there.
Right.
Most of it should go in a dumpster.
Yeah, there are ways to handle stuff.
We have a nice barn at
Yeah,
the
we do.
cemetery
We have
in
a nice-
Atwood. I'm going to put my office out there, and anybody who needs to store stuff can follow me out there. It'll be a nice, quiet place there
There
in
you
an
go.
office
It will
at
be
the
nice and
Atwood
quiet.
Cemetery.
Be nice and cold too. You know,
I'll
you
be
will be wearing that winter
just
coat.
fine. I'll be fine. Got plenty of storage out there.
Okay. Well, I mean, you need what to
I need
charge
to know
people,
She needs
so-
some direction.
Yes,
Summer's
because,
coming.
because as of right now, what I'm doing, I'll be honest, I got the prices from Jan. So if someone's calling to rent the hall, I'm doing the exact same thing Jan did.
That's consistency. That's fine.
Yes,
but
it's just until you guys
um,
tell me something, and we need, per
And we
the
can
attorney,
change them.
we need the hall rental agreement. He said people have to fill this out when they rent it. They
I
have
would
to get
argue
something
let's
listed.
move through this.
Yeah.
Spend like 10 more minutes.
Yeah, and we can,
Okay,
we can
I'm with you,
amend it
Marv.
this
I
summer, we
really
can
am,
amend it
but
this
10
fall, we
minutes,
can
let's get
revisit
some
it,
numbers.
it's not
If we
set
don't
in
like 'em,
stone.
we can
We can find
we
it
can
that,
pass a new
tweak
policy
it,
next
we'll
month.
tweak it,
Yeah.
we can, anything
We
can
did
be
for
changed, so are
cemeteries,
we,
we
are,
changed it.
Yeah,
are
exactly.
we good with $100 for the,
Fee-based group.
fee-based
During
group
the
Monday
week.
through Thursday?
Yes.
What's the difference between a fee and a non-fee based group?
The
It's-
fee-based group is a party. It's a birthday party, graduation.
It's just you, your family, whatever. Or
Private,
you wanna come in
private,
here and
private
sell
event,
stuff
yes.
to
And,
people.
and
or-
the non-fee base is what?
Like a women's group meeting.
Okay.
It's just them meeting. They're not. It's
So
a private.
I'm okay.
Service, like a
Yeah,
service
And
oriented.
and you can
But
can
see,
go
we
to
let-
it. Again, it's a women's group, so you could
I expect to
possibly
see Marv down here.
show up at
So-
it.
In Northern Lakes Women's Club.
So to make it a little more,
One is open to the public, one is not.
can we just call it like a service group?
Yeah. You
You
Fee-
say
not
private,
the
public,
fee-based,
public,
not-
yeah.
It's a service.
And then
Private,
private
like
parties.
Yeah, you can do public and private.
Private
Elderly,
parties.
Those are service
Yeah.
based.
I think that's
Yes.
definitely the way we can think of it. I'm guessing the attorneys put it in there.
Yeah, just
in
keep
those
their
words first.
definitions, we just
But-
gotta
but
know
that's-
them.
Yeah, non-fee, public, fee-based, private.
Yeah.
I think that's how, I mean, that's pretty much breaks down the thing. Okay, so how about on the weekends?
I still say $100.
$100?
Yeah.
Anybody have a problem with that?
This is fee-based now.
Fee-based,
Yes,
$100
still
bucks.
fee-based.
On the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
According to the thing, everybody's local who runs it.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with skipping.
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
local
we're not gonna
versus
make a
like
Yeah.
that's-
distinction between
If you
residents.
wanted to do, you could do 125 if you want to meet it in the middle. For the and if you wanted to go up a little on the weekend, but it's the same space, the same.
But
Yeah,
it's a different use, it's a lot more.
No, it's not. It's
You have-
fee-based, the private
Well, he's
parties.
talking about the volume of the party or
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
the activity has the potential to be much different.
You don't have committee meetings or women's
That's a-
group
that's a
on
private
a
group.
weekend.
Right. We're not talking. We're doing the public, private parties is what we're doing right now, not public events.
I thought we were doing the week.
Weekend private
Parties.
parties.
Fee-based groups.
Okay.
Well, the supply and
We're
demand
down
too.
here.
You're gonna-
We're down here, right?
Yes.
Demand
We're
is
all right
higher
there.
on
Weekends, so
weekends,
you
yeah.
can get away with charging.
So if you wanted to do 125 on the weekend for the downstairs for a private event, we could do, because right now it's 100 and 150. So if we're eliminating the differences between the two and we're just doing one price, then do 125.
Okay. Do 125.
You go with
Put it
125.
down.
125, 7 days a week?
125 Monday or 125 Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 100 Monday through Thursday.
Okay.
Does that sound okay?
Yep.
Or we just do 125 Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week.
Yeah, either make it all the same or make it
Okay, I
100
think
I think it's
and
gonna be easier
150.
for
Alright.
you.
125 all week downstairs.
Private event, 125, Monday
it.
through
Oh.
Sunday, down here,
Yes.
125,
7 days a week.
got it,
Baby shower,
No
training
matter what.
seminar.
whatever, okay. Got it, all right.
Okay, so if it's a private event, only Monday through Friday, we could say, because it's private and we make more off of the public events for down here.
We make more off public?
Yeah.
Would-
Public is the parties.
Private's,
private- oh
private's
my
the
gosh.
parties, yeah, okay. I'm with you.
Okay.
Okay,
I think we
okay.
got- I think we
All
got
right.
fee-based for the
Okay.
basement done.
Yeah.
Unless
Regroup.
anybody's got a problem with it. How about upstairs?
No, we're still downstairs on the.
We're still
No, we'll come back to that.
downstairs.
We'll come back to that. Let's get the, what you're gonna rent it to for a private party, cause that's the most,
Ups-
that's the demand
Okay.
we have right now.
Okay, so upstairs,
Upstairs always has to be both, right? Because
it has
there's a
to be both.
bathroom.
It's the whole building. You don't have a choice.
Yeah.
So-
1,500, I think was in our policy last time.
1,000.
It's 1,000.
1,012. We had for resident, non-resident, we had 1,000.
But no one can, they can't pay the 1,000.
We don't ever run it there for that?
800.
Only if it's for a wedding, it was rented for 1,000.
What does it cost to heat and cool that for 24 hours? Because you gotta, I mean, you
The
gotta
heat
do it the
bill-
night before. It's gonna be on it's gonna be on at least the whole day. And if it's a wedding, they might come in, Sunday morning to clean up. You've got AC and heat on for, well, at least. right? At least 24 hours. You got to turn the AC on beforehand, right? Would you say, Dave? Would you say you got to turn the heat on beforehand?
Yeah, usually it's
And the-
turned on before.
So 24 hours.
The cooling
The heat,
is one thing, it's the heat.
it's so like tag
You
along.
get it cooled down in a couple hours or whatever.
Well,
It's
'cause
just the
heat
heat in
rises.
the wintertime,
It all goes,
it just
and
We-
it goes out.
takes forever to
For
rise.
tag along Tuesday, if they're gonna be here at 3, we turn the heat on at noon.
Mm-hmm.
But a wedding is Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Mm-hmm. So 24 hours of running the heat. If it's an October wedding, if you need the heat.
Which no one else rents you wedding facilities for the whole weekend.
No, it's unheard of.
Well, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday's an extra fee. According to our website. Unless we're including that in with you get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no matter what.
Well, it
Is
doesn't
that-
matter.
If it's a
This-
wedding, that makes
this
sense.
sta-
That would make
this
it much
page
more
says per
attractive
day,
to say
so it
you
doesn't
get it
matter how
from
many days.
you get it from 5 o'clock Friday until noon on Sunday for one price. So you have it for rehearsal dinner, you have it for setup. You can sleep in Sunday morning and hurry and cook. Get it clean.
Not according to this paper we're looking at. It's per day.
Mm-hmm.
So we are doing this per day.
Which paper?
The rental fee
Oh, the
schedule.
fee schedule? So
Yeah, we can change the paper.
We'll just do it per day because that's.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that makes it
per day
easier.
makes
Yeah.
sense. Then, yeah, otherwise if you just say it's for the weekend, everybody's gonna just stretch it out sometimes unnecessarily.
I mean, when I bartended at the castle for weddings, they cleaned them up that night. I mean, it was, nobody's coming back the next day. It was the family stayed there, cleaned it up, and it was done.
Right.
So, I mean,
a
So
lot of,
so
a lot
then
of
if
wedding venues are actually like that. I've
Yeah,
been to quite a few where in the wedding party, wedding's over at 10, everyone start picking up, stacking up chairs,
yeah.
and you clean up.
so then are we? If we were talking about more days, let's start with a number 500 a day. How's that?
For upstairs.
Yeah.
It'd be the whole building.
Monday through Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is it,
Nobody's gonna rent the upstairs for a committee meeting or a women's group or whatever.
Mhm.
So just make it 500 all week per day.
Your $1,000 wedding just went to 500. You just lost 500.
But the only people paying 1,000 was a wedding, and we can't do that.
But
That's the problem.
Oh, you can't differentiate between weddings and other events?
Mm-mm.
No.
An event is an event. I don't want to say too much.
So 500? 500 or
But he's saying a day, 500 a day. So that
Mhm.
same $1,000 wedding,
You
if
do.
you want the
and
hall,
that's all who's gonna rent it upstairs.
Yeah.
right? And if you want it though, so it's 500 for Saturday. So if your wedding's Saturday, well, if you want to come in on Friday and set up, it's 500 a day. So there's your $1,000.
Mhm.
If we do 500 a day,
I think even when you rent downstairs for 125, you've taken the whole hall anyway.
you have.
Because we don't have bathrooms up there, you have to use this as the bathroom in the kitchen, so you basically rent the whole hall out for 125 or 500.
And we have no way from stopping them from going up there.
That's right.
your cleaning fee theoretically is a lot less for down here. That's what I'm thinking. You're gonna have 4 or 5 hours to clean upstairs
Oh,
too.
that's right.
Yeah, it took her, the first time she,
Easy egress on both doors.
it's like an hour. Done. I don't know what it's gonna be for up there. Up there will take.
Well, should we
Just
do a
put-
summer of
Just
500?
put 500 per day and come, if you think about it during the month, come back with another idea, we can change it.
And when is it effective and who's on the books and who's getting a
Who's
refund?
ever already, right, who's ever already paid, I'm not,
Let me ask you this.
oh, but then we have the weddings that,
They're gonna want a
This is not
refund.
gonna- You're not gonna like this. at
unless
all.
they want it, if they're only doing it for 1 day.
But what is the goal of renting what is the purpose of renting the hall out? Is it to make money? And recoup some of the costs that it costs to run this building? Or is it to allow people to,
Use the hall that they
utilize
pay
the
for.
hall so that they can celebrate
Use the
their
hall.
thing? Then what if you just said, okay, everybody's gonna pay a $500 deposit across the board. If it's clean when you leave, We don't have to clean, and whatever it takes to clean, that's coming out of your, and fix. Clean and repair is coming out of your deposit. You get everything else back.
What about the heat and electric and everything? So should we be subsidizing that? Because I think
the heat-
Probably not.
having a rent
Yeah.
is that little, that
Right.
covers, you know, downstairs $125. It's gonna cover the lights for a couple
Yeah.
hours. It's gonna cover
Yep.
the, you
Some
know,
power,
whatever,
some- yeah,
the
heat,
water
yeah,
bill.
that's- and
We don't pay a
propane,
water
We don't
bill.
pay a water
natural
bill.
gas.
You don't
If
pay a water
if we
bill.
do have a water bill, we haven't paid it.
We do not have a water bill.
So it's two, it's to cover it's to defray the cost of the people who are actually the individuals getting the use from it at the time. But it's
Mhm.
also making it accessible and letting this is a community, again, the community hall, letting people use it.
Mhm.
So it's twofold. If it's to make money, the joke's on us because we're not making money.
Yeah, I mean, for that, you probably rent the whole thing every day for $100 plus the, like I said, a big cleaning.
Per hour,
Deposit.
$100 per hour. Yeah, I mean, we're not making money on it, that's for sure. It's just to defray the cost of what it's
Yeah.
gonna cost for, you know,
I'm
cleaning,
just trying to think of,
maintenance, some of
yeah.
the utilities.
Or if you come up with an hourly rate.
Yeah, will we allowed to do an hourly rate or no?
As long as it's the same across the board.
Mhm.
And we don't differentiate between, you're my friend,
that-
you're not my friend.
That would incentivize people who want to do maybe a wedding or whatever to get in, get out, for sure.
I was thinking the $500 per day. If you charge $500 per day with a $500 deposit and I was doing a wedding, I would just see to it that I had a setup crew and a cleanup crew and I could slam that wedding and be out of here in a day.
Yeah.
And
And
I would
most people
still
would,
think
I
that
think.
that was reasonable.
Oh, yeah, it's extremely reasonable.
For a wedding,
Yeah, I don't think we should make it free.
but we can't.
Then we're gonna be overrun with
I
utilization. It's gonna be hard on the building and we're gonna be
That's a
going
fair
backwards.
point. It will be more
Yeah.
utilization and harder on things. Yep, I agree with that.
Whatever it is it needs to cover the cost, whatever we're doing of the cleaning fee. Residents already pay the bills for the building, right? They already pay for that. That's coming out of their taxes.
Yeah, but they're not paying
Regard-
extra bills for
Yeah, but
having
they're-
extra activities here. I mean, they're not supposed to.
Yeah, so their activity is putting an additional burden on the building and the
Not-
administration. And it's just,
Just the upstairs, not much.
I think $100 an hour sounds good.
like,
Well, you're way over $500 for a wedding.
Well, that's okay. We were 1,000 for,
But no one pays 1,000. Very few, I can pull it up, very few people paid the $1,000. We're gonna go back to people who live in and around this area, that's a very high price tag to pay for something.
Like I said, put it at $500 a day, and if you think different, come back next month and we'll readjust.
Yeah, I agree with you, Marv. I think that's a good place for us to start right now, I guess.
okay.
That's 3. Any opinion? You too? For the next month, so you have something
I'm
to go
fine with
on.
it.
We can.
Yep, I
hash this
need
out
to
some
start,
more.
yeah, I need to start somewhere. But then I'm gonna go back to what Katie said, and do I have to call the 2 people that have a wedding
No.
booked in
No.
May?
No,
No.
That
no,
deal's
this
already been
is,
done. That
you
deal's
don't
been
break
done.
promises. You, if somebody's booked, it's booked.
Whatever you agreed on with them is fine.
Yep.
It's done. It was,
Unless you didn't have a deal yet, then they go in at this.
I'm going by what was written down on a piece of paper.
then it's done,
So I'm just gonna go with it then.
Yep.
Okay,
unless it's less, then I think you give them the better deal.
the 500?
Yeah.
No, cause they're gonna come in on Friday. They have it Friday and it'll be
Okay.
about the same.
Okay.
Not gonna be less.
Is that it?
No,
I think we're
Uh,
halfway there.
7 days a week,
Good try.
$500 a day. For the upstairs.
so for the downstairs for private events, what are we doing?
We already had
We
that.
already did that.
125.
No, that was
Private,
public.
No.
It was private, so downstairs, should
terminology.
we just start with like
I feel like we should end
downstairs,
the meeting now.
downstairs first?
No. We're gonna get through this. We're close.
Should we start with just downstairs, what we've
Downstairs.
established, and just be like crystal clear and rock solid on the
I just
downstairs?
keep flipping private and public. I don't know why.
It's non-fee and fee confused me, so I changed it to private
know.
and public.
Okay, public events downstairs. What are we going to do?
125 a day. We already decided that.
No, that was for private.
Private
See-
events are 125.
now you're
Now we're
flip-
talking about community events,
yes.
like public.
Public.
They did the
Tag along Tuesday.
tag
Community
along
service
Tuesdays,
groups.
yeah, the women's club does their breakfast with Santa.
What do you think
They-
is, I mean, we gotta make that very accessible.
Yes.
No money to be made. It's
It's
25
got
bucks.
down here.
$25.
Is that,
That's what I'm
would
thinking.
that
I was
work
thinking
for the-
30.
Yeah, who's
Another
gonna do
couple
it?
more
Who's gonna
hours.
do a big public event for 8 hours? They're all volunteers. I
Right.
mean, they're gonna
Well,
come
I
in
hope-
for
I
2
hope
hours.
You're right.
They're gonna come in for
Well,
2 hours.
What is this down? That suggestion? Free usage with a 2-hour limit.
That
They
was.
wouldn't let us do
I'm not
that.
allowed to do that. I just
Oh.
forgot to take it off.
Oh,
The attorney shot me down.
oh.
So public groups, $25 a day, Monday through Sunday.
Monday through Thursday. Public. Well.
Monday through Sunday,
Okay.
Monday through Sunday,
Okay.
$25.
$25.
Okay.
Done.
What about for the upstairs or the whole building?
The whole building.
Does anybody ever do that in a non-fee base?
The only.
Yes.
Well,
Oh, maybe.
Those
'Cause you had-
bazaars.
well, and you had Ebenezer used to use it for.
The concert for
Ebenezer used to use it for the.
And see, we did like
Yeah,
a
their
like kind
share
thing with
sale
them, but we
or
can't.
Yeah, their auction.
We can't.
Mhm.
And the school wants to use it to put a play on.
$25. Why change it?
The heat costs are higher,
Heat
obviously, in the
costs.
wintertime. That's
Yeah.
about it. And
So
That's
you can.
You can do
we're not
seasonal.
gonna notice the 20 bucks difference in the cost. 20, 25. But I think it should be Monday through Friday for those kind of, because we don't wanna take away a weekend opportunity to rent this for 125.
That's what I thought for the ones downstairs too. If we do, because
But looking at historically what we've had on weekends, we'll have like breakfast with Santa. We do they
Yeah.
like the I think Bell Tower Youth Group or something
there's a
did like
there's a pig roast
a
breakfast
breakfast. So those historically those downstairs things they're
are all
have
Saturday morning.
that the public events do occur on weekends.
She's
Okay.
right.
Okay, good,
I forgot about that. She's right.
good deal. Keep it the same then, 7 days.
7 days,
And then-
25.
And upstairs is the same, there was a craft show that happened here. That's a public event. You have the village in the square, which
Concerts.
concerts, if you needed it for some reason, like if it got rained out.
I can go with
I think
that.
was
25 a
supposed to get
day.
discussed tonight,
upstairs as well.
Yeah.
whether or not that agreement still stands.
Didn't Lynn come in and say
We
something
haven't
about that?
needed it yet.
Yeah, Lynn came in and said something, and if you guys, I said if you guys had already agreed on that as a board, then it still stands.
Yeah,
It doesn't go away.
She just
I mean,
said you guys were gonna talk about it.
You're the
Thank you
DDA,
for reminding me.
right? That's
Yeah.
like a
I did
mention
governmental
it to you.
entity
Yeah.
within the
Yeah.
village. It's a
Totally.
governmental.
Oh.
But it's an event. So like if it rains during concert in the square, we had an agreement that we could then move the concert in here. Does that still stand? Is what?
Yeah.
I-
I mean, would you let the township do anything in the park up there? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I said though, is when Lynn asked.
Yeah, and again, the DDA is a governmental entity. It's funded by tax dollars. It's like we wouldn't charge the Antrim Conservation District to
No.
come here and give a seminar on the woolly adulgids or whatever. So I look at the DDA as the same as a extension of
government
the
uses
government.
is free.
Yeah, so I have no
Don't use
issues
the
with
word
them.
free.
Explain that one to Michael.
I know, don't use the word free. Just don't use the word free. Please don't use the word free.
Pro bono. Can I use it in another language?
We just,
Gratis.
Just don't tell Michael what we're
Right.
doing.
we
Move
didn't even
on.
know they were here.
All right, so 120 or 25 bucks upstairs for
Yep.
non-fee.
Non-fee. Yep.
Okay, and what do we want for a deposit upstairs? The $100 downstairs.
500.
I think that's probably wise.
Right? Public is downstairs is 25. Private is
Somebody's
125.
gonna have a party up
7
there. They
days.
can afford a $500 deposit.
I
to get it back.
agree. If you can't afford that, maybe Mark's Barn's available.
There you go.
Not yet, almost.
What was that?
I would say you have the ability, almost have the ability to accept credit cards.
Yes.
everyone has a credit card, we all pay deposits, hold credit cards, that would save you
The headache.
that.
Mhm.
My mom, I'm just going again from
Mhm.
experience,
Mhm.
here's your check back, here's your check back.
Uh-huh.
Ching
Yeah.
ching.
Yeah,
where's
and
the
we should make
charges?
it be paid by credit card, so we don't have to deal with checks and.
Working on it.
We're
We have a
getting there.
financial
working on it.
policy to,
That's different.
Yeah.
Are we done now?
So what is
Alright,
it?
So what's upstairs? How do we land?
Well, when we're done with the fees.
Yeah,
$500 deposit upstairs, $25 for a public event,
Upstairs is 25.
for a
Yeah.
public event, $500 a day for private. Right?
yes,
Okay. Are we doing a deposit for downstairs or no?
yeah, $100
Yeah,
bucks.
100
Okay.
bucks.
Okay.
Alright, I need a motion to approve these
So move.
fees, I think, and anything else on this.
Okay.
What's this, please clarify, what is the deal with that last item about alcohol?
Well, that's a good
It's a,
question. Do
so
we-
Jan texted. I got an answer. That can come off. She said that she was always told, which I can check with, Greg to make sure, that the alcohol, there's something in our insurance policy that allows it, and
So we've not had a ban on
customer
alcohol.
just needs an extra rider, huh?
We've not had a ban on alcohol in the
No.
building.
No.
But the customer has to have a rider on what? Finish that sentence.
That was the sentence. You mean, Donna always told me that Township had insurance for alcohol. Customer needed no extra rider for them.
They don't need an extra rider.
No.
Okay.
So if you want me to verify with Greg that yes, that's the case, then we're fine. It's
Are we
highlighted as a
removed?
question.
Yeah, right, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Is there anything else you want removed from?
Are we taking the alcohol line out of there?
Yes.
Okay, so alcohol will be allowed in the town hall.
I mean, it's a lot of meetings.
Well,
Asking for a friend.
yeah,
You don't need to advertise it.
I'm not advertising it, I'm just saying, sorry. I didn't say that.
Okay, is there anything that anyone else wants out of the contract? The rental agreement, sorry.
No,
Do you want it that they have to send the deposit within so many days of renting the hall and submitting their agreement?
They have to send the deposit before they get approved for rental. That's simple.
yeah,
It
absolutely.
should accompany the.
They don't
rental,
have a
yeah.
reservation without the deposit being paid.
And then the hours of use, all events and music must end by 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and 10:30 p.m. on weekdays. I don't remember what it was before, do you?
The payment,
Sounds
yeah.
like 10 or 11.
So are you guys good with that? 10:30 during the week?
So, hold on.
I have no idea.
Stand one thing at a time, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please send a security deposit of whatever, based on the two top
Yep.
and bottom, with rental agreement.
Okay.
Okay, order date will not be reserved.
Okay.
In addition to the security deposit as established by the board, payment must be paid in full no later than how many days prior? What, 2 weeks?
It has to be paid before you get on the calendar.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
The whole fee?
Yeah,
Okay. Sounds good to me.
absolutely.
I got no problem with that.
If they don't want to rent it, they don't have to
So it might
pay. If
just
they
be
want to rent
no
it, they
later
pay
than
it.
no later than blank days prior to your
Just-
date.
Must accompany reservation. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just change that to say.
If you change your mind, we'll refund you. We've done that a lot.
Right.
Well, do we have a refund policy in here?
Cancellation policy, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should you decide to cancel your reservation, the amount received is refundable upon written request. I don't know what to written.
But the written request might be good for
Probably
records.
good.
True.
actually.
Where's that?
Leaves a paper trail.
Oh.
Number
Right here.
15.
Yeah,
Okay.
15.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
And will,
If they don't,
they will be issued, you put something there like they will be issued after the next, at.
Next
the
board
next
meeting?
board meeting.
How about
but
payments
does
are
it
issued?
matter if they cancel 10 days before or 1 day before to anybody?
Well, it would allow
No,
you to open it,
no.
make it available to somebody else.
Oh,
If you,
I don't
if
think
you
that
wait till
matters.
the
No.
Friday before and then you can't rent it out again.
that's true.
We
That was where
we
we're
had a
not in
rental
it.
on Saturday, and she called Friday and canceled because her and her son both got hand, foot, mouth.
No.
I thought that was a viable reason to reschedule her event. Things happen.
So I realize there's a risk. You could have maybe rented it again, but I would say if they cancel before the event, you give them their money back. They didn't use it.
And you don't have any cleaning or
Right.
cleaning expenses involved.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing is you might have lost another rental.
Which I think we've established are not in the revenue generating game
Right.
or money making game. So,
It's not going to happen very often.
And that gets
Alright,
rid of
Lee,
that
do
whole
you see any other
township board
changes?
thing, right?
Do you guys have any other changes in there?
yeah, it would just be to the township itself, which would be our appointee or our.
Okay.
What's your question?
Are there any other things you want removed or changed?
Oh, you asked about the hours of use.
Yep.
I think that's reasonable. I think the hours are reasonable.
Okay.
It
Um,
doesn't,
What date will this take place? Do we know?
Oh, you're very.
it doesn't include Sunday
Yeah,
in those
Sunday
hours.
isn't in
So
your
I don't-
hours.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Just make it the same time every day. 11 o'clock.
Hmm.
Make it easy.
I agree
That
with
would be
that.
easier.
Make
Yeah.
it
Okay.
simpler. Make it 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
7
every
days.
day, 7 days a week.
Are people allowed to hang,
They're fun no matter what.
no, someone called today and asked, like tool or gauzy
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
from the
They-
ceiling.
upstairs they have. They've done really cool stuff with curtains and whatever.
Yes,
but-
As
that's-
long as it's cleaned up and it's not
Okay.
broken.
And
that's
she
the
said that-
Screwed
problem.
anything in the walls,
Yeah.
don't screw anything
And that's what she
in.
said, they wouldn't do anything that was
Decorations,
permanent.
Yeah, freestanding. Okay.
Are fog machines an issue? Cause it says
Um,
fog machines are,
No. We did have a thing about no helium balloons for a
That's-
while, didn't we?
yeah, so that says that on here.
Nobody rents fog machines, do
Can
they?
I take that off here?
A fog machine was not doing any damage.
Yeah, this one, can I take this off? Now, I don't like
What's it-
glitter personally, but I mean, people like us do like glitter, so do we want glitter on here or no glitter?
No.
Yeah, it seems like a
What's
disaster.
wrong with
all those-
glitter?
Sorry if I spoke out of turn.
Yeah.
It's gonna be here.
It never goes away.
It's gonna be here.
I'm the mean mom. You will not find one lack of glitter
Well,
in
no,
my
I don't
house. I'll
glitter in
dump
my
it all
house
out.
either, but
I cleaned
So we're getting rid of helium balloons and fog machines.
Who's gonna go bring those helium balloons down?
Helium balloons were always on here though.
Send Wally with BB gun.
That's what I'm saying. That's fine. I don't want to get rid of helium balloons.
So we'll just do flames and helium balloons.
and glitter.
And glitter.
No glitter.
Okay.
I,
No glitter.
we're gonna be cleaning that forever.
Glitter's like
with that.
slime. Okay, anything
Okay, so we
else?
took fog machines out.
Oh,
I think
hey,
that
smoking.
covers that. I mean,
The smoking thing over there is broke.
What?
The thing
the
that,
cigarette.
yeah, the
If
thing
people still smoke, yeah, the ashtray.
yeah, it's broke.
Okay.
Someone shoved a rock in it, and then I guess someone else tried to clean it, like at an event.
Mhm.
Okay, so the bottom of it's broke. I got the rock out, but the base of it's broke. So I'm gonna look into a price for something because it's gonna fall over. That was gross.
So it doesn't blow away.
Yeah, the
Like
rock.
20 years old.
No, it's a little rock. Someone
How long?
plugged
How
the
old?
cigarette
Like 20 years old.
I think I've
Yeah,
got
they
a
are
cement
old.
one at home. It's round like this, stands about yay high. Is that all you need?
for cigarettes.
Yeah. I'll look.
Just random stuff. You know, sometimes
Margot's auction sales.
he's been begging for years to find a. Like I knew I had this for a reason.
I think I still got it.
I
Okay.
think the rest of it. I'm
Not gonna need
You
to
good with? And then,
No, thank you.
okay, so then we have the hall, the
Hold on,
cleaning.
hold on. I need a motion to approve this thing as we amended it.
I'll make the motion.
Julie moves.
Support.
Barb supports. Any further discussion?
Yeah, what are do we have the dates of when all this takes effect? Immediately?
We are-
Is
we
it
are-
midnight
Immediate,
tonight?
yeah, midnight tonight. Call fast. If it's less, or then wait. I don't know.
Don't renew the hall rental phone.
Oh, okay, that comes up in October.
Okay.
Yep, you're just gonna transfer the number over.
I'm already doing it.
Sure.
That thing rings and I don't even know that it was ringing today and I was like, I don't like 3 phones. So
All
please
right.
don't renew it. I will
Motion,
use it until then
support.
though.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Motion carries. Okay, got that taken care of.
Cleaning service agreement.
Okay. Do that one first.
Is the cleaning service agreement for the renters?
Nope.
No, this is for the person who's gonna clean
Hall,
for
the
us.
hall cleaning.
What are we currently paying for cleaning services?
It was a mix of Jan and Jerry did it together. So Jan was $200 a month and Jerry was 400, or was Jan 250?
It wasn't a total of 650.
Yeah, so Jan was 250.
And there was no hourly rate,
No,
so it was 650 a month.
I'd say $30. Well, I should ask, who, the,
30.
was that adequate?
I had
for
one-
the
yeah.
applicant?
Yeah, I had 3 people that I talked to about it. One wanted way more than what we would pay, because she wanted a percentage of the events.
Well, that was a joke would have been on her.
We
Maybe
just
I
made
should
them
go
all
back.
free.
But she also didn't want to work weekends, so
Yeah.
that was
That's
out.
out. Okay.
And then the second person who I talked to about it was the same thing. She's incredibly busy, but wanted some extra income, but she also can't do weekends. So the third person that came in and I talked to actually likes to be home. She's rarely gone on the weekends and she cleans houses for a living. So, and she was good with $30.
$30 an hour seems pretty reasonable.
Yep.
From when I've
The
reported what stuff before.
going rate for cleaners is anywhere between 30 and 50.
Yeah, that's, so there you go. It's on the low end of reasonable.
And she does a good job. She's fair.
Yeah. Well,
Does anyone want to know who it is?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't got to that part. I want the agreement
I
first.
saw a name
I want
somewhere.
to know who this is going to apply to the next person too.
Okay, so
So,
do the agreement
yeah.
first.
So, only thing I've added here is the $30 an hour. Anybody have any other amendments or adjustments to this? No. Okay. Then I need a motion to approve this as written with the $30 an hour rate.
So moved.
Richard moves.
Support.
Marv supports. Any further discussion?
This is a 1099 miss job.
Yep,
This
it
one
says
is.
that
Any,
down there.
yes,
We're not paying workers' comp or anything like that. Okay.
No.
not on this one.
Payroll taxes, nothing.
Item number 6 on there says that.
Yeah.
Okay, 1099.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, then, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed the same? Motion carries. Okay. And then get the maintenance one. Let's do that real quick.
Get the handyman.
Yep, handyman services agreement.
So that one,
Need a space here when you're actually doing it.
oh, sorry, missed that.
Okay.
Is not 1099.
So when I look at this, our wages in 24, we were paying the janitor 25 an hour in 24. And then we moved to like a salary.
So yeah, he got 25 for handyman services. He got between 50 and 90 for mowing and doing other stuff. And sometimes for fixing stuff, he got between 50 and 90. And then it went back to $400 a month, but then he still got anywhere between 50 and 90 for mowing and extra handyman services.
So what, okay, so I guess we need to look and see what if this has mowing and handyman.
It does not. I took it all out. So
We went with Brian for mowing.
Mhm.
Brian's doing the
And all
mowing.
that mess.
Dylan is going to shovel the sidewalks and in front of the doors, so that was removed from it. It is just basic services. If we did it as a 1099 worker, they have to, for this position, they would have to supply their own liability insurance. the cost of liability insurance that, I looked up general liability insurance for handyman, and it was roughly $500 a year. It does not make it worth it for them to pay the $500 liability to come make.
Okay, but for, per IRS definitions, the cleaner does
know.
not qualify for a 1099. The handyman does, because the handyman has his own tools, works his own hours. The cleaning works the,
The attorney wants them both to be 1099 positions.
Yeah, the cleaner does. Could be all that.
but it doesn't supply any of their own supplies
Yeah,
or
you-
tools.
Technically, neither does the handyman, because we're gonna reimburse them.
For a hammer? We're gonna reimburse them for a hammer.
Not a hammer. but
None of the
saw.
tools, we reimburse them for all the
Materials.
Material, but not any tools.
I would argue the cleaning ladies probably do that too. They bring in their own mop or whatever they want. The ones I've seen anyway have their cars full of stuff. So I don't think that's a problem.
The
The
two
only-
main criteria is they set their own hours
Mm-hmm.
and they take their own tools.
Mm-hmm.
That's the IRS criteria.
So I think the tool criteria is okay.
Yep.
The argument can be made that we need you to come when we need you to come for.
But it's
the-
flexible.
It's not set hours.
It's not set. You can come in
Yeah.
the morning, you can come at night.
Yeah.
I-
You just gotta do it between that day and that day or whatever.
Right.
So they would both, I could say they could both go to 1099.
Except that she's saying that they
Liability
gotta have
insurance.
liability insurance for the handyman.
Just the handyman has to have liability insurance.
Because this type of work
How much is your
more
liability
risky.
insurance?
I'm not a handyman.
Yeah, yeah.
No, he's a builder.
So
We don't
for-
have to answer your personal financial.
Yeah,
Tens of
but I,
thousands a year
right,
in
I know how,
insurance.
I'm sure
for,
you do.
for a builder, I know what liability insurance runs. The handyman, what I could get online for handyman liability insurance for just basic was $500 a year.
Okay.
$1 million policy.
I couldn't get much further than that without putting too much information in, and I didn't want any more emails. So I stopped.
Okay, so we just
The
gotta set the,
maintenance items that you're referring to are all hireable.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
thinking.
mean, it was nice to have Jan and Jerry as a team because they noticed things, but the things that he did, the waxing of the floors, you can hire that, the painting, you can hire that done. Do you need a maintenance person?
Do we have to have, there's some things that need to be done right now, like I need a lock changed on the closet back there. The seal on the announcement box is broke, so everything that's in that announcement box gets soaking wet. There's little things that need to be done right now, so are we just every month gonna have me get an RFP for different prices for stuff, or do we just have someone on hand that I can call and say, hey, this is wrong, can you come fix it? Which would be much easier.
so how many hours do we anticipate for this position?
In 2 months, I've thought of two things. The box leaks, locks need to be changed, and we're gonna have to open up the historical society. 3.
Yeah, I think if we can find somebody that's willing to, has the skills and the availability to do all those things, it would be pretty convenient. Not to have
It
to.
is too, it also gives us another level of when somebody is renting the wedding. I'm thinking of
Yeah.
a couple of years ago when somebody flushed a diaper, I think, down the toilet and clogged everything up. Because it's another person to call and help out with that. It's just nice to have somebody else who's got a understanding of the building and everything else. So,
So
I gotta admit, I haven't shopped for handymen, so my number's $30 in my head, but I don't know. if
30
anybody else
bucks
has.
and then we pay the liability. If we want the person to come here and work,
Yeah.
we pay the liability and we pay it on a monthly, per month, so that if this person quits, then we don't pay it anymore.
What if
or
What if you just made him an employee? Then you're incurring workers' comp, I guess, and payroll taxes.
well, if,
But
yeah.
I have a question. Leah at the bank, her son is a handyman, it's what he does for a living. I'm sure he has his own insurance. If you retain him, he's got his own, I mean, he's working, but then when you call them in, he's readily available to come. So somebody like that.
Yeah.
That's doing it anyway would already have their insurance.
I think if you get somebody that has their insurance, the rate's gonna be over 30.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that's
it's
about
gonna be a
right.
lot higher than $30 an hour, yeah.
So, if, I'd say we try 30 and when we pay the liability. Just add it to our, can't we just add it to our policy so that somebody comes in and fixes something, they're covered?
On our liability
Yeah,
policy?
if they're an employee of ours, it's covered,
Oh,
Yeah,
right? I mean, it would
if
just be
they're a
covered.
W-2 employee, which is what Jan and Jerry were. If they're a W-2 employee, they're covered.
So can we talk to the insurance company and cover someone that's a 1099 employee?
I'd have to talk to Craig.
I think we need to ask.
Refresh my memory. So the attorney said that, okay, handyman, I would say custodian.
And I couldn't
Custodian,
figure out a good word.
because like handyman is like, I'm custodian. So someone, a custodian is in charge of the building. That's what I
Yeah.
think. They're a custodian of the building. They can be a W-2 or a 1099, or they have to be a 1099. So if we have someone called a custodian,
They can be wherever we want. That was
They
the
can be
right,
whatever
I'm
we
just
want.
feeling like
That's
a
the attorney's
custodian is in charge
recommendation.
of
Yeah.
the condition of the building.
It was the attorney's recommendation to have them as a 1099, and if they're a 1099 worker, then the custodian has to carry their own liability
So it's a
insurance.
recommendation, but it's not a mandate.
Correct.
Okay. But then they must be insured. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you're doing anything with any of our basic electrical or
He said if,
carpentry
yeah,
or anything
if
in
a
a
ceiling
public
tile
building.
falls and hits them in the head,
Mhm.
we don't want to be held responsible if they're a 1099 without carrying their own liability.
Yeah,
So
I
if we
think
just
I'd
made
rather
them-
just make them an employee. I don't think the extra expense is gonna be that much. Just in the,
I mean, then you want the cleaner employee too, same principle. I mean, the cleaner can fall.
well, I'm not, I'm not as worried about that part. That's covered under our liability insurance, right? If they fall, but the person changing out a electrical
he didn't
thing
have a
burns
problem-
the place down, maybe it's gonna be under, we want that probably under our insurance.
The attorney didn't have
Unless
the
we want
problem with the cleaning one not being a 10 or having liability. He read these.
Yeah.
He didn't have a
Unless-
problem with hers. He had a problem when I had this as a 1099 worker. He wanted me to put in here that they would carry their own liability insurance.
Well, I guess you can do an RFP and find out if the people are willing to carry their own liability and what they would charge.
I already put out a thing for handyman, custodian.
Weren't you talking to Leah too?
I did talk to Leah.
So.
She wanted a lot of money. I love Leah. She wanted a lot of money.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with you.
There's nothing wrong with that. I already did it. I had one person apply to be a custodian.
Is that the letter we have here?
Yes, and that came in after we sent the text, after Katie said put a text message blast out. I don't know anyone who would.
Well, let's pay him enough so we get him, and so he can pay for his own liability, and we got somebody. Let's move forward.
Yeah, I don't think $30 is gonna work.
Not if you're gonna ask them for their own liability
Right.
insurance. I agree with you. I wouldn't do it for that.
Any trade that I have come to my house, if I get somebody for $60 an hour, that's cheap.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So good luck with your 30.
Again,
You
I
better
said-
make sure they're
I said it was an
licensed or
employee.
something.
It was an employee, not a 1099 at that rate.
If you're gonna need liability insurance, you better have all the numbers that's needed for it, for whatever policy it needs to be.
Yeah.
$1 retainer or whatever.
Yep.
So just make them an employee. That's what it's always been.
I'm gonna make a motion that we.
It's gonna be your cheapest bet.
Right, and it's always been that way.
I'm gonna make a motion that we approve this handyman services agreement with $30 an hour and that they would be an employee of the township.
Where do I apply?
Right here, man.
Right here.
Right. We've been asking for a month.
You're hired.
Yeah, the motion's out there.
Support.
Marv supports. Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, the same. Alright, so that takes us to, let's do the maintenance one first, first one I grabbed. Jesse Anderson, applying for the custodian position. I think you guys all read this, from him, so. So now I'm gonna include you in the conversation officially. $30 work for you?
I think it's fair, and I'm not trying to make money on it, I'm trying to help the township.
Yeah, if it's not working for you, talk to us.
Yep.
It becomes,
Fair enough. I mean, it's the question that I would have would be, if I'm coming and fixing a lock, am I marking it down for 15 minutes for changing a lock? Well, I'm not really.
I think it's a minimum hour. I mean, you've got time invested in coming down and, yeah, more than just the actual couples. Yeah, and if you can combine things, great. Just as much for your time as saving money.
Sure.
Anybody want to make a motion here?
I move that we accept Jesse's.
Hire Jesse as the.
Yeah, hire him as for this position of building
We've got all
caretaker.
sorts of names. Custodian? Didn't you say custodian?
Custodian is
Yeah,
good.
custodian.
Well, you probably want to use what's on the agreement.
I'm gonna change it.
Oh, well,
It says handyman right now.
Is there anything in here about like emergencies, or is that we're just talking like 9 to 5? Are we just talking like, hey, we got a sticky
No, it's
door?
a 24/7 thing.
You know what I mean? Because we were so lucky we had Jerry, and he would come in the middle of the night or the weekend, whatever, if there was something, we had a crisis, and we had crises, you know?
I do work full time, so I mean, I got other prior obligations during the work day. So obviously, if the water's coming out leaking here,
well, if that's
Working
happening, I've got
family,
a plumber coming.
Yeah.
Right.
Pronto. This is the agreement says basic or minor. If water's coming out of the concrete, it's no longer.
So this is
fixed.
regularly scheduled
Yeah, it's just like
maintenance,
yeah.
okay.
obviously, you guys know my number. If there's something that I can do to help.
Yep.
I live close. I'm not gonna say, no, I can't do that unless I really can't.
Yeah.
And I could have somebody on call if I'm gone for a weekend or something.
Sweet. All right, motion's on the floor. What?
I'll support it.
You support? Okay, any further discussion? Not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Thanks, Jesse. And
I have a lock that needs to be changed.
You got a lock in the historical thing and, yeah, I gotcha.
okay, do we have anything from the cleaning
It's on my phone.
person? Okay, well, then you can present it. Please.
Stacy McCanowitz would like the job for the cleaning person.
Was that one advertised too?
It was.
And
And
got
you
one
said you
person?
had 3 applicants.
Three.
She had
She
three
told
people
us about it.
interested, yeah.
Okay,
One.
you had 3 applications?
I had 3 people come in and talk to me. One person called. One person actually came in and talked, and then Stacy came in.
So we technically had 3 applicants for the position?
Yes.
Shouldn't we as a board decide on the 3 applicants? Because
Well,
we've done that in the past where we've actually
you can-
interviewed them,
unless
they backed out.
They
unless
all
said-
they backed
okay,
out.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine, if they
Yeah.
backed out. But yeah,
No,
generally
no,
we've
no.
done that in the past where we've interviewed.
as I said, the one backed out because it wasn't what she was thinking.
She wanted to cut.
She wanted to cut, and she didn't want to work weekends. And then the other one realized that she's super busy with her kids and didn't have as much time as what it would entail when I told her it's a lot of weekends. Stacy was the only one who was willing to. The other ones backed out. I didn't tell them.
Gotcha, okay.
And then no one else applied.
Okay, well then I would move that we accept the employment of Stacy McCanowitz.
Yep.
Support.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Motion carries. All right.
Was that Marv?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna do that next time.
All right, so these next 3 are planning commission oriented, so we've gotten the report. At this point, we can one thing we need to do is give the planning commission some guidance for the, further guidance for the setback ordinance. We would do that in a clear manner, and I think of a way to make it better for if this happens again, which is probably, how we give them guidance as to what the township board will accept. So, I don't know if anybody wants to quickly draw up some language as to what we want them to do.
Well, I'd like to go back to what we did the first place. We passed a motion to have them either eliminate or reduce setbacks. And so, to me, the implication of that kind of a motion is that it's significant. Eliminate is pretty significant, and they basically filed off the edges by taking one side, so a quarter of whatever, a third of the properties, and reduce the setback on one. And if we're talking, we are talking about repeal versus the zoning ordinance, something that is somewhere in the middle, a compromise is in the middle. But the setback's half of what they were. That's somewhere in the middle to wrestle with something like that. It's not just one side of a few parcels. And so I would really like to see them talk about that. The only thing that I understand they talked about was front setbacks. I did hear Patty ask zoning administrator if there was any issues with side setbacks, and he said no. And so that would tell me that if there's no issues, nobody wants to go that close anyway, you can cut them in half, it won't affect a thing.
I don't think that's what that means. But
yeah, I mean, Patty took it the other way, no issues, so we can leave it where it's at. I took it the way that if there's no issues, nobody's gonna wanna, go closer than that. But anyway, a compromise is in the middle, and if we're talking, this board has been talking about reducing the requirements of zoning to make it simpler and less restrictive, and so you compromise. So that's where I'm at on it. If they're not willing to compromise, then I guess that really answers Julie's question, that we can get some significant changes in 6 months. Okay, then we can't. So that would be one thing from my perspective. The other thing is I would really like them to wrestle with the zoning board of appeals meeting they had, that somebody had setbacks. That was an issue for, and I don't know the details, I wasn't there, so you can correct me, but I had an issue with setbacks and something they wanted to build. The entire zoning board of appeals, 100% of them, plus the applicant, plus any neighbors that were there, said, fine, we think you should be able to do this. And it was turned down because the zoning ordinance was written in such a way that it wasn't allowed. And so the planning commission needs to wrestle with that, because if everybody in the township agrees that something is okay, why can't we do it? Either we change what's okay, or we change the appeal process so that if there's enough agreement, it can be overruled, something in the zoning ordinance. I mean, maybe there's more options, but it needs to be wrestled with, and they haven't talked about it. And that is part of the setbacks discussion.
So Marv, you were the one that made the motion to have the planning commission look at the setbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not mind readers. So what you just told us was so concise and clear. That's the instructions that we should have given to the planning commission. Cut them in half. That's perfect. I think that's the kind of stuff that the planning commission is looking for. Telling someone, go fix this, change it, is really useless information. But if you had said, and shame on all of us, if we had said, look at setbacks, let's cut them in half. Let's see how that plays out. That's our direction. Look at all the setbacks, look at all four sides and cut them in half. And they could have started there and gotten their public, feedback, compared it to the master plan, gotten some input from the planner, whatever. But we need to be very direct. We need to be very concise when we give instructions, because everybody has a different idea of what's a reasonable setback or what's moderate or whatever. So I think we could all do a better job of communicating to the planning commission. I mean, for how many months they didn't even know if there was going to be zoning. And then all of a sudden they were tasked with change it all in 6 months and this, and this. And then they had barely a quorum for their meeting after the public hearing. So they, give them some grace, give them some space. I don't think they're being unreasonable, but we need to do a better job of communicating what's in our heads and what we want to see the planning commission do.
My understanding from what I've heard from people is there was concern about the front setbacks because there already is a county road right of way. I haven't heard anybody complain about having back setbacks or side yard setbacks. And as someone who is affected by this, they're nice to have. I just had 100 by one, wonderful people. Great business, good on them, and we have a big lot, but just had 100 by 100 building that's got 16-foot sidewalls put up 5 feet from the property line because it's in the village. I mean, it's like right there, and that's huge. So I'm not real wild about shrinking those down to nothing, for sure. I think it's beneficial to have side setbacks. I'll bring up a real world example. Dylan, who was up in Bay Harbor, where there are extremely small setbacks, and he had a job to do where he had to fix some pipes that were literally under this person's house, but he couldn't get his excavator in there to actually dig this stuff out. So he's basically having to rent smaller equipment to get it done. Takes longer. You can't access in between the homes. Now, a lot of places it's not going to matter, but on 100-foot lots, it probably will. So that would be my recommendation against shrinking the side and back setbacks for that reason. I haven't heard of anybody wanting. I think that's more what I take from the zoning administrator's statement, that it's not a problem, is that people aren't trying to put stuff on their back lot line or bring it that close, and so nobody's saying anything about it. And the other thing so that's the 3 sides, and the other thing about it is the one issue we had was rectified through the process that is established by the state of Michigan through the ZBA. That's the recourse. And again, this is just a number. And the next time, there might be another person whose home is 15 feet from the right of way. And now do we have to do it again? And I don't think it's necessary. That's where I'm at with it.
And they've changed over the years. I'm looking at when I built my garage and what it is now, and it's gotten closer. The setbacks have shrunk in 20 years. Yeah, they've changed.
They were bigger back 20
They were
years ago.
farther. Yeah, my garage could be closer now than it was. Yeah. So it has changed. It has morphed, and they've changed. Be interesting to see over the years where they actually were.
Mhm.
So.
But I voted against this to begin with. So, I mean, there you go. It's up to you 4. What do you want to give them for guidance?
What did they do right now? 20?
They shrunk it down.
The 20 on the front
did
side,
this.
the road side,
Not
Looks
on
like
it,
those.
not
Yeah.
everywhere.
just the road side.
Not in all the
Only
areas.
Oh,
what, ag?
only
Is it
ag.
only ag?
But wasn't it supposed to be
I don't
20?
have it in front of
I
me.
thought I
can
was
find
told
it.
it was supposed to be 20 in all zones.
Maybe David remembers
There
better
was
than I
a
do.
reason that they only
He's
did it
younger.
in the one. I don't have it.
Well,
I had it from Patty
For
before.
village, they didn't do it.
And okay, so R1, because didn't we figure out that some of the low,
In this on 31 or something, and there was a reason one of them they didn't do.
well, and I think with
It's
R1,
here.
well, see, R1 is generally, they have their own, most of that subdivision. So there's your R1, you've got basically Dells.
The Dells.
Yeah. So they're gonna have their own restrictions, we can't.
And then manufacturing makes sense why it would be.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
This particular thing that you're doing now, is this in response to a recommendation that you received?
A request from the planning commission, yeah, for guidance on what do we want them to do with this text amendment to the ordinance? Good question.
And R1 was, again, they have their own and it's off of the 31 corridor and then you have the MDOT stuff.
Right now, what's been proposed so far is shrinking from 35 to 20 feet, the front setback in ag, and from 50 feet to 20 feet in CR on only the front setbacks.
So right now in
That
CR,
is consistent short of the two
R1.
and the manufacturing.
Yeah.
Right. R1 and manufacturing both are still 50 feet. And then
so right now, if you have a
Yeah, and I
CR,
think they all have tighter
lot.
restrictions for setbacks than we do. Like
the roadside has to be
And they're all
50 feet
middle.
from the right of way.
Because this would be like
Setback.
Bayview,
It's 50
and then
feet
this
from
is
the
off
right of way.
Richardson Road.
No, 50 feet from the lake, from the water side. Front on the lake lot is the water side.
Mm-hmm.
So you're changing the rear setback from 35 to 20 in CR. That's what your proposal is. Right, Dave?
I believe there was, the language was supposed to be added for defining front lots on lakes versus front lots on roads.
But your proposal was to change the roadside of the CR lot, of the lake lots to 20.
No, it just says front. It says front. So, on the lake, the front is the lake.
Front is the lake.
So you got a green belt and then you got 20 feet.
That's not what they intended.
Well, it's what
defined in
happened.
there what is front on a lake lot.
yeah, there's a footnote down here that
And that's
says,
50 foot.
yes,
in the
exactly.
state.
Oh, gotcha.
There's a footnote on here that says that exactly that.
Oh, right there, B. Okay. But yeah, look at all this. Look at all this CR. This is just, these are big parcels. So, but most of our
And we
communities.
did
I think.
discuss zoning or setbacks on all four sides.
What's
And this
the
is what
problem
the
with
planning
this?
commission
Marv, we
thought
remember
was
last month,
the right
Marv
way to
said
go.
it didn't go deep enough, and we sent it back. And we said no. Because Marv said this did not go far enough. And so, we're having this discussion now
So
about
do you
how we
want
need
it-
to be
do
more
you want it
explicit.
Less than 20?
You want more amendments. You want more
More.
cuts.
More reductions, yeah.
On different zones?
You want
or-
everything cut in half?
That would be the compromise between repealing zoning and the
So that's what we're having a discussion about.
and the ordinance we have now, so that would seem to me to be a reasonable compromise, is what I said. And so.
But we did not, none of us conveyed
we
that.
didn't
That was
convey
not-
that.
yeah,
That
we
was
did not
not
convey
any
that
way.
We did not convey
again,
that.
to them.
No, we didn't.
We haven't been very good at that. Katie's right.
We can all do better.
Yeah, we can't expect them to be mind readers
Right.
at all.
Be scary if they were.
I wouldn't want to be in my mind.
I would get rid of the talks, what women want.
What do you, so, I'm at the part where I'm almost done. What are county setbacks? I'm assuming you know this?
I think that's only road right of ways.
Yeah, I
The
don't think
road
the county
commission.
has setbacks.
Okay, so 20. Are you good with 20 in ag in CR? Are you guys? I know you're not.
You're talking
so I'm
about
looking at you.
which, the front setback?
Yes,
The front with accepting of those on the lake and
On the
a lake or a stream,
are 50 still. It says
still
it in there.
50.
So that changes your property, is what you were trying to say. Because you have property on a stream.
Right. I had thought that, I was mistaken. I thought that the rear setback was smaller than 20.
So then, are
It's
you
not.
good? Are you good with the way it is right now? Then, the 20. Are you good with what they did?
I think to simplify it further, I guess I'm questioning why we have 35-foot rear setbacks on CR and R1. In ag, they're 25, mobile home is 15, village is 10, manufacturing and village manufacturing is 25.
So would you want to do 25 in
Yeah.
CR and R1?
Yeah, I think just to make some more uniform numbers.
Hold on. Rear, oh, okay. Hold on.
Rear setbacks don't exceed 25, so change those two 35s to 25.
Put them all at 20, just the same as you're putting the fronts.
Is that too big for something like village to make them all uniform? That'd be good. But
I don't think you can do that in the village.
Not in the village.
It's too okay.
But all the ones that are,
Yeah, 20's good. I'd be okay with 20. Rear setbacks, everything except village and
Mobile home district.
yeah, we
Leave those the way they are.
Village manufacturing and mobile home are staying where they are.
Yes, which is 15 and 10 respectively.
And the other three, CR, Ag, and R1 set to 20.
Plus manufacturing and village manufacturing, all set to 20.
But manufacturing is what, only Tina? You're the only one in manufacturing?
Yeah.
And the only residents in
Yeah.
Love to be right next to that. 20, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So village manufacturing, you want that to be 20 as well? Did I hear you?
Sure.
Okay, I thought
Yeah.
that was not changing.
So we're gonna
Mobile
go
homes?
First side.
No,
Rear.
mobile
20.
home stays at
20?
15.
Okay.
20.
And village
20,
stays at 10.
20,
Got it. Okay.
20, 20.
Yep. for
Everything
rear.
else, everything is gonna be 20? Is that the motion? Someone
Except
making that motion?
the
Did
two
you
that are
change
15 and
something
20.
in my zone?
No.
No.
Nothing's been
Oh, wait a
changed
minute.
yet.
Yes, we are. We're changing it to 20, aren't we?
Potentially.
Yeah, we're
Potentially,
changing
we're-
manufacturing to 20 potentially.
Making it
That's
so you can go closer.
But that would
It
be,
was 25, so you have
so you
less
can use
restrictive.
more of your property.
Yeah, you can use more of a property. Okay, side,
I have no plans of doing anything but.
front.
Well, village manufacturing's at 15 inches. I think we should change
15
that.
feet.
15
Oh.
feet.
It says inches. It does say,
Village.
I can actually fix that.
Yeah, that's a
I can-
clerical
yeah.
error, that's
Oh,
not-
they're all inches
Yeah,
down there.
typos I can fix. So,
I mean, what is the reason that you want to stay 15 feet or 20 feet away from a side lot? Because anybody that has a piece of property can make their setback just as big as they want it. They can have any size setback they want.
Well, to an extent, I mean, yes, we think of that when we have a 300-foot wide lot. But when you have a 100-foot wide lot, things start to get, and buildability and
How
there
wide's
there
your
are
lot?
limiting factors.
okay, so this is a real world example. She has a 100-foot lot in Boyne City, and her neighbor tore down the house to build a big house. And then what they decided to do, she has a sprinkler system. They don't have enough room to go up their side yard, and it's just her. So what does the company do? Because the homeowner told it was okay, drove their machines up my mom's property, sat on their property,
Dump dirt in my yard.
destroyed her yard.
And that's a whole
Destroyed her-
different issue because that's
But there's
illegal.
no, but there's,
Trespassing.
That's
Yeah.
trespassing.
trust me. But nothing happened to anybody. So she had a mess to clean up. And to this day, because they could go so close to that side yard, she is in a constant thing with her neighbor that her neighbor, well, he has to be on her property to trim her trees. He has to be on her property to fix something on his house.
Build a fence and then he won't anymore.
We're working
That's
on
what
it.
I want to do.
But that's my
Surprise.
point. When you take away that whole, the whole setback, that's what you're going to be stuck with.
You don't
The
have to
neighbor
be
had no
stuck with
business.
trespassing.
Builders
There's
had no business being on our property, but they didn't care.
Only if you got a good prosecutor.
Yeah.
A willing prosecutor.
There should always be setbacks. Neighbors are wonderful unless they get too close. And then you're not.
And their family.
Well, the other thing you need to consider too, a lot of times they'll take the roof into consideration, so you need to find
Overhang.
out.
Oh, yeah.
No, your overhang cannot go into your neighbor's property, it's in the air,
Right.
so. I mean, that just adds to like how far back you can be, but that's not a good thing either, cause right now on my 100-foot lot, I have a barn roof that ends right on the lot line. So guess who gets a phone call every spring, cause I pretty much down his fence every year, so I have to fix it.
Well, your snow load?
I have to
knocks out-
fix his fence because
your
my
s-
snow hits his
Destroys
fence.
his fence.
And
Because
that's their
Papa-
responsibility. I mean,
Right.
it's your stuff going on somebody
I
else's
mean,
property.
the overhang is just, it's doing it.
It's just to
The
take
barn
that
itself
into,
is
if we
plenty far
eliminate
away.
side setbacks completely, that's the stuff that we're gonna get.
You won't,
That's the
you won't,
responsibility of the landowners, yeah.
But you won't get a phone call of someone complaining that their neighbors are doing something. I will, which then Curtis will.
I think these side setbacks are good.
And if you need enough room to drive on, 15 feet ought to be plenty.
No, it's only 20.
Yeah.
If you wanna make it less, we can make it less. I'm saying don't eliminate them.
And that's why I'm saying to compromise. Let's put it at 50.
Yeah, I'm
recommend
looking
15.
at like 50 feet in the front, but 10 on the side.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense, does it?
It doesn't.
What doesn't make sense?
Low density.
R1,
Oh.
you have a 50-foot front setback and a 10-foot side.
Okay,
That
we're at
seems kinda weird.
sides right
Yeah,
now.
I know we're looking at sides,
You're-
but I
you're
was
jumping
just
ahead.
kind of saying, why did we have
So
such
do
a
you
small
wanna-
side?
I'll get to that in a second. Oh, why is it so small? That's a good question.
Do you wanna do 10s on the sides all the way around then?
Yep.
Except, I'm sorry, I didn't have this on me.
10?
Except for village, leave at 5.
Except for village, yep.
Village stays at 5.
And that 10, we understand that 10 is the edge of your
Yes.
roof. Who's building right now anyway? Nobody's building.
That's right in the ordinance that
Not here though, right?
it takes into
They
account the
I had a couple of
eve
those.
overhang, yeah.
Absolutely.
Village is 5, why isn't the rest of the town 5? It's okay in one part of it, why isn't it okay the rest of it?
Smaller lot sizes in the village, I'm guessing.
Shouldn't have any bearing.
I guess because the village has its own zoning.
No, you're talking about the village. The only
No,
one
not you guys.
Village of Atwood. No, it's
Oh, okay.
smaller lot sizes.
And
The
that's
smallest minimum 10,000 square foot is the minimum lot size. That's pretty small.
and the example you
got
just
smaller.
gave was in the village.
It's
And
in
our
the
village
village.
is 5 feet.
Yeah.
so, so it's a really immaterial example. So let's
Well, I
just
have
go
a
with
question. If you
15.
have a property line and is it 5 feet this way and then 5 feet that way?
Yeah, both
Yes.
property
sides.
owners.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you
there's
get
10.
So let's just put that all at 15 then, except the
I thought you were doing
village.
10.
No, that's
You want 15?
15 is plenty close.
Okay.
Okay, so we're changing 20s to 15s.
On all the sides,
Yep. No, not village.
except village.
Now, the only one we're,
And mobile
right now,
home.
we're still at
Mobile homes,
25 on manufacturing.
So we'll leave that at 10.
Do we
That's 5
see any
too.
need?
15.
15 is fine.
Yeah.
They don't,
So you guys have just made the rules that you want, you're gonna send them to us. And what, we're just gonna adopt what you just made?
yeah, I don't know.
Why
do
are
we
we
have a
on
planning commission?
If this board is making these decisions.
Well, you guys wanted guidance. So this is what we're gonna give
You
you.
have a
and then
good
you guys
point. No,
decide,
Dave,
is
we're
this
not
or-
looking for a rubber stamp, and
No,
we're
no,
not going to
it's
rubber
your
stamp
job
you,
to say,
and don't you
"No,
dare
this is
rubber
a bad
stamp us.
idea."
I
and
think
so-
we already told you that.
Well, tell us again. A short conversation.
Well, no, actually, we didn't, Dave. We couldn't decide on this, and we said we want more guidance. Patty really wanted more guidance. We couldn't agree.
Well, it's because we were told we didn't do what we were asked, which was to address the road right away.
It was because we sent it back to you and you didn't know what to do with it. And then you sent it back to us and said, okay, tell us what to do with it.
I think Dave's saying that initially, the understanding from the planning commission, the ask was look at the front setbacks. I don't know how much you guys even talked about the
Right.
sides and backs.
But we
Am I-
discussed all the setbacks as a whole.
Okay, yeah.
At length. Again, that wasn't in any of our recommendations,
Mhm.
but
So,
this back and forth is not gonna get anything done in 6 months.
nope, I agree with you.
So let's go on to the front, get it done.
So if the planning commission decides to just, that's fine too.
Yeah.
Again, you're not a rubber stamp. You're not a rubber, you are an autonomous, you are a separate.
Your Mark's not happy with it.
And then it comes
Then it
back
goes on.
here
It's only
and
one vote.
and
Then
we
it
gotta
just goes on
decide.
and on and on. That's what it does.
So yeah, it comes
That's
back
actually-
here. and
that's
we
actually good
have to make
government,
another
though.
decision.
That's good government when there is conflict. If everybody's just rubber stamping each other and nobody ever questions it, it's not good.
Okay, front.
Fronts, what do you wanna do there?
That was the original problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we should.
That's the original problem, and that's where there's more problems, potential. Do the same there, put it 20 feet all the way down, except the ones that are less.
There would be
Well, there-
none.
that's
They'd
all
all
of
be
them.
20 then.
Well, you
There
got
are none.
50s. Oh,
Right,
okay,
we
I see
changed
what
those
you're
to
saying.
20.
Yeah. Put it 20 all the way down. That's a 33-foot right away plus 20, that's 53 feet.
Why are you doing all this?
From the right of way, or from the center line.
From the center line.
On the county roads. Be what, 95 feet on the 31 corridor,
Yeah.
It varies. but-
depending on, yeah. Yeah, that's an enjoyable exercise, reading the MDOT maps for 31. Okay, I heard 20 feet down here across the board for front setbacks from the,
Yeah, that's
See where it goes.
so that would be, now, just for everybody's awareness, not that any of us live on the lake, but that means you're gonna be able to build your house 20 foot from the water line.
No, I
Nope,
don't
no,
think so.
not
not.
because number 19B
Oh, I'm
says.
sorry, you're right, yeah, you're right.
Okay, remember
Yes.
19.
You're right, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I think Dave said that's a state.
Actually,
law.
What's 19?
because
The
you
green
just said
belt.
$20 for the rears, or 20 feet for the rears,
Yeah,
I'm still,
right,
it's still
B.
20 feet.
it's like, yeah, bingo.
20 foot to the, it's gonna be 20 foot to the high water mark.
No, it's 50.
Yeah, there's a
Read number 19.
B down at
B.
the bottom of the page.
Yep, the minimum setback on the waterfront side, okay, so that overrides whatever we have.
Right.
Fine, there you go. So 20 feet,
Yep.
all you guys in agreement on that one?
Yep.
This is just a recommendation to the planning commission to
In
give them more guidance.
all zones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wanna make sure I'm giving them exactly what you're asking for. Okay. Anything else about setbacks that we should send back to them?
Well, just that I think they should wrestle with that Board of Appeals issue, and I don't know all the details of it.
The Board of Appeals issue just comes down to how the state in the Zoning Enabling Act, what you, the,
He's
hurdles.
talking about Tilly's.
Yeah, the hurdles you have to jump over to receive an, variance, in an appeal.
And only
And
no
that's state-
setbacks would
that's state
correct
language?
Our lakeshore issue.
Yeah, zero setbacks.
Zero
yeah,
setbacks,
mhm,
okay.
Would have allowed him to build that
And we
home.
did agree with the setup, but it was the self-doing.
Yes, one of those, number 2 or 3, I can't remember which one off the top of my head. The
Once
question
that
is,
enters- once that
is
enters
this,
the
is this
conversation,
your fault?
it's-
Do you want, is it just because you want a bigger garage? Yes, well, you can't do that, because otherwise, everybody can do it, right? If that.
Nobody can do it except if the Board of Appeals agrees to it.
But then, okay, well, Marv likes me, but, you know, the 3 other guys on the board don't, and so I don't get my thing, but the other 3 like somebody else, and they get their appeal. That's why you can't do that. It brings way too much, ambiguity and
Well, I agree.
potential for preferential
I
treatment.
agree, you can't have ambiguity and potential preferential
Your signature's
treatment.
getting a little wonky.
But it seems to me like
I tried.
if everyone agrees that it should be able to be done, that, I don't have the answer.
Mhm.
I have the dilemma.
Right, So
And it seems like they should wrestle with that dilemma because everybody thought it was okay.
All right, we'll wrestle with it.
I understand where you're coming
Oh,
from, and so
I did them as
that's
e-text,
that's my
though,
next
and they
number
printed it,
here
so I
if we're
have
done
to
with
take
the
'em back and
setbacks.
cancel them and
Okay, I
send
got
them
something to
here.
send back to them.
I put an 8 there.
All
I
right,
was like,
so
why
the
is it
next
getting so
line
much
in
money?
our
It was only
new
supposed to be
business
$25.
is a joint meeting with the planning commission on May
I'm
12th.
gonna fix that.
All right, I've talked to Catherine about this, and because of this back and forth, I think it'd be, and our desire to get things done quickly, I think it would be beneficial for us to have a joint meeting with the planning commission, where we're all here together, we can all talk and give opinions, and bonus, on May 12th, Catherine's gonna be there, so she can explain the whole ZBA thing and what we can do, cause I've asked that before to them directly, can we make this easier? And the answer was no. So if she can explain it to everybody in attorney speak, that'd be, you know, that touches all the points, I think that would be highly beneficial. So my ask is, that we schedule a special meeting of this board on May 12th, with the planning commission's already gonna be doing their regular meeting, so it would be a special meeting of our board, and we could be right there with them, with the attorney, and ask questions and hash some things out as to what might get approved by this board.
So
They've done it in the past. It's called planning together.
at the last
Got you.
planning commission meeting, I think the attorney had a long explanation of why we can't be at the planning commission meeting. And now we can be at the planning commission
Oh,
meeting.
we could do it every month if we wanted to. Every month, we can have a special
No.
meeting.
Jesse, what
on
did she
Tuesday.
say
No.
to your question?
She was very adamant that she did not recommend that any board members attend at each other's
Yes,
meetings.
but
or
This is
speak
different.
about it.
trust, I'm gonna say is, trust me, I've asked her directly about doing this, and she said, it's a great idea, you should do it. The difference is, we're not posting that as a special meeting for us to come to the planning commission meeting, what she was talking about is us just sitting in the crowd and being a part of, being a part of it, or observing it, and potentially, influencing the planning commission in any way, shape, or form. What I'm asking for is an actual meeting posted, we're here, they're here, we can talk to one another, it's totally legal.
I beg to differ because at one of our last meetings, Julie said she was gonna post it so that we could all be there. So it was gonna be legal, gonna be posted, that we could be there and that we could, give our input to the planning commission. And then our attorney
But we
says
did
no.
not post it as a special meeting.
It seems
was
like we
what-
need some common sense here. Either it's yes or it's no.
This
They're
is
two
What is,
totally different
there's
things.
no difference.
There is from a legal perspective.
This is
There is from
posting
a
it,
legal
we're holding a
perspective.
meeting. The 5 of us are holding a special meeting and are going to attend the planning commission meeting as a meeting
Mhm.
with their board. It is
And
different.
we can perform.
It's
act-
different, yes.
Motions and,
It's different than
everything.
sitting out, it is different.
It is not, its effect is not different.
oh, I disagree entirely, it is absolutely different.
I think
Because
I
we
agree
should-
with Marv. We're gonna influence the planning commission. That we're gonna be there as the board. We're the board. We're gonna be there. I'm all for like a joint training meeting or some kind of session where nobody has things before them to make decisions. But if the 5 of them, if we're sitting there, well, it'll be 4, depending on which is which you're gonna do. What's
Which
Richard
side you
gonna
gonna
be?
sit on, Richard?
I'm on the planning commission, I guess.
It's a
Okay,
it'd be
so
a
there'll
regular
be-
meeting, so he'd.
You
gotta be
know,
on that side.
I see pitfalls.
All right,
I think we need to do a better job of communicating. I'm watching the meetings. I stopped going. When the attorney said, I don't want board members there, I stopped going and I've been watching them. I hear, I see, I know what they're doing. I see their frustration. I see what they're going through. I'm not sure what would be accomplished for us to just be in the room at the same time. I'm not sure.
Oh, we would not be just in the room, we would actually be talking to them, so they have a question, hey, this is what we're seeing with setbacks, for example, or RVs, where should we go with RVs? And all 5 of us can talk to them and give that.
So maybe
feedback.
it's not held on May 12th. And it is a planning together session. That's what they used to be. They held these. They were called. It was planning together
That's fine
workshops.
if you wanna have a separate meeting entirely, but Catherine's going to be at the 12th meeting. I mean, we could call her up again, but I know all 5 of us don't love spending money just to spend money. So, I think it would be highly beneficial. The attorney thought it would be a good move. Patty's on board with it. But if three of you guys don't wanna do it, then we won't do it.
I wanna do it every meeting.
That's
There's
my-
no reason that we can't go to those planning commission
Yeah,
meetings.
I
I
think,
just talked to a supervisor from a neighboring township, and he says, I go to the planning commission meetings and I speak at them. And everybody's good with it.
Well,
The only
they're-
people
they're
that
good with it
aren't,
until they're not.
the only people in this that are not good with this is the attorney. The only one. The attorney's running this township. We
No,
have
she's
to,
not.
we have to be able to unify. We have to be able to understand each other. We have to be able to communicate. And the only way to get on the same page, or at least understand each other, is if we communicate together and are at the meetings together. Dave is here. We all appreciate him here. Every one of us, I think, asked him a question tonight.
yeah, and there's no way it intimidates. I mean, what do they have to lose? Get off the planning commission? That'd be doing them a favor. So
I
there's
don't
no
know
way
about
we're intimidating anyone. They're not. The planning commission is not.
I think I really think you guys are missing, not seeing that. Obviously, it is absolutely a possibility. Absolutely a possibility that if I mean, let's say they're my appointees, right? I make the appointment, you guys approve them. If I've got something, I've got a big deal in the works that I want to put
Setbacks.
I got a big deal. I want to put a water park in. I got 100 acres. I'm gonna put a water park in. It's gonna be practically Disneyland in northern Michigan. And somehow I ask or whatever. I get the planning commission to take this up, and they, maybe three of them don't want to, but I got some pull on one of them. I can sit in the back room and just think, Guido, Italian mafia stuff. You just be like, whatever. I'm just saying, you could be back there and have an influence.
Power
Oh,
dynamics.
yeah. Oh,
Who has the authority?
I got pictures on you. You better vote for what I want, right? Or whatever the case may be. And you absolutely could influence people that are on the planning commission to do something that they normally would not do. And that's why it's not a good idea. And it can absolutely cause stuff to be redone, ordinances to be totally redone. It has happened, and that's what she's telling you. She's not going to sit here and stop you from coming in the door, but she will tell you this is not a good idea. I do not recommend it. Please don't put us in this position that we're going to have to spend a whole bunch of money defending this, defending the actions and the ordinance amendment or whatever that we passed was rightfully done, because there's a pretty good chance you'll lose, according to case law in the state of Michigan. And if you want to roll the dice, roll the dice. But I'm not going to do that. I have had my hand slapped for coming to planning commission meetings. I don't go anymore. I video the thing. I sit in that room, and that's it. Whatever happens, happens. And I sometimes sit in there. I'm like, pretty sure that's not what happened, but I'm not coming out here telling anybody, differently, or that, oh, don't do that. That's a bad idea, or whatever. I just sit in there and, you guys do your work, and that's it. But if that's the desire, I don't think it is for any of us, but the desire is for us to be able to lawfully communicate with the planning commission the whole way through. I suppose you could post it as a special meeting every month. I don't, but I don't know how that would work, because you probably wouldn't have a quorum every month, and then you don't have a special meeting. So can you be there? I don't think so. There's a whole bunch of legal question marks there that I don't think we're thinking about.
But the point is that if you post it as a dual meeting, special meeting, and you have your water park, and we talk about it because it's a planning commission meeting, and you have undue influence because you're there and it's a special meeting, what has changed between you coming at a regular meeting or you coming at a special meeting? Nothing has changed.
It's a posted meeting, for one thing.
Well, Julie's posting it. That's why we made that decision 2 months ago.
The posting is not that any business will get done, though. And the idea is that there may be 3 people here sitting there quietly and listening, but not, so there could be a quorum. She still said it wasn't a good idea. I don't know if you recall that part.
Mhm.
She said, don't do it, but.
But it is a
If
good
you-
idea for the township. It's not a good idea from a legal lawsuit standpoint. I understand there's
Mhm.
always risks with every action you take. You get in your car, you're going to take a risk of killing yourself because somebody could hit you. And there's always risks, and you have to weigh the benefits and the risks. And I firmly believe that in our community, a small community, a close-knit community, we need to communicate and we need to understand each other, and we will get more accomplished if we do that.
So,
And
can
the
we
risk
meet on
fac-
May 12th together?
Yes.
I mean, that's exactly what it's for. It's for us to discuss this together. I mean, we can have it on a separate night, but again, I'd rather have Catherine here, not have her come up again to answer questions.
We've got 2 public hearings on it as well.
Yeah.
But they should be,
Theoretically,
They should be
hopefully
fine.
those will move along, but you never know. I mean, I probably wouldn't ask to do this on the same night we had a public hearing on soil extraction, given the
So what's the
responses to that,
format
but-
then? I mean, so the planning commission's gonna lead the meeting?
Yeah, it's their meeting, yep.
Okay, and so what's our
I think we-
response or action?
I think that there's the way I would do it, it's gonna be Patty's meeting, but I'll give my 2 cents. I would recommend that they run their meeting as normal, do the public hearing on the couple of items that are before them, get the public's input on those things. And then, at that point, once the public hearing is done, then they can have, a quick back and forth with us, and see if there's any, interaction, from the township board to give any input. And remember, Catherine's gonna be there the whole time. She's gonna say, if there's a issue, she's gonna, don't say, no, we can't do that, right? We're not talking about that here, or whatever. That needs to be done at the township board meeting, okay? But I would say that, so they would have a opportunity to talk about, the duplex issue that's before them. And they would have their public hearing, and then we can give our input before they send it to the county, get it back, send it to us, and then we send it back to them, they can just ask us now, and we can give them more direction up front, like right now, before they
Duplexes didn't
pass
come
it.
from us.
What?
Duplexes didn't come
Doesn't
from
matter,
us.
it's before them, and it will ultimately come to us, right? And it was, so we are going to vote on it, and if we're gonna
I know, I was just
shoot
saying,
it
we don't have to
down,
give them any feedback on duplexes, cause it didn't come from us.
I think you can give them feedback ahead of time, and more importantly, the most important part of this whole thing is soil extraction. What does this board want them to consider when we are looking at, this is just guidance. What is the township board, and they can hear from all 5 of us at the same time, or, well, they hear from you anyway, but you get the point. They can hear from the other 4 of us in a meeting, everybody can hear it, it's on the internet for everybody to watch, and they can say, oh, this is what Marv thinks we should look for, this is what Alex is looking for, this is what Julie's looking for, and this is what Katie's looking for, and then they can take that in either the remainder of their meeting, as they continue to work on this, or in their June meeting, they have a special meeting, whatever. Then they have all 4 of us directly talking to all 5 of them and saying, here are the things I would like to see as a starting point, because what's gonna happen is they're gonna go through this whole process and come up with something that they agree to, 3 of them agree to, and then it's gonna come to us and we're like, well, that doesn't fit what I want, and it's not even close, it's not even in the ballpark of what I can vote for, or it's not what Julie can vote for, or what Mark, it's too much, or whatever, it's too little, or whatever. And so this gives us an opportunity to be right there, they can hear from all 5 of us, or 4 in person, it's not undue influence, according to the attorney. She was very on board with it, and recommended it at one point.
So if she recommends it, and it's a good thing, then I'd like to make the amendment to the motion that this happens for every planning commission meeting. That we notice it as a special joint meeting for every planning commission meeting, so that any of us or all of us can go and give our input, because that is what's good for us. That's what she says is good for us, so we gotta do what's good.
Thank you, I need lights.
I'm not sure she's said that for every meeting, but
If it's good for one meeting, it's good for two.
not necessarily.
Sure
And
is.
No, that's way too many cooks in the kitchen at some point.
This is different.
For every
Specifically
single month.
said She recommends board members do not attend. If they do, they sit in the back, they say nothing.
And she's
Not communication, say nothing.
and she said the same thing about planning commissioners coming to a board meeting.
We can come to anyone. We're not influencing you.
No, that's what she said.
No, she
Yes, she did.
Go back and watch it.
They don't have any authority.
Okay, we'll get that clarified on the
Yeah,
12th.
but yeah, there you go.
I think we should wait until the 12th before we do that, so, but if somebody else
So is
wants
there a
to support
support
that
for
motion.
Marv's amendment to make it every single meeting?
No, but I'd like to say that, well, I watched the planning commission, I'm
I
sitting
still don't have
here.
support for my motion.
And I
so.
would like to compliment Richard that he does a very accurate and succinct and thoughtful analysis of what happens going back and forth. And that's his role, and he's doing that. So now why does the board have to do it too? I mean, who
They
are
don't-
they
we
going to
don't have
listen
to.
to? Dave, you going to listen to me? Are you going to listen to her? Or are you going to listen to Marv? You're going to get, instead of the board deliberating and having something to send to you, you're going to be sitting with all of us, and we're all going to say, well, I don't like that. I like this. I mean, I question the wisdom of it.
Well, so we don't have a support, I don't think, for Marv's motion. Is there one for mine to have one on May? a
Yes,
special meeting on
I
May
support
12th?
that.
Okay, Richard supports. Any further discussion?
I will point out, I think, Dave, there is only one public hearing right now on that date, according to my notes. I'm pretty sure.
For ADUs.
Yep. Nothing else got to that point
I
yet.
just sent in the publication for it.
The duplex.
Yeah, it hasn't come back. The duplexes, you guys have to redo, right? Cause you only are gonna do it in ag.
Yeah, so you have to have
A new public hearing for that, I think.
That's-
That's the one we're having, right, on May 8th.
The publication is just for, Patty, hold on.
ADUs is the only thing that we've moved to a public hearing so far. Duplexes, well, unless my note is
I
not.
thought it was the duplexes. It was just to change our original language from taking the CR out of.
If you give me a second, I'll tell you what the posting's for.
Yeah, this could be a.
A proposed zoning ordinance text amendment to section 6.01.2 permitted uses in ag district, section 6.01. ADUs. If I read that right, and that's what they had me post.
So Dave, if it was supposed to, it's not there. It's posted.
I don't think we can get it in the paper. Oh, maybe.
No, we can't.
No, it's too close. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's what I see as.
Wait, we might be able to. The deadline is Tuesday at 4 p.m.
So we
Is it, we could still change it.
can try to get all the minutes and see if.
Well,
what was approved.
I would ask Patty, but I thought that.
Just a second.
Because that was our next step again, was to propose that we were gonna do it that night.
I'm looking at the notes that Cindy, we've got those already. I might have missed something in my report, cause I did that before I saw her notes. Okay. You're right, Dave. Yeah, according to Cindy's notes, that should be in here too.
So we can get
You
that.
have Cindy's notes too, Julie?
Yeah.
Well, it's in there, under a long paragraph about two-family dwelling zoning. Says a public hearing will be held on May 12 at 6 p.m. at the town hall.
Did I read that right? That it's just. Did you read that? It's just ADUs?
Yeah, they would have to be posted separately, I believe. Cause one's a proposed text amendment to this and then I'm pretty sure you have to do them separately. Yeah. Yep, so we need to get that taken care of. Alright, motion's on the floor and supported by Richard. Any more discussion? Roll call, Katie,
No.
Marv,
No.
Julie,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. It's always the ones you don't expect,
The
you know?
story of our life.
Lake Shore Zone.
Just be honest.
It's my opinion that the, folks that have, properties on our lakes, have a, how did I write that? Hold on, I thought it was, I did pretty good writing it up. Before I put my foot in my mouth. Which I did pretty good at doing. It is my opinion that the residents of our lake shore have a different lifestyle and or community desires than the larger parcels found elsewhere in conservation and recreation. I would like to discuss the idea of having the PC create a new zone to reflect those differences. So that's my thought, is that I would like to direct the planning commission to develop a lakeshore zone, which would encompass the small lots that are along St. Clair Lake and Ellsworth Lake and whatever one's next south of that. I always get those screwed up. Wilson is next. Yeah, Bentley's next. Bentley. Yeah. And then the lots in the area around Little Torch that all have the very small lots on that lake, and then obviously Lake Michigan.
So how do you differentiate then, or don't you, between those small lot areas and the large lot areas?
I think the large lot ones are encompassed by that. But, I'm speaking specific. That's the that would be the planning commission's job then, is to look at the map and say, yeah, these ones fit, or this area fits. And so I'd be looking at anything that is more subdivision-y. I'm going to use that non-word on Lakeshore Drive, north and south Brinkers. I mean, it would include the ACNA, anything that touches the water on Lake Michigan, in my view. And then the really subdivided areas on Little Torch, and anything that touches, or anything that touches Little Torch would be fine with me. And then anything that touches St. Clair, Ellsworth, or Wilson would fall under a lakeshore district.
We've got a lot of lakes. You got a lot of lakes. What about Lime Lake? I mean, how are you gonna differentiate lake from?
Those are all privately owned.
They're all privately owned right now. I mean,
So basically, it's Lake Michigan and the chain of lakes.
Yes.
And so I've got 2 80-acre parcels on Wilson Lake, I think it is.
Okay.
So you would include the whole 80s into that, or how? I don't know.
So what's the purpose, Alex? What are we gonna have different in that zone?
Well, I think you could use it to modify the RV ordinance to be more area appropriate. I don't think that, I know yours touch Wilson, but I mean, the 80s that he's got in CR have the same, again, community desires, lifestyle desires, whatever you want to call it, as the people who have 100-acre or 100-foot lots on Lake Michigan and these other lakes. And it's, as you guys found out when you were looking at CR for duplexes, they're not the same. And you don't necessarily want to do the same thing in all of CR, because it has significantly different ramifications in different areas of the community. So if we do that, if we just change the map to add another district, which would just be, the slivers, right, basically, and the things that touch. I've got a lot that's cut in half in 2 different zones. It's zoned differently depending on which side of my property you're standing on. So it's possible to do that as well and say 300 feet from the shoreline is this lakeshore district or something like that. That would be up to a more attorney's help than what I'm giving here. But I think it could be very useful in making some of these decisions, because what I've observed in 5 years of sitting here watching the planning commission work, a lot of things like the RV ordinance that took a long time, mostly because you're trying to match up one thing that covers all these zones, which is the whole point of zoning, is to have things be different in different areas. And if you had a lakeshore zone, I think you could curate the zoning regulations much better, certainly much quicker than you can right now with that way CR. CR is just very broad, and while some of the goals and desires of the master plan fit all of CR, some things don't. So that's my.
So what about how many of those, whatever you want to call them, groups of housing, small lots, would work for them to have an HOA, and they could do whatever they wanted outside of the township? They wouldn't even need the township for RV ordinance in their HOA or whatever they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, they could all do that.
So they
wanted. Yeah.
So.
Well, I don't know. No, I take that back. I don't think that's true. Just the plotted ones, right? And I'm not an attorney, so take this with a colossal grain of salt.
Well, I think if they don't have one right now, that every parcel would have to agree to it.
Right, exactly. And I think there's some of them that would not do that. They don't want to and won't ever do that. And I can't really blame them.
A lot of the ones that have HOAs don't have any money to enforce their own laws.
Yeah.
And what they do around that is they bring the problem to the township. That's why we have the RV problem, or the amendment. That came from a subdivision, plotted subdivision. The Airbnb
Without an
problems that we
HOA.
had came from a plotted subdivision. Again, they want the township to spend the money
on their enforcement. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those subdivisions already have an HOA.
Most of them can't afford to plow the roads with their fees, so.
But you shouldn't expect the whole township to live how they want to live in an HOA. I mean, people live in subdivisions because they like that.
No, I'm just saying the subdivisions that are created, they already can't enforce their laws because.
They could if they wanted to. I mean, if they were motivated.
And some do.
established as an
Some
HOA.
I hear about it. Some quietly sue each other and they take care of it. We never hear about it. It does happen. There are subdivisions that do take care of it.
Yep.
And there are, more so the lake ones. They have had issues and they sue each other and they get cease and desist and they take care of it. So, but having a riparian or having a lakeshore zone is in the master plan. That has been in the master plan for a while. So that does fit in with, the goals for the township. I think it's a good idea.
So it's 9:50. I'm going to make a motion that we ask them to do that, to create a lakeshore zone with the description that I just gave of the chain of lakes, Lake Michigan, and Little Torch.
If they can create it such, to look at the creation of a lake.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
however they have to do it legally.
Well, yeah, I'm just
Yep.
going back to what we said a few minutes ago. Clear guidance.
Yep.
And then does that include right away the planning commission has to propose what the zoning regulations are in that?
Oh, yeah.
You would have
If
to.
you have a
you
district, you
create a
gotta-
zone. You say, yeah, this is what we're going to do, and maybe that starts out with Richard. We're just going to copy and paste everything that's in CR into Lakeshore, except well, you could just do that and then adjust as needed, or you can just say, well, we're gonna do everything like this except these 2 items, and we're gonna do something a little bit different in the district.
Yeah, because Alex, how we had the setbacks, 50 feet and a lake and stream. It doesn't say 50 feet on Wilson Lake, 50 feet on Lake, it says lakes and streams, riparian,
Right, that, I mean,
waterfront
that
parcels.
includes every single,
Yeah, so I think
lot
you might
anyway.
have to include every single, like, you see what I'm saying? You can't just say, chain of lakes, Lake Michigan, but I don't care about these private lakes. You might have to, the lakes, the
maybe,
lake.
that'll be a
Yeah,
good
that's what I'm
question for the
saying.
attorneys.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yep.
But my goal for this is,
Create a
the main
lakefront
lakes.
district
Yeah.
that's going to be separate from CR and will have different restrictions and
Correct.
different whatever. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm in favor of that. I will support
sounds
your
like support.
motion. I will support your motion
Wait, did you just go from all lakes, from these lakes to all lakes?
my motion is where it is, and if they need
Okay.
to decide,
I
if
just
they need
wanna
to
make
look
sure.
at the private
They may
lakes,
have to go to all lakes. They decide.
Okay.
The
That's
planning
a
commission will have to
question
decide
for them.
Got it. Just make sure I have changed
until
anything.
we change it.
Right.
It might just be a legality thing. we
Okay.
can't
That they
do,
can't
but
discern between or
if it's a
differentiate.
platted subdivision, like Little Torch,
Right.
But Toad Lake, a huge portion of Toad Lake is conservation. It's public land now, so it's not a private lake. But they don't have zoning anyway. They don't do anything. They're not building anything. But
Well, Eaton Lake has only one owner all the way around it.
Isn't it you?
Huh. So does Carpenter. Yeah, okay, alright, well then, we got a motion and support. Any further discussion? And
My
if
only
not-
concern
yes,
with
sir.
that is, I think we kind of touched on it in the last planning commission meeting, and we didn't go very far with it because it seemed like a step in the wrong direction of simplifying zoning.
Okay, that's fair.
So,
I can appreciate that.
but I'm not saying that was the consensus of the planning commission. I don't think we got that far into it. We just
Yeah,
didn't want to.
I can, but I think that the people who live on, like, I get what you're saying, but people who live on the water typically want more restrictions. It's the farmers that don't. Right? And whether it's an ag and CR, like, I know, it's 2 o'clock.
And I agree with that, but they can have all the restrictions they want with an HOA. If they want to enforce restrictions, they can enforce them. If they want to be lax, then they aren't. But they can have all the restrictions they want.
We will let the planning commission decide.
Well, not yet, we gotta vote.
Oh, yeah.
So, roll call, Richard,
No.
Marv,
No.
Julie,
Yes.
Katie,
yes,
I'm a yes.
see, this is good government. If we
We
were
got
just
lots
rubber
of
stamping and
divisions, though.
agreeing on everything, we would be
Well,
terrible.
we can say we're all, I'll just stamp and everything, but. All right, Richard, this is your baby. Natural
Okay,
gas
this will be
app.
quick.
Okay,
Because it's just a preliminary discussion kind of thing. Bringing natural gas to Atwood has been discussed for several years already. A couple of meetings at least years ago. More recently, within the last year, I know that my boys pursued it with DTE. They have a contact there now, and they even worked it up to, we all know that natural gas is in Ellsworth. From the north, it's at Island View. From the south, it's around Eastport somewhere.
that's my understanding.
And so they looked at all the different options that could come from any of those 3 directions. They decided the most economical way would be to come from the north through Island View, because they'd like to go through Norwood and then into Atwood.
That was DTE said that?
DTE.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And they even had pricing, and at the time, it's a big number.
I'm sure it is.
So it would require buy-in from some businesses. It would require a lot of participation. Anyway, I would like to have us look at it, at least have an informational meeting that would include people from Norwood Township, and I've asked their board already they meet tomorrow night, and they're gonna discuss it and see if they'd be willing to attend that meeting. We would like to offer to host that meeting at our market, and the DTE representative has said he's available on May 11, 12, 14. Those are 3 days in 1 week, and then
12, you're not available. I've double booked you now on May 12th.
Right, okay. Well, I've got 5 dates here, or the following week on the 20th or the 21st. So, I'd like to see us attend that. And it's just an informational meeting. We could ask questions. We would actually put out, get it spread to the public as much as we can.
Mhm.
Try to get other business owners and residential people there and understand the numbers better. Frankly, I think it would require probably participation financially from both of the townships. And I think I'd like to see the numbers and
Yeah.
continue exploring that.
Get
Right.
details. You can't make decisions without details. Okay.
So, and it would be the kind of thing, obviously, the public's gonna be invited, so any and all of you would be welcome to attend.
All right. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
I mean, we can try to pick a date that, if you guys know your schedule, to where we'd have first dibs on picking one of these dates, and
20th, I'll have an ambulance authority meeting, so I prefer not, and it's my birthday, but I
sure.
get to enjoy that at the ambulance authority, so one meeting or another, who cares?
So it's 21st, what days of the week are these?
So Richard, I was on the board when we went through that with the Village of Ellsworth. And you were on it too, weren't you? And there was no buy-in. The township didn't pay for any of it, but we hosted informational meetings, and we had the co-op here, and we had the energy, and they talked about what the cost would be per hookup, and it was quite expensive. But our role was to sign the franchise agreement as the township, but we were involved in that process, and it was, it was cumbersome. It was worthwhile. It was absolutely worthwhile, but there was a lot of participation, a lot of cooperation involved. So I appreciate that you're getting involved in it, but there was no contribution from the township. We were a customer, but we did not pay for any of the infrastructure. So I'm not sure that we can do that. Actually, that was, and all the private, like for each home, the hookup was like
$5,000.
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge, and some people were like, "I'm just going to wait until it goes by." But it was a huge investment up front for the consumers. But we facilitated the meetings, we hosted the informational sessions, and then we were the ones that were responsible to sign the agreement to allow them. So that's what I remember, and is that what you remember, Dave? Yeah.
What did the township have to grant permission for?
Franchise agreement. What we have to for Great Lakes Energy, we have to just give them permission.
Yes, you can work in our township, basically.
And there was a little pushback. There was some pushback, from propane providers, but
They won. Well, we'll invite them too.
Yeah, but ultimately
they could run their corn dryer a lot cheaper.
Boy, they sure could.
Sign on in a minute.
My understanding was they asked DTE to do that a long time ago, and they weren't getting anywhere with them. But if we got a number of businesses involved, that would be huge. So
they needed commitment. They wanted commitment from people.
They're not going to do it on a hope and a prayer.
Heck no, 3 customers. Not gonna lay down $250,000.
Well, the 21st is a Thursday. These would be daytime meetings. This would be a daytime meeting, not an evening meeting.
You're looking in May?
Yeah. It's 11th, 12th, 14th.
Well, then the 20th works too.
And then
so
the 20th, it's your birthday.
Whatever. It'd be a heck of a birthday present to get natural gas out to Atwood. You know?
No, it's not coming to you.
No, it's not going to come to me. It's not going to make it.
You're close enough.
300 feet down the hill.
If it comes by you on 31, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
You should get it somehow.
I'll find a way.
When they ran it from the village, do your parents have natural gas? Did they take it? So they offered it to us. And it was like $5,000 or $6,000. It would have been the last house.
Yeah.
At the time we said no. Because we're going to heat with wood. Kicking myself now. But
my parents are heating with geothermal.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a meeting, you got to talk about open meetings and where it's posted, and if the public is accessible, you got to be really careful about having things in township board meetings and private spaces and things like that.
Yeah, that came to my mind as well, Katie.
Yeah.
Is it, you have to, it has to be considered a township board meeting if a quorum of us is there?
If a quorum and you're talking about
it's
business
like
coming into the township, it needs to be posted, and I would be hesitant to sanction like a private meeting.
Yeah,
Cause there has to be minutes.
yeah, I would,
You're gonna have to broadcast it, you're gonna have to have an agenda, you're gonna have, you know, if you're
No,
gonna.
it's not a township meeting. This is an
Okay.
informational meeting.
if
that
only two of us go,
Township
it's
If
only-
two
board
of you go,
members are
that's fine.
invited to.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
with it,
I
Richard.
don't
Yeah.
see, and we're not, obviously, we're not making any decisions
Yeah, you don't
for
have
the
decisions
township
to
there.
make, but don't have a quorum.
Or we can do it here. How tight are you to host it there?
Oh, no, it's fine. Then it probably is. I don't know if that changes anything. If it
Well, we can
becomes a-
post, we can make it a special meeting here. I mean,
Yeah, at some
That'd
point.
be okay.
I
We
mean, I
can
would
do
say
it.
have your meeting and find out what you want to have, but at some point, if they're serious, then the township should host, and that they should come to the township and talk franchise and talk numbers. They gotta come to us. They gotta come to us and tell us so we can engage and inform the public.
so we could have the private one, at Friskies and,
see if it's,
Yeah,
see
you-
if- how much how much action you get from that,
Yeah.
and then we could have one in June.
we
you
can
know?
decide if
Yeah.
we wanna get
Pursue
involved
it, if
in
it's
this.
even
Right.
remotely. But
Yeah.
I don't have a,
By all means, your private event, you do as you please, but I would definitely discourage it from being a quorum and be posted because it sounds like it's quasi business, and I would not.
do you
I would
see
not think
any
that would be-
concerns of us, making the public aware of that through our website?
Say there's
That-
gonna be a meeting.
Yeah, there's gonna be a meeting of
Informational
people,
gathering.
informational meeting from DTE.
Yeah.
DTE is going to host a informational meeting about natural gas in the Atwood area at
Because then
Friskies.
anytime anyone's gonna do anything, you kind of have to use the website for an advertisement. I would say tell them to just
We can ask
have
the
your-
attorneys before
ask
we
the
actually
attorneys,
post it,
ask the
but,
attorneys,
I
but-
don't have a problem with that. if
I think
anybody
it
else-
would be good if we
That's a
did.
community service kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not,
Use a text message.
Yeah, you do that too. Agreed.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what comes of that. All right, township cleanup scrap plan. I hope this is quick. So we did J&J's last year where Marv and Dylan hauled a bunch of scrap to J&J's and we got paid for it based on the weight. I already asked Padnos to bring cans for scrap, but I can call them off. Don't think that's not a big deal.
And I already asked J&J.
And he asked J&J, so now we have both options on the table, everybody's good. Dylan does not want to stuff his dump truck full of scrap again. He will, I guess, if we ask him and pay him to do it, but, anyway, that's it. I think I'm a little concerned about liability on the roads. If we're hauling this stuff and the potential for something to go really sideways and that would put us in a bad position as a township. So that and the last reason is that the cans are bigger, so there's less mess. Those are my three reasons that I'd prefer to go to Bad Nose. We will get less money. That's the trade-off. So, just throwing that.
I'm willing to do it again, but I don't have to.
You're not tied to it?
No.
Okay, so that's what we have in front of us, if anybody.
Willing
has
to
any-
do it again and we get more money, but whatever you guys want. it
how does
really is.
J&J, they would take it,
Oh, yeah.
but you're hauling it there?
Yeah.
That's how they're gonna get it. They
Yeah.
don't have,
Yeah, and so they weigh each load coming in and dump in their yard, and they have already lined up a guy to be there because it's a Saturday. They're normally closed,
Right.
but they said they would, so they would like the business, but
well, I think that sounds like the way to go. So you have a couple big
I have
trailers?
2
and
trailers.
You can keep up, okay?
well, we had 3 going last time.
Yeah, cause Dylan had
Because
his truck
Dylan had
running
his
too,
truck.
right? Yeah.
Um,
How far is that from here?
it wasn't as far as I thought, but it took a while to get there.
Yeah, slow
Big
roads.
load.
Well, I don't know whether it was 10, 15 miles.
20 miles.
It's hard on trucks, smashing stuff back into there.
Yeah.
You don't have any problem getting it out?
He doesn't have any
Yeah,
problem smashing it
swing
into
out
Padnos' cans, but his own truck, he's a
problem.
little more gentle with.
Did he smash it into your trailers?
Somewhat. I mean, he was careful. I
Yeah, he
appreciated
doesn't.
it.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's not going to be violent. Anyway, you've heard my opinion. So it's up to you two. You guys have any
I have no
opinion?
Not on scrap, no.
Nobody cares.
That'll be the first time tonight I don't have an opinion.
Phew, that's refreshing.
Oh my God. But there's
man.
time.
Just
The
kidding.
meeting's not
It's
over.
not over.
First and last, right?
That's right. you got
Any
your freebie.
idea what the difference is? I mean, is
We
it a
walked
sig-
away with like $800 from Padnos. I don't remember what we got last year. Ended up
I have
net
to look it up.
by the time we paid you to haul some stuff, and then I think we paid Dylan a little bit more because of that as well. I don't know. I can't.
I'd have to
figure
look it up.
It's probably fairly negligible in the grand scheme of things. Probably talking
I-
about $500 difference, maybe.
I suspect I won't be able to do it next year because I don't need those trailers anymore, so I'm gonna sell one.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. My biggest thing is the liability piece. You know, if something happened, God forbid, you know, what position does that put us in? And shame on me for not asking Greg, but
Why don't we just use Padnos?
I'm gonna make a motion that we use Padnos. There you go. Then somebody can support it if they want or not.
You can have an easier
What's
day,
the name
Marv.
of it?
We'll just use
Padnos.
Good, I think
I'm just
Padnos,
gonna
they're from
abstain.
Traverse City.
That's fine.
I'll support it.
Okay, Julie supports. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Okay, motion carries.
I will call J&J.
Thank you. Tell them thank you for being willing to do it.
And while we're on township cleanup, I just want to relay the information I got. Rob from Revolution Waste would like our business.
Oh, he wants to do it?
Yep.
So, willing to put in a quote for it? Okay.
Yep.
Is that out of Bel Air?
Yes.
That guy? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I've worked with him before.
Yeah, and he says, he wanted to know how many trucks we had, and I didn't know. Do you know how many trucks we get?
8 to 10.
8 to 10?
Yeah.
He might not be able to do that. I told him I thought it was 6, so.
I'm pretty sure we had at least 8 there.
I will tell him that.
What's-
And he would love to take our scrap too. He
Okay.
said he would love to do that.
Work a deal with that. Okay. Dylan also gave me Little Guys over by Gaylord. And I talked to him, but he never gave me a quote. So so we can shop that out. Not
I think
now.
next
but
year
next
we
year,
should
we can
be
shop it
looking
around.
at that.
Sure.
The one thing I do like about GFL is they bring guys that want to work. I mean, every time those guys are busting their butts behind those trucks, and I greatly appreciate that because we don't have, going into our next item here, we don't have enough people volunteering from the community to help with that. And
Well, you'll get one more if I'm not driving, so.
that's fair. Good point. Yep.
It's nice.
I kind of enjoyed it last year.
Yeah, I
I
bet.
just sat behind the wheel.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I don't have a problem at all with shopping it around next year because their cost continues to go insane. I don't know where these guys dump. I'm assuming in Elmira, but at that transfer station. But we'll find out. That doesn't matter tonight.
Right.
All right. Volunteer stipend. So this, I think they've been at $100 for a long time. I don't know, Katie, if you have any recollection as to when, or Dave, when the last time we changed it from $100 or $200.
I think it went to 100 from nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, volunteer.
And it was just because of like Larry Esmer would refuse to take any money, or those guys that it was just trying to take care of all those guys that were helping show their gratitude.
Yeah, and I agree. Yeah, that's the.
But I don't think it was ever we started with 50 and that
Okay.
wasn't enough. It went from 0 to let's pay them.
Okay.
Let's underpay them.
Yeah,
Let's underpay them a little bit better.
Yeah, well, so I guess that's our opportunity to underpay them a little bit better. again tonight if we want. There was a mention that we might get more guys if we bump the pay, so. We got an idea, I mean, 150 or?
It's from what?
It's
100.
8 to 11?
Yeah, our guys usually get there about 7:30 to 11, yeah.
Well,
Well,
ish.
it's supposed to only go to 11, so we should be out of there well before 12, but, you know,
So it's 4 hours roughly.
yeah.
I think 150.
Julie likes 150,
Yeah, 150 sounds good.
that sounds like support.
That's
Is that a
sport.
motion? You
That's
good with that,
sport.
Julie? That-
Yeah.
the motion, motion support. Any further discussion on 150 for the volunteer stipend? Okay, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed the same, cool.
What are we paying Larry? Is Larry
He
doing?
got $25 extra because he brought the tractor, and so we could give him 175 or two
Okay,
bills if you
and
want.
then what are we paying Dylan? I don't remember what we paid him last year. I could look it up. Are
700,
we just
I
doing the
think.
same thing we
Crim-
did last year?
Criminally underpaid.
It's like 700.
Are we doing the same thing we did for Dylan last year?
I should have called him, but
Well, we can always make the motion at our next meeting because that's when we'll have the
that's
checks,
true.
right? So
Yeah,
we'll-
that's a good
okay.
point. we
Yeah,
could bump it
he's
there.
not gonna.
I'll call
okay.
him and
The lights aren't
get an
gonna get
answer.
turned on for
I
him.
want him there, so
Okay.
he's too valuable.
All right.
So, okay. So I make a motion that Larry's gonna bring his tractor up. We'll pay him $200.
Okay.
Bring his tractor and help with the tire truck trailer.
Okay. I support.
Julie supports. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Motion carries. On that note, briefly, the Eagle finally opened up the scrap tire grant, so I applied. I haven't heard back yet. So if they get it done in the next 2 weeks, we'll get reimbursed for the tires. If they don't, I don't even know if they'll give it to us. I tried. I changed a couple of parameters so that I had it from last year, and so hopefully that'll get us approved, but we'll see. Okay, a couple more items here. The fire hall driveway, we can wait on this tonight, but just be aware that the fire hall driveway down there's got some real low spots, probably needs some gravel brought in and degraded. It had some pretty healthy mud holes in it, during the rain stuff. So Mark just wanted to put that out in front of us.
Okay.
For our awareness.
Well, can't we just take care of that?
We can. You wanna do it? Yeah.
Get it
Get a
fixed.
quote from Dylan to fix the road, fix the driveway?
Can't do anything without a quote, right?
Well, I don't know. Do you want to?
Need a quote.
Get a quote.
Okay.
Alright, we'll get quotes. Or one at least.
The gravel's probably down there from him pushing it.
It might be. It's probably just a different spot.
Just clean up the grass and we'll be fine.
Pull it all out of Ellsworth Cemetery's front yard and you could take it all from the county.
Okay, look for later.
The fax number? Okay, we're gonna skip the fax number thing, for another night. The master plan,
Yeah, the planning commission passed the master plan. There was some discussion with the attorney whether that was the township board's prerogative or the planning commission's prerogative, and the attorney said that it was the planning commission unless we made a resolution saying different otherwise beforehand. But the reality is, a month ago, the planning commission discussed the recommendations received from the different people, and the discussion was that the recommendations received from Julie and from Alex, if they included any of those items, then they would have to have another public hearing because it would be substantially different from the way they proposed. And so that planning commission, which was just a quorum, said they wanted to wait till the next meeting when everybody was there to make that decision. And the next meeting, Patty took the lead and didn't enter into that discussion at all, but just recommended they pass it because it was done. So, and in the and in that, I also had submitted some recommendations which were late, so they didn't have impact as far as legally. However, the planning commission at that point knew that there were 3 board members that had similar ideas on the tone of the master plan. So it seems to me like they should have listened to 3 of the board members, but anyway, they didn't. So I would like to make a motion that we request the planning commission to take up the master plan and open it up again so that 3 of the 3 people that are elected in a representative government do have their voices heard in the master plan, and they can work with it. This motion would not be a binding motion. They do have the authority to pass it. It would just be a request. So I would like to make that motion that we request that they reopen the master plan and include all of the comments that, well, if they reopen it, then comments would have to be resubmitted, but to include the comments that 3 board members made.
Well, they certainly have the opportunity to at least include them if they so
Right.
chose.
Right.
But do the general public get the same luxury? Like, does Tina get to have a submission too then after it's closed and all that? I mean,
Yes, so then it would be open to another public hearing.
so how is that not steering we're steering the planning commission again now? So, yeah. Do we need a planning commission? Do we have to have a planning commission? Because it doesn't sound like it.
Of that final draft.
What's that?
I said, the original batch that came through, those recommendations were inclusive in our final draft.
No, the attorneys,
Yours wasn't.
no, the planner said that if they were going to include any of Alex and Julie's comments, then it would have to be reopened to a new public hearing, so therefore they were not included. Or else we would be having another public hearing.
To be fair though, like, cause you're talking about me,
Good.
I was, oh, I'm so tired. I was already under the impression that technically my comments would have been considered submitted late, right? That mine was huge though. There was,
But you submitted it within a couple
yeah,
days
but
of mine.
there were changes. They weren't just little changes. There were big changes that were already made, which would have been huge revisions. And if I was going to say something, why didn't I say something sooner? And
You didn't
all
have
that
the
stuff.
opportunity. I'm actually on Team Marv here. So anyway, you made the motion. I will support that motion. And so now we can discuss it.
So in the discussion, if they do decide to reopen it, I would be willing to facilitate rewriting the master plan for the public if they or you or whatever so desires, so that there would not be a cost of the planner going back through it and redoing it, because it's our responsibility. I'm making the motion. I'll take the responsibility. And no, it wouldn't be biased, because it would be presented to the public and everybody can, and anything that I would facilitate the incorporation of, everybody has the opportunity to take it back out or whatever. But I don't need to do that, but I'm just saying I'm going to offer it so that we don't have to incur added cost by a planner by going through this again.
Okay, my concern is that what is the point of a review process? They created the master plan, wouldn't let anybody, and don't take this the wrong way, Dave. I'm not trying to shoot at anybody. It's the process that I'm aiming at here. The master plan gets run through the planning commission without a public hearing, with no input from the public, from what I can tell, other than from the survey. From the survey, that information is provided to the planning commission. This is my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected. But my understanding is, you put out the survey, people filled it out, I filled it out, I'm sure Julie did, 40 some other people did, right? I know.
I filled
said
it
that,
out.
And you
I
filled
thought
it.
that was the way to do it. I thought that was the proper way.
Well, that's part of it.
Yeah.
I think
that was the proper
that's
way.
critical, absolutely. And they used that information as part of building out this master plan. But there wasn't it was just, okay, now we're gonna open it up for a public review, and I think I've got my facts right here, that now it's in the public review stage. And then people were able to give their input, but then nothing, like, what's the point of the review if we're not interested in taking anybody's opinion? That's the way I looked at it. And it's not because you guys are doing anything wrong. It's just the weird way that the process is set up. I don't understand why we wouldn't have a preliminary thing where, maybe halfway through we say, okay, this is what we're aiming for. Now give us your comments, and then you can work on it some more, then build it out, and then pass it. That's just the way it looked like to me. So basically the master plan was developed. Here's a public review period, but we're not actually going to take any opportunity to change it, use that information, because the few things, a typo, I don't care about that. It's just a point of just to be aware of, but bigger issues I thought should have been reviewed more.
They weren't.
I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes here,
But yeah, they weren't discussed. Your preferences and Julie's were not even discussed, except the planner read through them and said, if we incorporate these, we're going to have another public hearing.
Yeah, we'd have to spend more time on it, and I don't see what the point is in even taking the public's opinion after the initial survey if we're not going to at least think about putting
My
it aside.
impression that those comments were incorporated into our final draft.
Okay.
After.
Maybe I'm wrong.
After the
I'm happy to.
66-day review process, after our public hearing.
Okay.
So, there's been 2 years of input into this.
Yep.
And lots of it more, was changed that. I think you are right with some of the major changes that were asked, would require a full start. Restart.
Yeah, a bit of a restart, yeah.
But-
certainly a public hearing and.
But I may be wrong, but Patty's, we have to stick with protocol. If we start, no, I didn't get this in time, I had it turned in time. It's just this is gonna continue on and on and on.
Well, I think so. Marv's thing came in late. You're right. I mean, it's
I didn't.
You didn't know about it?
I didn't focus. It wasn't in my purview that it needed to be in 63 days. And so my bad. I admit mine wasn't valid. I completely agree with Patty. It was late and it did not have to be considered. However, I really think that Alex and Julie's did. And then when mine came in late and everybody read it and they knew it was similar, it seems like there would have been, maybe we should consider some of this. But that's just my opinion.
So I would just like to. Mine was one of them, right? But the stuff that was received in time, I think, should be reevaluated.
I think it was relayed to us that was included in that.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
not
sorry.
word for word
I know it's late.
verbatim.
I'm
sorry.
kind of
I'm
lost
sorry,
on it.
Richard. Yeah.
I lost, I mean, not because it's too late, but parts of the process I'm not as clear on, and I apologize. I can't speak.
I would talk to Patty.
Okay.
But I'm quite sure that all of those comments were reviewed and considered, put in. There's some maybe were, some weren't. There was
I
some.
mean, if you look
some
at it,
revision.
and we don't want to do that, then so be it. But,
So yeah, like I said, this would be non-binding. If Patty and you and the majority say we covered all this, they wouldn't have to. It's non-binding, but it would be if we.
it's just a request for them
just
to
a
take a look
request.
at it one more time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But does this request include the opportunity to look at yours, for example?
Well, it would open it up
There's
to another
new-
public
new-
hearing,
yeah.
so anybody could submit more input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was some other things, brought to the planning commission that, at the public hearing, I know, Paul McAnowitz brought some stuff that night. I think that was within the time frame, but.
Well, the public hearing was after the 63 days were up, and that's where I got confused. Because the public hearing was after the 63 days, and so.
The public hearing was not, there's a public hearing right upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the 63-day review period.
After the public hearing?
No, the public hearing was after the 63 days.
See, that's how confused I am on the process. I'm sorry, and I don't have it all.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. I'd have to look
pretty
back
sure
at
it
the
was.
notes.
Public hearing was after.
Yeah.
But Marv, you're admitting you were late in getting the comments in?
Yeah, mine was late.
So why would you make a motion that you want it revisited if it's late? Do you see how that sounds like you want special treatment?
No, I want
I-
Alex and Julie's
Yeah.
comments integrated into their discussion. And they said they were not gonna deal with it because it would substantially change the document, so they would have to hold another public hearing. And so they did not want to, do that additional step. So therefore they could not integrate any of their ideas.
Which, we're the body that controls the purse, right? If we want to spend the money to have another public hearing and have the planners take another look, that is within our purview. Doesn't necessarily mean they have to follow it, but, that, I don't necessarily think that the concern about the spending necessarily needs to be the plan commission's, call, but it's up to us to spend the money the way we budgeted it, and
I feel like we're sabotaging them all the time. It's like they're trying to
I feel
move the
bad.
ball
I
forward.
actually feel bad here.
I do. I feel like we are sabotaging our own planning commission. We are not letting. Again, 20 some years. I have not seen this much dysfunction between the two boards, and it's not the planning commission. It's not them. It's not them. So I do. I feel like we sabotage them.
Any more discussion? Got a motion support to ask them to reopen the master plan to a public hearing and consider integrating the comments that were received prior to the 63-day time limit on the review period. I got that right? Okay. Katie?
What are you asking me?
Yeah, your name.
Roll call vote.
I thought you were still asking who seconded it. Where was
seconded
I?
his. I seconded his.
You seconded it?
Yep,
To open it back up?
I did.
That's a fat no for me.
Okay, no problem. Julie?
Sure.
Julie's
Yes.
Julie's a yes. Richard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Marv?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
We are all over the place.
We are.
You're gonna lose all your planning commission.
Don't quit. Do not quit.
Yeah,
You cannot. We will not accept your resignation, Dave. I see it on your face. Don't quit. We need you.
I can't wait to hear what Kate or Julie says to Travis tonight.
She knows
He's in
Travis
bed.
likes
Yeah,
those
tell
meetings.
us. Tell
He's-
us the conversation. Yes.
He's in bed. He'll get mad if I wake him up.
Don't wake him up.
He'd be really, really mad.
All right, last but not least, certainly, the voter cards that were sent out. Julie, you've kind of been on this from day one.
I have.
When
Hang on, this is I have a sick kid at home.
Bishop sent it out.
And Clerk Fellis needs to be commended for the way she has handled it. She took it
Amen.
seriously from the start. She did all the right things. She contacted all the right people.
Did you get the emails? Did you?
Yep.
Oh, so you read my.
Yep.
Yeah, Julie jumped on it from
Yep.
So-
Yep.
from the
Yep.
word go.
In March, I got an email from Victoria that I got an email from the county clerk that a postcard went out to 250 residents. It came in and the email came in at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Postcards went out to 250 Banks Township residents, and their voting status was going to be challenged based on them not voting in the past 2 elections. So I emailed the county clerk and asked her with what authority she could do that. The beginning of March, the Bureau passed a new law, and it's if you have not voted in 20 years, your residency, we can send out a letter. If you live in the same place for 20 years, okay? That doesn't mean you haven't voted in 20 years in general. It means you have lived in this house for 20 years, have never voted. I'm going to send you a letter that says verify you still live here, and if you send it back and tell me you still live here, cool, you still don't have to vote. It's your right. It is your right to be a registered voter. It is your right to not vote. I cannot remove you from the voter roll. It would have to be, I have firsthand knowledge that you died. I have firsthand knowledge, even if you move, there are people that move but still own the house, and that's still their primary residence, but maybe they live somewhere else. I still can't cancel you. I have no right to do that. So after I emailed her, I emailed the Bureau and sent them the email and let them know what was going on. I was the 5th clerk, the 5th township that got the postcards sent out. The Bureau is investigating. All they will say at this time is an investigation is underway. No one's voting status can be canceled by the county clerk. It has to be canceled through me. I've asked the Bureau what I'm supposed to tell people for filling out the postcards. They have nothing good to tell me other than if you want to fill it out, send it back in an envelope. Do not fill out the postcard as it is and send it in. Your information is not. It's just it's out there.
secure.
It's out there. It's
It's
a
not secure.
postcard with your driver's license. It's not protected.
Birth date, yeah.
So if you want to fill it out and put it in an envelope and send it in, you can. If you want to take it to the county and drop it off and send it in, you can. If you get canceled as a voter, I will see it. It'll come through the way the voting system, the way the QVF system works. It'll hit my inbox. If for some reason someone else cancels you, I will see it. It will be stopped. But that's where we are right now. So I started going through her list of names that she gave me because there's quite a few names on the list that are actually 18-year-olds that I just registered. There are a handful of people that just moved here. There's a lot of people that own 2 homes on it. I started going through and I made it through 2 pages of the list so far, and the majority of the people have voted in the past 2 elections. Even just 2 elections. If you go back, there was 2 elections last year and they voted in 2025. You know, there's a couple people that haven't voted since 99. They're still not, I'm working on it. I'm aware, I'm working on it, I'm handling it. When the postcards went out at the same time that happened, like I said, the Bureau said it's a 20-year limit now. In Banks Township, there is 11 people who qualify for the 20-year limit that haven't voted. That's it. Just 11. I don't think that's too bad. Out of our 1,400 registered voters, that only 20 people qualify under the state law. So they've been sent letters. Whether or not, if they don't verify, then there is challenged. But 11 of my 11 people, I think there's 5 on her list. And then there was a handful of them too, because of course, as the postcards went out, I'm sending out absentee ballots. So then I had to compare her list to my absentee voters and make sure that anyone who crossed over, that I then called all those voters and said, I know you're going to get a postcard in the mail, but your absentee voter ballot is on its way as well. Please vote like you normally would. So.
I think we should charge the county for her wages for a while too. The county clerk has made a lot of work for the local clerks and a lot of stress for voters. I mean, that's their constitutional right to vote. And it's practically harassment, in my opinion. There was no call for it. I called the county treasurer to make sure that we weren't being charged for said in postcards and postage, and we are not. But
Well, you are, but the township's not.
Well, and
we're paying for it, but the
Right.
township is not getting a bill because I would not approve it if
Well,
we
no,
Even
of
did.
course not.
when I told her that there were people on the list that were 18-year-olds, of course they haven't voted. They just turned 18. Her response was to tell me that I should go through my list and figure out who they are and let her know. That's 250 names. So,
She-
so some of them, yes, I do know. I know the girl who lives down the road from me that just turned 18, or the kids in her class. Some of them, yeah, I know. A lot of them, I can't remember all of that.
Those 250 is all Banks Township? That's
Yeah.
250 just for Banks?
Just from banks.
Just
There's
from banks.
there's like well over 1,000, Tina. Well over 1,000.
There's 250
And
from banks.
She does. The county clerk does not dictate to you.
She does not. So,
And
so
you shouldn't be taking direction from
the
her.
bureau, when I spoke to them on the phone, the only way a county clerk can do this is if there's an agreement
There is-
with the township saying that we agree that the county clerk can then go in into our voter rolls. I asked Alex, I asked Katie, have you ever heard of such agreement? They said no. Neither have any of the other clerks I've talked to that she's done this to. There's no agreement in place.
And what was her response to you when you said that?
I don't need an agreement.
She said, "I do not need the consent of your board."
Yes.
So she does not have an agreement with us, and she said, "I don't need one. I do as I please."
The bureau disagrees. So
We'll see.
Bureau disagrees with.
she needs our consent.
Oh,
The bureau says in order for her to do what she's doing, she does need our consent to go into those voter rolls. She cannot.
yeah, because I always thought that the township was the guard, if you want to say,
It
of the
is.
voter roll.
That's
that
the
is.
local. It's the
county
local
can't
clerk.
do that.
Yep.
It
And
is.
she's doing a fine job of it. Donna did a fine job of it. It's the local clerk, not the county.
So then, is she gonna? Is this your take that she's gonna take some names off the voter rolls? Or
So-
try to?
As I was going through the list, I came across the name that says so CH is challenged. So when you're looking in QVF, everyone here should be active. Okay, so I came across one that says CH. It's a college kid. So I looked, and you can tell anytime that anything is done in the system, it tells you who did it. Did the Secretary of State do it? It tells you who touched that voter roll. It was Victoria last October. So I don't know how many more people she challenged
Criminal.
that I don't even know about. And I know he is a college student. So he has every right to have this as his home address, and he's going to school somewhere. She should not have challenged him. And I don't and so then when I did ask her, where did you come up with these names from? And she says QVF. That's not true. Because so when I did absentee ballots, Irene and Betsy were here with me, and I gave them the list, and Irene and Betsy know everybody, and they're reading through the list, and they say, well, this person here, he died in 2020, and this is on Victoria's list. So I say I can't just cancel someone. I would have to still have proof that he died. Assuming that she did get this from QVF. So Irene went home, found the thing, and sent it to me to prove that yes, this man died. He's not in my QVF. Because he's already been. He actually moved. He moved to California before he even died. He didn't. And there was as I was going through the list, there's 5 other people that are not in my QVF. Which and so then I can open it up from Township. I can open up statewide. They're not here. So it's one of so I kept asking where she got the list from, and she kept saying the
NCOA or something.
Yeah, UOCA, and I think it was UOCA, something like that, and QVF. Telling you didn't get it from QVF. The list does not match up with the names that I have in QVF. And then I got 2 emails, one Friday and one today before this. It came from a company called Election Integrity. So it came from Victoria, forwarded, she said, from this Election Integrity Force. The names, so each email has 10 or so letters attached to it that you should look into these voters. They need to be challenged. They're people who own 2 homes. They're people that their ballots actually just bounced back. Okay, so I sent them a ballot. election mail cannot be forwarded. So I took the time and called every one of those ballots that bounced back. And I called the people, or I emailed the people, and I said, I need your address. And it's people who live here, but hey, they're gone for the month of April because they're in Florida. Well, we can't forward that. I have to mail it to them. So the people that I just resent their ballots out to, I just got an email saying that I should challenge their address. Nope, they live here. It's 6 months out of the year you got to live here that you're right? Isn't it 6 months?
No, it's where you file your taxes, driver's license, voter registration. That's the primary residence exemption in Michigan. We're not driving through your driveway. We don't care how many nights you spend here.
Nope.
You have to meet this criteria. We believe them, the assessor and I, when we give them the PRE exemption, we believe them. We believe you live here. I know the people.
And if
it's
you
good
tell
enough
me-
for the assessor,
Yeah.
but the county clerk is challenging it.
So I'm working on it. I'm doing the best I can. I'm not gonna let anyone be canceled. If someone, it has to hit me if it got to that point. So the people who call and say, do I fill out the postcard? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I would love to tell you no, but then she could possibly cancel you, even though she's not allowed to cancel you. So if it makes you comfortable to fill it out and send it in, so you're not canceled, then send it in, but I would send it in an envelope. Or go drop it off. Or maybe have a conversation with her too.
You know, Township Board, we all took an oath of office to protect uphold the Constitution. You have a constitutional right to vote. What are we going to do about this? What are we doing about it? Are we gonna intercede on the behalf of our voters and tell her to cease and desist? Stop harassing our voters. Stop challenging she doesn't have the right to do it.
No.
Do a resolution.
What are we gonna do as a board? Protect our people from being harassed by this clerk. And our clerk's being harassed. And she was very, I guess, bullyish with some other clerks that I FOIA'd the emails. And it was surprising. It was surprising.
Mhm.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, we support our clerk, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, that's a given.
And we support our voters. We
I
want everybody to vote.
contacted her. I called her personally, and she gave me a whole story. I'm doing this. It's
She's working with me.
chapter 4, and I'm working with your local clerk. You guys know her, don't you know her? You know her well.
I know her.
Yeah.
I
Is
can
this
call
all?
her.
Is this all news to you?
Yeah.
It's a big deal, Marv. I know it's a big deal. Yeah.
It made the Detroit news.
It does sound
Pretty
like
sure
it's
it's
certainly,
national.
it sounds like it's really out there. I mean,
It's serious.
it's being
serious.
handled. Julie's doing everything right. The election commission is looking at it. I don't know.
I mean, we can certainly do a resolution. Did you bring one?
Don't know that we have enough information to do a
So stay out of our.
good
Yeah,
resolution right now.
Just tell her to stay out of our QVF. I'll make that motion directing the county clerk to please
Follow the law.
to just to allow our township clerk to not interfere with our township clerk ability to take care of her, to maintain her own, the QVF. That would be my motion, to instruct the county clerk to allow our own township clerk to do that.
Support.
How do you feel about it?
Me?
Yeah.
I was disheartened when I sent that one email where when I told her, you just sent a postcard to these 18-year-olds.
Mhm.
And for her response to be, well, just go, like, it's no big deal. Just go through it and find out who they are and email me back. Let me know. Oh, because it's that simple? I have nothing else to do to sit here? I don't think anyone understands.
You were so nice. I would have given the one email, it would have been done. You were so nice. You were so nice. And it was disheartening.
It was that. It's not as simple as like, oh, here, when I open up your QVF file, I see that you're 18 years old, so I must have just sent this to you. No, it's not that simple. I have to go through different screens. I have to click to get to your voter history. And maybe you haven't voted before. Well, then I can go click to this history to see, okay, when were you registered? So I'm taking notes with one hand.
And right before an election.
I was livid when I saw those names on that list.
Huh?
I was
Mhm.
livid when I saw the names on that
The
list.
entire list from the county
The
has been
entire list,
has been
18
FOIA'd
-year-olds,
from all the townships.
I mean, let's
Everything.
start them out like that.
200 pages, right? It's 200
It's-
pages.
It's
Mhm.
it's
Period.
it's the
Yeah.
18-year-olds. It's the kids that just registered. And even as I went through it, and I was like 18, 18, 18. Like, are you? Oh, these people, they moved here they voted in November. I literally registered them to vote in November. Like,
They were targeted. Yeah. So,
what was your motion?
to instruct the county clerk to not interfere with Banks Township's clerk ability to do her job and maintain her own QBF. So I'm asking her to cease and desist and not interfere with your ability to do your job. Because she's just making work for you. She's just making work and harassing the people of this township.
Directing the county clerk to not interfere with Banks Township clerk's ability to do her job. relating to
Maintaining the QVF,
Maintaining the QVF.
qualified voter file.
Thank you.
And then Alex.
Yep.
I was pretty proud of the 11. I gotta say.
Yeah, that's great.
But there was only 11 people that the state says that we have to talk to. I thought that was pretty cool.
And when we get the minutes, I'll take a copy of them and send them to Victoria. I'd be happy to send them to her.
All right, any more discussion on that motion? And, board on that resolution, let's do roll call. Richard?
Yes.
Marv?
Yes.
Katie?
Yes.
Julie?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. I would like to make a motion that Julie draws up a bill to the county clerk's office. for
Freaking
the-
$1 million. No, 2.5. 2.5
All right,
for
Dr.
Essex
Evil.
Road.
I was saying to fix the road.
Yeah,
We'll set
Yeah,
them up
let's bill the county for the hours you've spent.
absolutely.
Hours.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out, and you don't even know the extent.
Figure out the number of hours you put into it by the time, whenever this is over,
Mhm.
and we're billing
Mhm.
for it. And
Mhm.
I don't know if we get paid.
And it will be symbolic, but
It's at the same rate as the FOIA coordinator.
hazard pay.
Whatever, I'm just trying to give you something to work off of.
Hazard
When you
pay.
build your bill out.
How are we wording that one?
I don't know, she'll have to read it back to me.
Bill to county for election work at $36 an hour.
For, no, the election work related to the county clerk's,
Postcard mailings, phone calls, etc. Yeah.
yeah. Her QVF meddling, maybe that, might be the word for it.
We don't want to get sued.
No.
Yeah.
We want to get a point across.
Mhm.
I got other words, Jesse.
I believe you.
All right, so that's my motion. If anybody wants to support it,
I will.
Katie supports. All right, any discussion? And, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion carries.
You're not
Anything
gonna
else with
come in
board
here and
cards?
mess with our clerk and mess with our people.
Well, I had someone call. They actually voted overseas. Like, he's voted in every single election. And then she's like, is this, yep.
He
I
did
was
a
waiting for you."
postcard? Were they like military? Okay, but they okay.
But he voted overseas. He had an absentee ballot.
And so
Okay,
he was
anything we
targeted.
missed tonight?
I don't think
No.
so.
Okay, then I will open it up to public comment again. Yes, I don't think anybody's been shy about talking tonight, but,
I just want to say thank you, Julie, for what you're doing. I did, a lot of things happened very rapidly this weekend. Seeing those names on the list, I said I was furious. I called several people that I knew and just made them aware that it was a scam, it wasn't a scam. at the time, I didn't know about the information that was on there just being out there, how to respond to it, but I did tell them to respond and document it. And if they were concerned whether their vote went through, that they could,
You can call me.
they can call Julie and make sure, but everyone that I spoke to kind of thought it was scamish, like,
Cause it looks like one.
yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
Handwritten.
Again, thank you, and thanks for letting me interject all night long. I
haven't seen one of these yet.
normally would shut up. I feel like the small crowd, we were a little bit freer tonight, but again, thanks for entertaining.
She made notes on it. She took the actual postcard from, like, say, Election Source and made notes on it
Oh,
for what people should do.
And wrote the phone number and stuff.
good.
Yeah.
Gracious.
I got a couple things.
Yep.
You guys may have hit on it. I got here late. If they go through with the soil sampling thing and they find something, is there, okay, now if they did find something, are you responsible for it? I know I asked Dr. Dave, maybe putting a letter or sign or something saying, hey, enter at your own risk or something, or are we forced to?
No, it's
clean
most
it up?
likely adding 12 inches of gravel, because that's what the railroad said would need to be done, so that's what I would kind of assume.
Okay.
And then it would mitigate that risk to virtually zero.
Okay.
That I'm sure will be part of the report from Mobby as well, what you can do to mitigate the risk if there isn't.
I know that the planning commission was tasked to try to make the zoning less restrictive. I think they, like 2 months out from having the meeting, trying to go in and add a whole nother zoning layer for the lake shed might have been poor timing for that. It may be a good thing, but I think if our goal is trying to make it less restrictive, adding a whole nother category and a whole nother set of regulations isn't necessarily making it less restrictive, just in my opinion. I'm sure there's good intentions. And for Dave's sake, can I get clarification on, from the board? He's allowed to be here and he's allowed to speak, and it's just you guys are not allowed to go to the planning commission, is that correct?
That is the advice of our attorney.
Cause we're
It's
elected.
not
Just wanna
that,
be clear.
it's not that we're not allowed to. The attorney advises that we not do it.
Okay.
And I personally have spoken with our supervisor and said if we want to do it, we should do it, so.
Yeah, just gonna say this for clarification, just so he's not in trouble for nothing. So,
Dave's fine.
cool.
He doesn't have any authority over this board, where the opposite could be, the opposite is true, right?
Yeah, he doesn't appoint us.
No,
We
I
don't
know,
answer to
you know,
him.
I appoint him, and so the theory is that certainly for me, but it has in case law happened for other people on the township board as well, that they were found to be possibly tainting the well, basically, right? So that's.
I just,
that's
in my perspective on it, I always thought that was Richard's job, was to bring the planning commission's viewpoints to the board, not necessarily.
And the other way around.
And this
too.
is no fault to you, obviously you're on the board, or on that committee, but isn't that Richard's position, not
That
necessarily
is, yeah,
interaction?
it's his job to take our stuff to that planning commission and them to us, yeah. Yep, that's true.
That was what I was asking, how all that worked.
Yep.
And I do everything I can to influence this board.
It's too far.
He tries hard.
Yeah, Julie.
I know one thing I can tell you from times that I think of how long I was on the planning commission, I still came to every single one of these meetings. And I didn't interject on something unless you asked me to, and that's the difference. They're allowed to ask any member of the audience for any piece of information without it becoming a back and forth then. So that's why they're allowed to ask Dave any questions, just to help fill things in.
Yeah.
And the real thing I really wanted to say was thank you to the board for addressing the criminal harassment of 250 of our voters. And thank you, Julie, for your efforts to protect those 250 people, because that's criminal harassment of voters that you guys represent, and you guys taking a stance on that's important. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other public comment? I think you're the only one left.
I was a little flabbergasted at how Mark couldn't understand the difference between sitting down around a table with another with another board and talking about it was significantly different than just showing up at their meetings and trying to have an influence in that way. Or even if you're not trying to have an influence, because you are, it's an authority thing, and courts rule on that all the time. You know, if you commit a crime against a child and you have no authority over them, your punishment is much less than if you are a father figure or an authority figure. Then it becomes multiplied, you know. So I mean, and that's the view that they always take. It seemed to me that what you were trying to put together was some sort of like, let's sit down and let's talk about it. I know you saw it differently, but that's what I heard. I heard planning together. I thought it was pretty cut and dry, but everybody hears through their own filters.
Yeah. All right, any board comments? Those are,
We can do this next month, right?
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Budget report thing, we can talk about that if we want next month. Just a reminder for anybody who's managed to make it through 5 hours, there is the special election on May 5. Vote for the couple of items that are on there. One's the Jordan Valley EMS, and Sharon's got something on there as well.
And renew a school millage for Ellsworth.
And a school millage for Ellsworth?
Yeah, a renewal.
A renewal, okay. And then the public accuracy test is on April 24th at 8 a.m. if you want to come down and join us for that and see how the machines work. Then our township cleanup is on May 9.
I really hope so.
And that's about it. Next meeting is May 18th. Otherwise, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I'll take it, make it.
Julie made the motion.
Support.
Richard supports. I'm shocked. All in favor, say aye. All right.
I see nothing. I saw nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, these ones aren't a whole lot better. They're better, but not
I
a lot.
know. I know nothing. I saw nothing. What?